A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Bells, stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll join Tim Collins, rookie fireman, in his wild dash to the scene of his first real fire. You remember that Chief Cody has just assigned Tim to one of the finest hook and ladder outfits in the whole fire department, Old 3-1s, the company in which Tim's father began his great career many years ago. And now Tim is racing to report for duty at a fire in the warehouse district, to which his company has been called by a third alarm. Before we join Tim Collins, rookie fireman, here's a message for you. Let's go, firefighters. Let's go to the fire department headquarters, where Chief Cody has just assigned Tim Collins to the hook and ladder company of his choice, the famous Old 3-1s company. Tim has his boots, helmet, and firefighter's coat. He's all ready to report to 3-1s at 4 o'clock sharp for duty with the 2nd platoon when suddenly the call bell at headquarters begins to ring.
Hold it, Collins. That's the 3rd alarm.
Box 3-2, that's Clark and Montague in the warehouse district.
When the 3rd alarm from that box, the headquarters company turns out. What in blazes is keeping?
Oh, there they go, Chief.
Yeah, that's more like it. 30 seconds can make all the difference when a fire threatens to get out of control.
Yes, sir. Sir, may I be dismissed on a second? Old 3-1 is due to roll for an alarm at Clark and Montague, and that was a 3rd.
And the 3rd alarm means the battalion chief needs extra help. Get over there, Collins, as fast as you can move. Report for duty at the scene of the fire.
Hey, stop that car. Pull in here, quick.
Are you raising your voice at me, young man?
This is an emergency. Oh, sorry, ma'am. I'd better get a man to drive me. This may be a dangerous run.
A man? Bob, climb in here, Tim Collins.
Huh? Oh, Miss Braddock. Get me to Clark and Montague. There's a fire out of control.
Jump in here, quick.
Yes, sir.
We'll turn at this corner.
Yes, sir. Oh, take it easy, Miss Braddock.
Don't you tell me how to drive, Tim Collins. I was driving my own car before they ever enrolled you in my class at Northside School. Careful now, don't hit my elbow.
Oh, sorry. Just getting into my boots. There. Now to get my jacket off.
Throw it in the back seat. I'll take care of it for you.
All right. If you'd leave it at the firehouse. You know, Old 3-1s.
I'll leave it on my way home. Now, you just wiggle into that rubber coat.
Yes, I'm all set.
Then hold on. Only 6 more blocks to go.
Miss Braddock, pull over. Pull over to the curb.
Nonsense. That siren is clearing the way for it.
Let them get by. That's the salvage squad.
Watch me beat them to Clark and Montague.
No, ma'am. Pull over. Get out of their way.
Oh. Tim Collins, I could cry. I could have beaten them to the fire just as easily.
Look, Miss Braddock, fire equipment gets the right of way. Don't ever forget that.
Oh, well, I suppose you're right.
Many a department driver has wrecked his truck and injured good men who were needed at the scene of a fire to avoid hitting a civilian car.
Look there. What a crowd.
Oh, yes.
We'll try to work your car through that crowd, Miss Braddock. Careful. That's right. Keep your horn going.
It's that warehouse, Tim.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what a big one.
Yes, ma'am. 4 stories. The third, that's the fire floor. See, they're shooting streams through the window.
Fire? Why, it seems to be all at this end of the building.
Oh, it's hard to tell, Miss Braddock. A third alarm. It must look bad inside. Well, here's the fire line. All right, thanks a million, Miss Braddock. You can leave my uniform at the firehouse.
All right, Tim. Good luck.
Private Collins, sir. Reporting for duty with the Hook and Ladder Company, 111.
I'm Lieutenant Kennedy. Glad to have you with us, Collins. You're just in time. We're pulling out the first platoon. Kennedy! Lieutenant Kennedy! Over here, Chief Cody. Oh, there you are. Where's the battalion chief? Directing the engine men with the hoses at the front of the building, sir. What's the situation? Fire out of control in the 3rd story of this warehouse, Chief. In the front, toward the street, and working backward through the building. The building is a whole block long. You ventilated the roof, of course. We opened the roof over the front of the building. But there's a maze of partitions on that 3rd floor. So gases and smoke are building up, huh? We've got to open the roof near the rear. Do you need more ladders? Not yet, sir. There's a fire stairway up the rear to the roof. I have a truckman up there now with an axe. I'm just sending this rookie to relieve him. Private Collins, you know what to do?
Yes, Chief. I'm to open up the roof to let the gas and smoke escape so the men can get in with the hoses and see what they're doing without risk of suffocation.
Give him his orders, Lieutenant. Collins, take the can opener. There's metal sheeting on that roof.
Yes, sir.
That's a bigger can opener than you ever saw in your mother's kitchen, boy.
Yes, sir.
Big enough to rip open this warehouse roof. Now, get up there and relieve Private Murphy. And watch yourself going past the 3rd floor. That door may be ready to blow out.
Fire stairway in the rear. Yeah, here's the door. This must be it. Oh, man, it's black as night in here. I gotta unsling my flashlight. There. Yes, sir, there's the stairs. Second floor. Now let's look at that door. Oh, good, a metal fire door. Well, if that's what the door's like up above on the 3rd floor, well, it should hold for a while longer. Gotta watch it, though. Who's that? Who's down there?
Engine company! Coming in with a hose! Who are you?
Collins! Hook and ladder, 3-1.
Any smoke?
No smoke, not here, not yet. 3rd floor. Oh, man, it's hot. Well, that door is open. No, it isn't. I better see if it's holding. Better feel, see if it's... Oh, man, that's hot. Hey, you below! You with the hose!
Huh?
Watch this door, it's hot. There's smoke and gas piling up behind it. When she lets go, she'll blow out like a cannon shot.
Okay, hook me. We'll watch it.
I'd better watch it myself. This is no place for Mrs. Collins' boy, Jim. 4th floor. The door holding fast. Now, let's see. It's hot but not scorching. Must have filled with gas and smoke from the other end of the building. Gotta let it out through the roof before the fire mushrooms. Oh, now, what's up above? Stairs go up to a penthouse on the roof. Oh, what's his name? Murphy. Yeah, Murphy left the door open. I can see daylight. Some glass windows in the side. When that fire door lets go, we'll need all the ventilation there is. There. That ought to do it. That old can opener opens the windows as well as the roof. Hey, what? Oh, good grief, the fire door. The fire door, let go. Oh, come on, Collins, pull yourself together. Get up off your hands and knees. Gotta open up this roof. Oh, smoke is thicker up here. Let's see. Smoke coming up through the roof over there. That's where... What's his name? Murphy. That's where Murphy smashed the skylight with his axe. Wind coming up. Oh, that's all right. Clears out the smoke and gas. Murphy! Hey, Murphy! Gotta work up into that smoke. Can't see anything here. Hey, Murphy, sound off. Here's your relief. Oh. What's that? Oh, an axe. Murphy dropped it. Hey, Murphy. Murphy, sound off. I can't see you. Oh, good grief. Here he is. He's out cold. The smoke must have knocked him out.
Now, does Tim have his hands full, or doesn't he? Ordered to the roof of the burning warehouse to break a hole in the metal roofing with a giant can opener device, Tim Collins, rookie fireman, seeks the man he is supposed to relieve at this important task. And he finds him lying helpless, overcome with smoke. But Tim knows what to do, as you'll hear in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's something else you want to hear. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all young firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is your friend, Chief Cody, with an important assignment for you. Attention, firefighters. You are to inspect your homes for these special fire hazards. Cleaning fluid that is not carefully confined in a bottle or can with a tight cover, paint in cans whose lids are not tightly closed, and rags or cleaning cloths that have been stored carelessly. Remember, the fumes of cleaning fluid and paint are dangerous. A spark is enough to cause an explosion, and cleaning cloths don't need a spark. They can catch fire through spontaneous ignition when not properly stored. Now inspect your home for these fire hazards. That is all, and goodbye for now.
Fire Chief Cody and his young rookie fireman, Tim Collins, will be back tomorrow at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go, Firefighters.
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Journey for Margaret. The starring players, Robert Young, Anita Louise, Margaret O'Brien, and Billy Saverne. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Journey for Margaret, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production of W.L. White's deeply moving story of England's war-orphaned children. It stars Robert Young as John Davis, Anita Louise as his wife Nora Davis, 6-year-old Margaret O'Brien as Margaret, and 4-year-old Billy Saverne as Peter.
Daddy? Daddy!
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret. I guess I'm still not used to your calling me Daddy.
What are you writing, Daddy?
I'm writing a story.
About what?
Oh, about you and me and a couple of other people. Now, suppose you run along and play so Daddy can work.
All right, Daddy. You work hard.
Margaret just came in and talked to me. Gentle, serious, wonderful little Margaret. She's our girl now, Margaret Davis, daughter of John Davis, foreign correspondent. That's me. And Mrs. Davis. That's Nora. This really started the first day we got back to London. Nora and I had been through a lot those last few months. Poland, Norway, Holland, all the hopeless horror of the fall of France. Now back in London again, sitting in the third-floor room of our hotel, we were having a drink. Nora was drinking milk, of course.
John, I know it's sacrilege. With milk, I mean. But we ought to drink to something.
Nora, I want you to go home.
I'm sorry. Motion denied.
Oh, please go. For me. For us. Go back to New York. And have our baby there.
No, John.
Please, Nora. You saw what they did to Rotterdam. You were in France. They'll do it here, too.
I imagine they will. But they're still having babies in London, even in Rotterdam. I can't run away from life, John. Neither can you.
I might have known you'd just make a speech.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean to get maudlin. You know, I'd better have a drink of your whiskey. I've got to sober up.
That was Nora. Brave, gallant Nora who never once complained. Not even when I had to leave her in the hotel room alone. It was about a week later, I think, my first London raid. I was out in the street with Herbert Allison, head of our London office. I guess it must have been pretty bad. The ankles roaring up there in the dark and ack making an awful clatter.
That was close, John. Pretty rough on you to drag you out tonight.
Oh, forget it. If I didn't come out tonight, what would I write about tomorrow?
Oh, what will you write about anyway?
Meaning what?
Now, let's face it, old boy. That stuff you've been turning out is terrible. Straight out of the icebox.
Don't forget I've got to keep a weather eye on the censor.
The censor wouldn't cut the stuff I want. The sort of copy you sent from Madrid. I'll wager those stories even made the telegraph girls cry.
Well, that was before Munich. Before Czechoslovakia and before France.
I can't blame it on that, John. It's you. You've changed. You don't get mad anymore. Now, if you could get mad the way you used to...
A man can't go on feeling forever. There's a limit. By and by, he finds himself dead. That's why I can't get mad. I'm dead.
Perhaps. Oh, look, there's something across the way. Direct hit, I think. Come on.
Yes, somebody found a telephone. Call him. Yes, and water lines broke. Up to it now and stand by with the ambulance.
What was it, Warden? A direct hit?
Oh, yes, sir. Direct hit it was, sir. Tell me the name of Humphreys, mother and son. Bringing the lipper out here now. Here they are.
Hold the boy.
I'll hold him, nurse.
Thank you. Now, if we could get him to give up that little wool lamb.
I'll get it. Look, son, let me hold the lamb for you, will you? I'll give it back. Honest, I promise. That's a good fellow. Now, go ahead, nurse.
I don't think anything's broken. Shot, perhaps. Anything hurt you, son? Your arm.
No, don't hurt.
Oh, good. I'll take him along. Oh, come along, soldier. You're going to be fine.
The cowards. The filthy, rotten cowards to hit a kid like that.
What's the matter, John? Getting mad?
Oh, cut it out, Allison.
I'm sorry. What are you going to do with that lamb?
Lamb? Say, I forgot to give it back.
I'd keep it if I were you. Prop it up on your typewriter when you get back to the office.
Thanks, but I'm not going back to the office right now. I think I'll go home and look in on Nora. May I have my key, please? Room 319.
Yes, sir. I know, sir. Room 319.
What's the matter? Anything wrong?
I'm afraid so, sir. Demolition bomb at a sharp angle. Hit about the 5th floor.
My wife.
Well, you see, sir.
My wife?
St. Madeline's Hospital, Bayswater Road. I think you'd better hurry, sir.
I think you can see her now, Mr. Davis. Just a few minutes, though. I gave her a hypodermic.
Thank you, Doctor.
Before you go in, one thing you ought to know. I had to operate.
Operate? Well, why?
There was a lesion from bomb percussion. She'll be all right.
She's got to be all right.
She will be. Of course, she won't be having another baby.
You mean for a long time?
Ever.
Ever?
You mustn't let her know that yet. The full truth right now would make it worse. Do you understand?
Yes, yeah, I understand. Can I go in now?
I think so.
Nora.
Hello, Cookie.
Nora. Nora, darling.
Lean down, John. I want to touch your face.
Like this? Will this do?
Mm-hmm. For now. They gave me something to make me sleep, they said. Only it doesn't feel like sleep. It feels like dying.
Oh, dope always does that to you.
It doesn't matter. They've killed my baby. All our babies. Tomorrow's babies. The day after tomorrow's. All our babies. Forever dead.
Who told you such nonsense?
No one told me. It's true, isn't it?
Darling, please, go to sleep now.
What did I want babies for? It was just a dream. Everything's a dream.
That's the hypo working. You're very drunk, my darling.
I don't want to be a dream. I don't want to be a dream.
Nora, let go. Try to get some rest.
I want to be real. Flesh and blood. I don't want to be a ghost.
Nora, honey.
A ghost. Beautiful ghost. I'll be a ghost. And you'll be a ghost. The whole world crawling with ghosts.
Nora. She's sleeping now. You can come back tomorrow.
Thank you, Doctor.
And I'd suggest you leave that little wool lamb at home. It might make her think of things she'd rather forget.
As soon as Nora could travel, I sent her back to the States. She was so quiet and so bitter, I thought the change might help. I had to stay, of course. I had my work. Maybe Allison was smarter than I knew. He asked for some articles on the Rizzick Children's Home. It was there I found an old young friend who kept a promise I'd made.
Mr. Davis, you're sure it's the same boy?
I was sure of it when I saw him yesterday. That's why I brought his lamb. It's a bit ragged, a little on the depressing side.
That doesn't matter. It will make a link with his past. It might get him to talk. He scarcely said a word since he came to us.
Here he is, Miss Strauss.
Oh, thank you, Jenny. Come in, Peter. I want you to meet John Davis. Well, Peter, have you lost your tongue?
Oh, that's all right, Miss Strauss. Peter, I'm glad to see you again. I brought you something that belongs to you. A nice woolly lamb.
No.
But I promised I'd give it back. He's an old friend of yours. Look.
Hello?
The same one. Here.
Lamb. You ran away, Lamb. Oh, Lamb.
Thank heaven.
He's an awful lamb. Awful. He spoils his soup and throws his spoon down the pipe and wets his knickers. He's awful. Oh, Lamb.
And we'll never take him away from you again, Peter. Never. Now, take him upstairs and get ready for tea.
Yes, we go.
Goodbye, Peter.
Oh, no. You come, too.
Well, some other time. I'll be seeing you.
You sure? You promise?
Of course I promise.
All right. Come along, Lamb. We go tea.
Poor little devil.
He likes you. It appears you've become something of a link yourself. Yes?
I was told to ask for Miss Strauss.
I'm Miss Strauss.
I'm Mrs. Harris, and this is Margaret. I'm her foster mother. Her latest foster mother, that is. There were two others before me, but I'm afraid none of us could handle the child.
I'd rather we discussed it alone.
Oh, little Margaret and I have no secrets. It's just that she won't Talk or eat her FOOD. And nobody's been able to pry her loose from that incendiary BOMP.
I'm sure if you'll just leave her with us.
Oh, she does that curious thing all day long, always rubbing her hands into her eyes like that.
Yes, I see. I believe I know how to.
Oh, not that we don't think it was a privilege, you understand. My husband and I both felt it was...
Good day, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, well, goodbye.
That woman is worse than a raid.
And much more dangerous. Well, Margaret, we're glad to have you here.
Just stand there and rub your eyes.
Yes. Margaret, would you like to cry? Would you like to cry, dear? You can, you know. You can cry if you want.
You won't smack me? You won't smack me if I tell her?
Why, of course not. Of course not. We never spank little girls. If you feel like crying, go on and cry. That's it, Margaret. Go ahead and cry.
I really ought to be getting along, Miss Strauss. I'm way overdue at the office.
You've been wonderful with the children, Miss Davis.
Well, having tea was fun, but giving them a bath, that's a little out of my line.
They like you. I told them you'd come in to say goodnight. Right in there.
Well, children, you still up?
Bye, Mr. Davis.
Peter, why aren't you asleep?
You're not asleep.
Well, 6:30 isn't my usual bedtime. Now, go to sleep. You too, Margaret.
I want my imagesium bomb.
Well, there it is, right by your cot.
The planes are coming. A bomber.
No, it isn't. It's just our guns chasing the bombers away.
Sounds like a bomber to me. Oh, God, take my love away. Oh, love.
He's going to sleep, Margaret. You go to sleep, too.
Is it a German plane?
No, it's one of ours.
Is it dropping bombs now?
No, it's going away.
No.
Yes, now. You hear? See, it's going away.
I don't like German planes.
They won't hurt you if I can help it.
You sound awfully mad.
I am awful mad. But not at you. Now, go to sleep.
Will you sleep here, too?
Well, if you want me to.
I want you to. You didn't say your prayers.
Well, I'll say them later.
I want you to say them now. I want you to say your prayers now.
Dear God, take care of Nora and Margaret and Peter and all the others. And me. Please keep me mad, God. Please keep me mad.
So the curtain falls on the first act of Journey for Margaret, starring Robert Young, Anita Louise, Margaret O'Brien, and Billy Severn. Before the curtain rises on the second act, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I have always said there are no truly unattractive women. There are only women who don't know how to make themselves look interesting and exciting. Let me tell you about a little incident that proves my point. A woman came into a room full of people one day, and no one even noticed her. She looked so drab and so plain. We got to know each other rather well during the evening, and I offered to prove to her that the right makeup could transform her appearance. So we went into the dressing room, and I removed all the heavy powder that made her skin seem dry and hard. Then I took a nice clean puff and carefully powdered her face and neck with Lady Esther powder. She could hardly believe her eyes as she saw her skin take on a look of radiant new life and freshness. Why, my skin looks so much younger, she said. And this powder even makes my eyes look brighter. Or do I just imagine it? I told her no, it wasn't her imagination. I told her that Lady Esther face powder is deliberately planned to be flattering to the skin, the hair, the eyes. I told her I used hurricanes, twin hurricanes, to blow the powder and color together instead of just mixing them in the usual way. And I explained that it was this hurricane blending that made Lady Esther face powder new in texture and new in shade. A face powder that has made millions of women look more youthful and more attractive. Well, this time when she entered the room full of people, many eyes turned in her direction, admiring her. And I knew I had proved beyond the question of a doubt that Lady Esther face powder had transformed her appearance.
now the curtain rises on the second act of Journey for Margaret, starring Robert Young as John Davis, Anita Louise as his wife Nora, Margaret O'Brien as Margaret, and Billy Severn as Peter.
As the days passed, I saw a lot of Margaret and Peter. And when Allison decided to send me to the States for a vacation, I cabled Nora asking her if I could bring the children home with me. When she didn't answer my cable, I phoned. Allison and I waited hours for the call to get through, and then... Hello? Yes, I'm ready. Hello, Nora? Nora?
Yes, John. It's me.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad. You didn't answer my cable.
Well, I just got it, John. I've been away in the country. I haven't been feeling so well.
Nora, I know you. You're not trying to get better.
Well, maybe I wasn't, but I am now. Oh, John, it's a wonderful idea. I'm so excited.
I know, but which one, the boy or the girl?
Oh, darling, you can't ask me to decide.
Well, you can't ask me either. If you knew them, Nora...
Oh, then, darling, bring them both.
Both? Are you sure?
Of course.
I mean, really sure?
Oh, John, dear, come home and find out.
Oh, Cookie, you're wonderful. I'll cable you tomorrow. Allison, she said yes, she wants them both.
So I surmised. Now all you have to do is to get them passage.
You see, if I can get them on my plane to Lisbon, we can take a boat to New York.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I'm afraid it's hopeless.
Hopeless?
Your plane is booked to the teeth. So is every plane for weeks.
We're just two little kids. We could squeeze them in. We'd sit in the aisle, the washroom, the... Look, Miss Fleming, why can't I take them as my luggage?
It's certainly irregular, but I might...
You could?
I think so. But then you're allowed only 40 pounds.
Well, that's not enough for two kids. Maybe not enough for one. But suppose they're both under 40 pounds. I could take one and get another passenger to take the other.
If you can persuade them, you're a genius. I'll give you the names.
Miss Fleming, I've never seen you before. Perhaps I'll never see you again. But I love you. I'll love you all my life. I know it's a strange request, Mrs. Bailey, but I've tried all the other passengers and been turned down. I'll make it up to you for everything you have to leave behind. If you take this child...
Mr. Davis, I'm going to live with my daughter in Canada. I have no one else left. My husband and my son.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It isn't easy to choose one 40-pound package that will represent 50 years of living. Those few things I can't give up.
Well, you've been very patient, Mrs. Bailey. Thank you, and I do understand. One of them was just over 40 pounds, Miss Strauss. If I just didn't have to choose.
But they're both under 40 pounds. And you do have to choose.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one stay, this one go. I can't.
And I must make your decision for you.
You?
Yes, I'm used to it. Here we must make decisions every day. You wait here. You will know which one in a minute.
Fine spot to be in. I didn't like them both. They weren't so sweet. One of them didn't like me.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, Margaret?
Judy says to tell you it's a girl.
A girl? Margaret, darling. Oh, Margaret, darling.
I hope it's the right one, Mr. Davis.
Could there be a wrong one?
Margaret! Margaret!
Does he know?
I tried to explain. He's so attached to her.
Margaret goes away. I goes too.
I wish it were that easy, son.
But I want to go too with my Mr. Davis.
Well, look, Peter, you'll be having a lot of fun. You'll go to live somewhere in the country, maybe. There'll be horses and cows and sheep and real live lambs.
Don't walk.
I'll send you some presents, too. A nice new teddy and maybe an elephant.
Don't walk.
Of course you do. I'll send them to Trudy for you.
Don't walk.
All he wants is that little ragged lamb of his. Look at the way he holds on to it.
I know. Peter, I'm leaving you, but it isn't because I want to. I like you, Peter, and someday I'll come back. Someday soon. Oh, gosh.
It's getting late, Mr. Davis. You don't want to miss that plane?
Yes. Peter, will you say goodbye? Please, Peter. No, wait, don't leave like that. Peter, wait.
Forgive me. I think it's better so.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Besides, well, you said yourself it's getting late. Well, you better be going. Goodbye, Trudy.
Goodbye. I only wish you could be taking both of them.
There's the plane, Daddy.
What did you call me?
Daddy, won't you be my daddy when we get to America?
America and everywhere else.
I want to go to America right now.
Well, then we better get aboard, unless you've got a secret pair of wings.
No, Daddy, I haven't got no wings. Margaret! Margaret! Look, Daddy, look. It's Peter.
Peter?
Now, I goes through with mine, Mr. Davis.
Peter, how did you get here? Who brought you?
I did, Mr. Davis. I found I could do without that 40-pound package after all.
Mrs. Bailey, I don't know what to say.
Well, then don't say it. Somehow after you left, I never felt more lonesome in my life. Up to the last moment, I was resolved. But then I made the mistake of calling your office, and almost instantly there was a lady at my house with a child, a Miss Strauss.
Mrs. Bailey, this is a wonderful thing that you're doing.
My son was in the RAF. Now, shall we go aboard?
I guess this is almost the end of the story. Plane to Lisbon and by boat to New York. We're coming up the harbor now, and I ought to take the youngsters out on deck. New York at night is something they'll remember all their lives. Something I'd rather like to see again myself.
Daddy, look at all the stars in America. It's Christmas. It's Christmas.
No, those are the lights of New York City. The biggest city you ever saw.
What's it got lights on for?
To light up the city, just like... Didn't you children ever see a city with its lights on?
No. What's it got its lights on for?
Well, because that's the way all cities look when they're not afraid of being bombed, when they're not right in the war.
Isn't America right in the war?
Well, only a few days now.
Daddy, we stopped. There's a lot of people getting on in that little boat.
Newspaper men like Daddy.
What's it got its lights on for?
Oh, Peter, you see...
John H. Davis.
Nora.
I chisel my way under the press board.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Mr. Davis. And Mr. Davis, Jr. And Margaret, oh, golly.
We got lights. All the lights are on. No, they're not. They're going out.
Out? Nora, what's that, a blackout?
Yes, John. New York's blacking out.
The lights are going out.
Are you frightened, Margaret?
No, Margaret's not frightened. But what's it putting the lights out for?
They're putting them out. They're putting them out because all the lights of all the cities of the world must go out before any of them can go on again.
Will they go on again?
Yes, dear. Just as soon as the war is over.
And when they do, not anything, not anyone will ever put them out again.
Will I see?
Yes, Margaret. You'll see.
Thank you, Billy Severn, Margaret O'Brien, Robert Young, and Anita Louise for your grand performances in Journey for Margaret.
Well, Mr. Bradley, it's always a pleasure to appear on these programs for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. But tonight, the pleasure was double for me by having had the opportunity to work with two such talented children as Margaret O'Brien and Billy Severn. Most of us could learn a lot about acting from them. In just a moment, we'll be back to tell you about next week's exciting show. But first, a word from one of our foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Louise. These are very busy days for most of us. And you know that's one of the reasons so many women are changing to Lady Esther face powder. It stays on so long and stays so fresh and so flattering that busy women don't need to keep stopping and retouching their makeup. But that's only one of the reasons. I just wish you could read the many letters I get. Some women say they never saw such exciting powder shades. Others are thrilled by the way Lady Esther face powder hides little lines and blemishes. And so many women write and tell me my powder makes their skin look softer and more youthful. Now, if you could see how Lady Esther face powder is made, you'd know why it's so much more flattering than ordinary powder. First, it's just mixed in the usual way. But then you would see something happen to Lady Esther face powder which happens to no other powder. You would see it blown by hurricanes. Color and powder blown together at terrific speed. And you would see it come from this patented twin hurricane blending, a miracle of smoothness. The colors so perfectly merged that the shades are a lot more interesting and exciting on your skin. Just try Lady Esther face powder and see why more lovely women now use it than any other kind.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present Pittsburgh. It will star Marlena Dietrich, Randolph Scott, and John Wayne. Be sure to listen. Robert Young will soon be seen in Slightly Dangerous. Billy Severn can soon be seen in Man Down Under. Margaret O'Brien is soon to be seen in Dr. Gillespie's Criminal Case. All Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer productions. Anita Louise recently appeared in the play Mr. and Mrs. North. Music on tonight's program arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther Face Cream. Thank you. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Lost Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The entire company of the Lux Radio Theater has been under a magic spell this week. We've fallen victim to the charm of Miss Margaret O'Brien, age 7. We have wooed her favor with ice cream cone and peppermint candy, and she has rewarded us by treating us as equals. That's about the greatest compliment that a child can pay to adults. Co-starring with Margaret are James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. They were all with her in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Lost Angel, the drama that takes the spotlight in this theater tonight. This week, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is celebrating 20 years of fine picture making with a new one that's been much talked about, The White Cliffs of Dover. During those 20 years, the studio has discovered a distinguished line of famous artists, but none, I think, more promising than our little Margaret O'Brien. Lost Angel is a delightful story of a very small girl who feels a certain responsibility for the affairs of her friends, particularly affairs of romance. I believe tonight marks rather a special occasion for the Lux Radio Theater, because it's the first time we've had a star who wasn't born, even when the first play was presented in this National Theater by Lux Toilet Soap, which means that a whole generation has more or less grown up with our programs. The first birthday party, the first date, graduation day, in all of these, our product has played its own little role. Needless to say, we're firm believers in the theory that beauty is never too young to learn about Lux Toilet Soap. Now our cast is on the stage, and here's the curtain for Act 1 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. His name is Mike Regan. Mike's a reporter. He doesn't wear his hat on the back of his head, cigarettes never dangle from the corner of his mouth, and he has never considered writing a novel. But in spite of these handicaps, Mike Regan is the most promising news gatherer on the New York Morning Transcript. Right now, in fact, he's promising something to a very bewitching young lady.
And I'm awfully sorry, Katie, but we can go next week, huh? That's a promise.
Well, if you have to work, chum, you have to.
It's that Packy Roos case. The cops just grabbed him, and I've got to do a follow-up story.
Okay. Next week, then, huh?
Katie, you're a wonderful girl. You know what I like best about you?
Sure. I have a pretty good voice that pays off with a pretty good salary from a pretty good nightclub. I don't cost you much.
You'll find it hard to believe, but that's not it. The thing I like most is that you're not one of those whiny, clinging vine dames who squawks when a guy's got work to do. Oh, hiya, Katie. The boss wants to see you, Mike. Tell him I'll be right there. Okay. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. About tonight, Mike, you bring the beer, we'll get the dame. Oh.
All right, worm. Squirm.
Honest, Kate, that's just a rib. There aren't any dames. It's just a poker game.
Oh, just a poker game.
Well, it's not that I want to play poker, but I took $400 from those pigeons last Tuesday night and...
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, look.
Last Tuesday night, you stood me up because the rewrite man was sick.
Katie, in this racket, there are a lot of things a guy has to do. There are obligations.
Obligations to what, Mike? You have only two real obligations. One is to your job, and the other is to me.
And he seems to be fluffing in both of them. Didn't Al tell you I wanted to see you, Mike?
Art, please. Look, Katie, you're absolutely right, darling. Look, have dinner with me tonight. Really let me have it.
Yeah, and while I'm making speeches, you'll be figuring out how you can get away early and still make that poker game.
Oh, no, Katie. I'll be listening. I'd be a heel if I didn't. You will come, won't you, darling? It means a lot to me.
Well,
Oh, that's wonderful, baby. You won't be sorry, Katie.
Oh, all right. Pick me up at 8:30.
8:30? You're an angel.
I'm a sap. Goodbye, Arthur.
So long, Katie.
Bye.
Brother, the things you get away with.
Now then, you wanted to see me, Art?
Yeah, when you went to Harvard, did you know a professor there named Vincent?
Vincent? Oh, sure, psychology. He's in town now with the Pickering Institute.
Then drag yourself down there and see him. They've got a baby genius. Get an interview.
But, Art, I'm all tied up with the Packy Roos case.
Packy's in jail. The case is over. Now quit stalling.
Listen, will you? I'm in no mood for the pat of little feet and the touch of little hands.
No? Okay. There's a poultry show that has to be covered.
Pickering Institute?
Pickering Institute.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. I'm on my way.
I'm delighted to see you again, Regan. But as far as the child is concerned, impossible. You're by no means ready to contact the press.
Oh, I understand your point of view completely, Professor Vincent. Imagine the cheap, sensational stories that might be written. Professors grow genius in hothouse, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But after all, you know me, and you know I wouldn't...
Very well, but the article you write must first be submitted to us for our approval.
Oh, sure. Now, where's the kid?
Just a moment. There are certain facts I first wish to make clear. For years, the Pickering Institute searched for a child upon whom we could make certain experiments that may revolutionize the entire educational system.
Yeah.
6 years ago, when Alpha was 3 days old, she was brought to us by the Foundling Home.
Any records of her parents?
None whatsoever. We chose her because we found her physically and mentally perfect for our purpose. Since then, the Pickering Institute has been Alpha's home. Here she has had every attention, every kindness.
And you've given her the work, huh?
We have been her teachers and her friends. Alpha knows nothing of the outside world, but her knowledge of such subjects as music, geometry, Chinese, and history may startle even you, Regan.
I'm ready to be startled.
Very well. Go inside and strip.
I thought you said strip.
I did. Dr. Woodring will examine you. If you're in good health, you may then have a short interview with Alpha.
Gee, thanks.
This is her room, Regan. I'll leave you with her. Hello, Alpha. Oh, geometry, I see.
You do remember to bring the slide rule, Professor Vincent.
How about me? Will I do instead?
This is Michael Regan, Alpha, representative of the press.
How do you do?
How do you do? Not too long, please.
Won't you sit down?
Oh,
Thanks.
What paper are you from?
A transcript.
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
I suppose you read it every day?
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Richards.
And what do you think of our editorial?
Oh, we find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well, I thought we'd just...
We could begin by my giving you a schedule on my days.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, I have English first, then history, economics, algebra, Chinese, mathematics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old.
Oh, congratulations. If you'll pardon my asking, what do you do just for fun?
Well, I play chess and the harp and the piano.
And of all the jolly things you do, Professor, what do you like best?
Reading. I think I like reading best.
Sure. When I was your age, I liked reading best, too. You know, kid stuff, fairy tales.
Oh, I've been told about them.
Oh, what's wrong with fairy tales?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
And just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets?
They're not true?
Hardly.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell the leprechaun I had breakfast with that he isn't real.
A leprechaun? What's that?
It's a little man about so high. Irish. Shoemaker by profession.
You had breakfast with such a man this morning?
Yes.
And what did he eat?
Pratters and stirabout. Oh, the stirabout's a special kind of cereal. No lump.
What about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Now, if that isn't just like a woman. Look, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course. It's an mammal of the equine group. Black with white stripes.
How do you know?
Well, because I do know.
But you've never seen one.
No.
Still, you believe there are zebras, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic. Outside all kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Of course, some people will tell you that it isn't true. But if you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is true, and you can find it.
Can you?
Certainly.
Time for your...
I'd like to.
Elsa?
Oh, but Professor, we're having such an interesting discussion.
Well, so long, kid. And thanks. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun you said he wasn't real.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Come along, Alpha. Professor Caddy's waiting for you.
I'm afraid we'll have to start again, Alpha. The note is D, not D flat.
I don't believe I'm concentrating, Professor Caddy.
Well, we'll try it again, dear. Ready?
Professor Caddy, do you believe in magic?
Magic? Well, there's always the magic of music.
Oh, but that's not what I mean. Oh, well, let's get back to Beethoven. Come in.
I just wanted to say good night, my dear.
Good night, Professor Vincent. Where is Mrs. Caddy?
Mrs. Caddy seems suddenly to have contracted a slight fever. Dr. Woodring has sent her to bed. Now go right to sleep.
I'll try, but I have so many things on my mind.
Oh? Did you have a nice supper tonight?
Serena, with lumps.
Lumps are merely grains of cereal adhering.
Obviously, but sometimes I'd like to have prattings and stirabout.
What on earth are they?
I don't know, but that's what I'd like to have.
Well, I'll consult Dr. Woodring.
Professor Vincent?
Yes?
If somebody told you something is true, and you don't think it is, but you're not sure, what do you do?
You demand that they prove their statements. Everything true can be proved.
Thank you. Good night, Professor.
Good night, my dear. You've been a fine, good girl.
Outside, Alpha. Outside. There's all kinds of magic. Flying carpets, dragons, enchanted forests. Demand that they prove their statements. If you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is there, and you can find it. Everything true can be proved.
Then prove it. Prove it to me, Mr. Regan.
Outside, all kinds of magic. Outside.
All right. Outside I'll go. Very well. Outside I'll go. Dear Professor, I am going now. Do not worry. I have dressed warmly. I have to find out something else.
Well, young lady, what can we do for you?
I'd like to see Mr. Michael Regan, please.
Is this guy with you, this Chinese gent?
Oh, yes. The traffic confused me somewhat, so he volunteered to escort me here.
Huh?
Then we knew we had the bug one.
Hey, what goes?
Oh, pardon me. Our friend Mr. Moon Jang said the Korea was taken by the Japanese in 1912. It was 1910, August 1910.
1910, huh? Oh, now, come on. Now, what do you want to see Mr. Regan for?
He's my father.
Your father, though.
What? Say, Jim, that means goodbye. My friend Mr. Moon Jang is very kind to bring me here, but he certainly is stubborn.
Who's the little doll, lady? He's looking for Mike Regan. Says he's her father. Mike Regan's her? Oh, boy. And she wants to see her father, does she? Well, I think that can be arranged. You know where he is? Sure. He took his girl to the fight, and that's just where I'm taking this little lady. One at a time, please. One at a time. Yeah, that's better. Now, which one of you professors called headquarters?
It was I, Sergeant. I'm Professor Vincent.
Okay. Now, you say you saw the little girl at 10 after 8.
As a rule, my wife goes in to see if the child is properly colored.
Why didn't she go in tonight?
Because I ordered Mrs. Ketty to bed. She's ill.
Oh, I'll be all right. If only we can find Alpha.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, Charlie?
I checked them all. Mercy Hospital, Good Samaritan, Bellevue, no kid.
Are you sure you described her correctly? Navy jumper, white flowers, black
But
shoes.
what made her run away?
What made
You
her...
heard
Oh,
me.
we don't know.
What's the matter with you, lady?
My wife is suffering from a slight cold.
Don't look like no cold to me. Hey, look, Sarge, this here lady's got the measles, right? The father of 9 kids.
This is terrible. Measles. Why, bless me, I believe you're right.
Oh, this is calamity.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right in a few days.
But you don't understand. Tell them, Doctor.
When we find Elsa, she won't be able to come back here. This place is quarantined until Mrs. Catty recovers from the measles.
Having fun, Katie?
What? But I'd be happier if my man hadn't been knocked out.
The next bout will be on in a minute. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
Okay, but I have to be back at the club pretty soon.
Oh, relax. I'll go over with you. After all,
Attention, please. Mr. Michael Regan is wanted in the press room. Your baby is waiting for you. Mr. Michael Regan, your baby is in the press room.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mike?
Katie, you know I haven't got a baby.
Mister, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, there's some mistake. Look, just wait, will you, honey? I'll be right back.
I'm leaving, but you'd better hurry and see if that baby will wait for you.
Right in the press room, Mr. Regan. Your boss brought her here and ducked out. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Since when am I your father?
Mr. Regan, I'd like to talk to you.
And I'd like to talk to you.
When you came to me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and, well, magic. And you said not everybody could, but you knew how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me. But of course, if it wasn't true, please don't feel bad. Of course, all men lie. Even if they don't mean to lie, they don't always know the truth about things.
Tell me, why is it so important to you, this magic business?
Well, the professors say everything can be explained. But if things happen like magic, I don't know. I just thought it would make everything seem different.
Listen, I didn't lie to you. There is magic, all kinds. It's what makes people laugh and have friends and be happy. And if I told you I could find it, well, I'll find it for you.
Now? Right now?
Yeah, but we've got to find Katie, too. Oh, it's Miss Mallory. She's my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for the magic? Why do we have to see her?
Well, because she's very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in this case, well, you have to help me fix it.
All right. How do I do it?
You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
That appears very simple, Mr. Regan. Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we shall proceed.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Act 2 of Lost Angel. And now, here's a young soldier home on leave. A soldier and his girl.
When your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. When your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. Joe, you're not singing.
I'd rather watch you, honey. You're so pretty. Where'd you get that $1 million complexion, Sue? It makes my heart go bumpity bump.
Well, it's love, love, love. Sometimes at first sight, when admiring eyes come close to a smooth, lovable Lux complexion. Pretty Lux girls are clever. They never neglect the care that really makes skin softer, more appealing. Here's what they do.
Every single day, I give my skin an active lather facial with Lux soap. I smooth on lots of the creamy lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water and splash on cold, then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That's all. But that quick, easy facial really does things for my skin.
In recent tests of Lux toilet soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Lux soap's rich, creamy lather agrees with delicate skin. No wonder 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this fine white soap, why not get Lux toilet soap tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, be sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood beauty soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. While the New York police and professors of the Pickering Institute frantically search for a 6-year-old brain trust, Mike Regan and Alpha are on a search of their own for magic. Under a dazzling canopy of animated electric signs, a slightly bored Mike and a saucer-eyed little girl amble through the wonderland of Times Square.
Professor, I believe you wanted to see a flying carpet. Just take a look up there.
Looks like an airplane to me.
And just what is an airplane?
Oh, it's the thing that you sit down on and it flies away.
Correct. Now, that plane up there, you sit down on it, it flies away. A flying carpet, no matter what you call it.
Goodness.
Hey, take a look down there. See that man all dressed up, swallowtail coat, silk hat? Now look at his shirt.
It lights up. Why, a shirt lights up with electric light.
Certainly.
It says, Bell Terra Cigars, the Smoker King. My, that's wonderful, Matt.
Strictly minor league, Professor, minor league.
Nice fresh corn. Hot peanuts.
One bag, Mac.
One bag, one dime. Here you are.
Keep your change.
I remain obediently yours.
What's this, Mr. Regan?
Popcorn, kind of food. My leprechaun's crazy about it, but it gets in his teeth. He has a lot of trouble with it.
My teeth are very good.
I see. Have some popcorn?
Thank you.
Wait. Here we turn the corner. And look, the great white way, Alpha. Full of magic.
Mr. Regan, look. There's a dragon.
Where? Oh, sure. All lit up like a Christmas tree. Dragon Chinese restaurant. Full course dinner, 70 cents.
And look at that.
A leprechaun.
Looks like a monkey to me.
Now, if this were just a monkey, he wouldn't be all dressed up, would he? And asking for money with one hand and popcorn with the other?
If he's a leprechaun, he shouldn't have popcorn. It's bad for his teeth.
Yeah, but you can still give him the nickel.
You're leprechaun, but no popcorn. It's for your own good.
Come on, Professor. We got to go to a nightclub and see Katie.
I hope the leprechaun doesn't think that I didn't want to give him any popcorn.
I'm sure he doesn't. Now, if you keep your eyes open, you'll see a machine that makes donuts and a giant I know named Stilt. You see, Professor, on every street, behind every door, wherever you look, nothing but magic.
Naughty.
Yeah. But before we go another step, I'm going to call Vincent and tell him where you are.
I may be
Did you telephone Professor Vincent?
The line's still busy. We'll just sit at this table, and in a minute, Katie will be through singing. Hello, Chris. A glass of milk for the professor here, and the usual for me. Yes, sir.
Mr. Regan, this Katie, what makes her your girl?
Well, I like her.
How do you know when you like people?
It's because you want to be with them, I guess, and do things for them.
Do you do things for her?
Well, not very much, I guess.
Then you don't like her very much.
Sure I do.
Then I don't understand.
You're too young.
Well, Mike, and where did you borrow her?
You can apologize now or later. She's the baby I was paged for. Sit down, Katie.
You bet I will.
Katie, this is Alpha.
How do you do?
Hi.
Alpha's a business acquaintance of mine. She's being educated by a lot of professors, and they're doing a very good job, except they left out what goes on outside their classrooms. You know, magic and stuff like that. So she looked me up at the fights to find out more about it.
Magic, huh?
Yeah.
Milk for the child and the usual for you, sir.
Thanks.
What's in that bottle, Mr. Regan?
This? Oh, it's, cough medicine.
Then why does it say Irish whiskey on the label?
Because he forgot you could read, Alpha.
May I have some?
No. It makes you feel awful. Well, sick, sort of.
You know it's going to make you sick before you drink it, and you drink it anyway. That isn't intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Okay, Professor, you win this round.
Mr. Regan, what is that man eating?
Over there? Oh, he's eating spaghetti. I'll get you some.
No, better not, Mike. She'll get sick.
I am never sick.
Okay, kid, you're on your own.
Some spaghetti for the young lady, Chris. Coffee for us.
Yes, sir.
I can see I'm going to have to watch my IQ around here.
Do you have a high intelligence quotient?
No, I'm a middle grade moron.
That's too bad. Does it worry you?
You think it should?
Well, it would be a matter of concern to me.
Excuse me a minute. I've got to find out about my next number.
Are you going away?
Yes, but I'll be right back.
She's pretty.
She's beautiful.
Do you like her better than you like me?
Well, look at you.
Don't laugh at me.
Professor, you're getting younger every minute.
You like me.
Why?
Because I like you.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, what's the matter, Professor? What did I do? Now, you can't do that. Now, look.
What did you do to her?
All right, Peter, what do you think I did?
He likes you better than he likes me.
Oh, come here, darling.
What's the matter with her?
Judging from my past experience, I'd say she's in love. Hey, where do you think you're going?
To telephone the Institute. And if that line's still busy, I'm going to cut my throat.
Look, Alpha, Mike doesn't like me better than you. Honest, just differently. People can like lots of people. People with big hearts, that is.
Is Mike got a big heart?
Well, it's bigger than his head. Well, here's your spaghetti. I'm still against the idea, but if you've got to eat spaghetti, I guess you got to. Well, how was your spaghetti, Alpha?
I found it very palatable.
You did, huh? Oh, look, here comes Daddy.
I got the Institute all right. Finally.
Mike, your face. What's the matter? Are they having you arrested for kidnapping?
I wish that was all.
Do I have to go right back? I'm sorry I cried.
No, you don't have to go right back. Not for a couple of days, Professor.
A couple of what?
Look, Professor, you're a little bit tear-stained. How about washing up? Oh, Miss.
Cigarette. Yes,
Oh, Miss, would you mind showing my friend here where the powder room is?
I'd be glad to. Come along, honey.
You come with me.
I better stay here. You come back beautiful and surprise me.
You will.
All right. Now, what's the big mystery?
The Pickering Institute extends its unbounding gratitude for finding Alpha.
That's nice.
They practically kissed me over the phone, but I can't take her back there.
No?
The joint's quarantined. Mrs. Caddy's got the measles.
Oh, Mike.
It's not funny. They want me to.
Mike, that's so wonderful.
I tell you, they're going to stick me with that kid.
Much as I love you, darling, I can't say you're the guardian type.
It seems Professor Vincent knows me from Harvard, the rat. Hey, Katie, look. Now, your place is close by, and you know...
Not a chance, Mike, not a chance.
But why not?
Well, you're her fairy godfather, my friend. You're the fellow who said outside there's magic and excitement and wonderful people. Well, you've got to show her, Mike, no one else.
Oh, but it's only for a little while. I'll spend a lot of time with her.
Oh, no. Did you see her out? And in the morning, you're going to fix her breakfast.
Yep, this time one of your pigeons has come home to roost. And, speaking of pigeons...
Well, goodbye, Alpha.
Goodbye, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
People are very interesting.
People are just damned. They get your coat.
Are we going?
Yes.
Isn't Katie coming?
No.
I'm sorry if I was rude when I first met you. I hope I see you again.
You will, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael.
Oh. Okay, Professor, this is my apartment. My bed's in there. It's yours.
I was angry tonight.
Not at you, at Katie.
But you like her.
Who says you can't get angry at people you like? Anyway, I don't like her. I love her.
How?
Well, you get madder at them that way.
I'm glad I'm going to stay with you.
Oh, you are, huh? Now, look, I'm a busy man. I don't mind you staying here, but you've got to play ball and stay out of my hair.
Oh, you mean if I cooperate?
Exactly.
Very well, I will cooperate. And if you wish, I will play ball with you.
Oh. Well, now you go in there and get out of your clothes. You can sleep in one of my pajama jackets.
I'm accustomed to washing before I retire.
Well, that's the door over there.
Thank you.
Hey, wash good now and all over. Who is it? Oh, sure I'm still working for the paper. What? He broke out of jail. Packy Roos broke out. Well, I was out with a kid story. But I can't forget it. I've got the kid here. I can't. Art, listen. Hello. Oh.
My, I feel peculiar.
So do I.
My stomach hurts. I'm going to be sick.
Well, get back in there. Hurry. Now, don't get scared. It's just... Grand Hotel. Oh, yes, Professor Vincent. More instructions? Oh, yes. Oh, she's been in bed for hours. Look, Vincent, I'll call you back in the morning. Oh, yes, Vincent. No, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. No. Yes, Vincent. I will. Bye. How you doing, kid?
I just did.
Good. Just pretend you were a little seasick.
I feel humiliated.
Humiliated.
I never had occasion to use the word before.
You don't have any occasion to use it now. Now, come on. Into bed with you. Now, look, Professor, I've got to go out for a little while. You won't be afraid if I leave you here alone, will you?
Why, no. That wouldn't be intelligent, Mr. Beacon.
Score one for Vincent. Well, now you go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, I'll be right here.
Thank you. Night. Goodbye.
Good night, Professor. Regan?
Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Get in there. Who are you?
Alpha, who are you?
Where's Regan?
I don't know.
When'll he be back?
Soon. What do you want?
What's it to you?
Obviously, you've been very badly brought up.
Hey, who are you?
I told you my name was Alpha, but you didn't tell me yours.
Well, it's Packy Roos. You belong here, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not angry with Mike, then whom are you angry?
Oh, I ain't angry. I ain't angry at nobody.
So why have you got that revolver?
What is? Oh, that's a water pistol.
It's a deadly weapon. If you're not angry with Mike, at whom are you angry?
Now, look, will you please go back to sleep?
You're just trying to change the subject.
Look, maybe you'd like me to read to you, huh? You got a book around here?
There's a book on the table.
Uh-huh.
Mike bought it for me.
Fairy tales. Yeah, you see that, sister? That there says fairy tales. Okay. Now, if there's any word you do not understand, you leave me know and I'll explain it to them.
Very well.
Now, this here's a story about a Chinese nightingale. You see? It's a bird.
Go on.
Once upon a time in China was a wonderful bird called a nightingale. They said it was the greatest thing in all the vast empire.
Empire.
empire. But one man had never heard of him. That was a Cavalier, whatever that is.
Cavalier.
Okay, Cavalier. All right, then why an empire?
Oh, Pappy, it isn't the same at all. You see, the noun cavalier is a French derivative that... Oh, well, go on with the story.
Okay. Well, this Cavalier went to the palace, and he said, Princes of the realm, from all points of the compass, tidings come to me of a wondrous bird, a certain nightingale, that wobbles the most beautiful song.
A poor little girl in the kitchen said, "That nightingale, I know it well. It can sing gloriously."
Well, keep going, sister. Ain't a bad story.
Every evening when I finish my work, I go into the garden and wait for him under the elm tree. Packy, are you asleep? Well, it's about time. Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Hey, what are you doing up?
A friend of yours came in. He's sleeping in that chair.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I chased all over New York looking for packed roots, and my friends come barging in at 4 o'clock in the morning.
But, Mike, that is Packy.
Who?
Packy Root. I've been reading him a fairy tale.
Fairy? Oh.
Mike, speak to me.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn for Act 3 of Lost Angel. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. My, Libby, you look positively starry-eyed.
Who wouldn't, Mr. Kennedy? I've just been talking to Sonia Hennig.
What a break for you, Libby. With or without her skates, she's certainly lovely to watch. Is she as tiny as she seems when she's skimming over the ice?
Here are the exact statistics, Mr. Kennedy. 110 pounds, 5 feet 2, and eyes that are sparkling brown. In fact, a sparkling person.
She must have a great capacity for hard work. How does she do it, and yet look so fresh?
All that grace and quickness is the result of talent and lots of hard work. Besides being the world's foremost figure skater, she's an accomplished ballet dancer. I watched her practicing. She's just beginning a new picture, you know. And she seems to be tireless.
I've heard she goes into rigid training before every ice show and every picture.
Yes, a careful diet and as much rest as she can get. And, Mr. Kennedy, of interest to all Lux girls...
Being smart as well as pretty, of course Sonia is a Lux girl.
Yes, she is a Lux girl. A girl who depends on Lux toilet soap for exquisite complexion care and for a luxurious beauty bath, too. She says a really soothing, refreshing bath is very important to her. Here's what she told me. A Lux soap bath gives me a wonderful pickup. Leaves me so refreshed.
You might say a Lux soap beauty bath makes a girl feel perky as well as pretty.
So many screen stars recommend it for a quick beauty pickup. They're keen about the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And they love the nice perfume Lux leaves on the skin.
Well, Libby, a Lux beauty bath is a little luxury we can recommend to everyone these strenuous days. Lux toilet soap is thrifty, too. Being hard milled, it lasts down to the thinnest sliver. So for women everywhere, here's a Hollywood tip. Make Hollywood fragrant white beauty soap your daily bath soap, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a whole quartet of stars for a curtain call after the play. But here's the curtain for the third act of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. After combing the city in search of Packy Root, a weary Mike Regan has staggered home to find Alpha entertaining the escaped gunman in his living room. Packy had dozed off, but Mike's arrival brings him to his feet with a very mean-looking gun in his hand.
Hey, what's the idea of busting into my place? Everybody in town's looking for you. Ah, shut up.
Oh, Packy, put down that firearm.
Well, I'm sorry. Now, look, Regan, I ain't guilty of that murder rap. They're trying to hang it on me. I never said you were guilty. There's only one guy who can clear me. Lefty Moran. That jerk? Yeah, Moran's seen the whole thing. I gotta find Moran quick or I wind up in a chair. Now, I can't go looking for him. But you can. So you're gonna find Moran for me, get it? Well, you hide out here. You got it, Regan. I'm sorry, pal. I got my hands full with the professor here. And I'm not making myself an accessory. Brother, harboring a felon makes you an accessory. And you're harboring me.
I think you should help him.
You stay out of this. Why?
'Cause I like Packy.
You're getting to like an awful lot of people.
Yes, it's getting easier and easier.
All right. I'll try to find Lefty. But if I do, I get the whole story, exclusive, pictures, everything. Oh, sure, but you're wasting time. I'll start in the morning. I'm dead tired. Brother, you don't know how dead you can be. You're starting now.
Don't worry about Packy. I'll read to him tomorrow.
Oh, murder. What did I do to the... What's the big idea coming back here if you didn't find him? Because I'm tired. I'm very tired. You told me that yesterday. Now listen to me, brother. You better go out and find... Hey, what's that? Oh, stop being so jumpy. It's just Katie with the groceries. You heard me, phoner. Hello, Katie.
Well, good morning. Oh, who are you?
This is Packy. Packy, this is Katie. Nice girl.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you.
I don't mean to be inquisitive, but aren't the police looking for you?
Sort of.
Oh, yes. It's all a misunderstanding. You see, the police have gone on the assumption that Packy is an antisocial type. But, of course, they're all wrong. You can just tell that by looking at him, can't you?
Look, kid, let's you and me lug these groceries into the kitchen, huh? Hey, Regan. What? You gonna stand around here all day? Get going. Oh, why don't you stop, you big bad man?
Mike, the telephone is ringing.
Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, boss. No, I'm not going to sleep all day. I'm just going out. Yes, sure. Right away. Oh, yes. It's awfully funny. My paper's yelling. I got to play nursemaid. And this character is turning my place into an Alcatraz annex. Oh, fix some breakfast, will you, Katie?
I want to watch you.
Then at least get the professor started with the lessons. Vincent sent up all her books.
What? And reveal my ignorance still more?
Well, somebody's got to help. Packy, go on. Help the professor with the homework.
Me? Oh, gee, I didn't bring my thinking cap with me.
Packy, you heard him, didn't you?
Oh, gee whiz.
And so if Napoleon had better equipment, and if the French people hadn't been discouraged by the length of the war...
Well, go on.
You're not listening.
Where's Regan? Him and a dame left here 6 hours ago.
Mike said he'd be lucky back in jail.
I never should have let that dame leave with him. How do I know what she's up to?
You've got to relax.
Oh, now, please. I heard all your lessons, didn't I? I even promised I'd let you lend me the harp. So now I can't relax. Will you have a heart? I'm jumpy.
Now, Packy, the very wise men in India worked out a theory which will help you to relax. It's called yoga, and I'm going to show you.
Who is it?
It's me. Hey, give me a hand, will you?
Hey, it's Lefty. What'd you do, croak him?
I don't know where I could get him here. Had to tap him a little on the head.
Come on. Drop him in his chair.
There. Hey, he's coming too.
Mike, is the gentleman hurt? Is he?
All right, close the door and get that kid out of here.
Where? The Packy.
Yeah. Take a good look, sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on here?
I had to see you, Lefty. You wasn't just a witness to that shooting, was you, chum? You was the kid himself. Well, no one's framing me.
Oh, wait a minute, Packy. Are you crazy? He's no good to you, Dad. Make him sign a confession. Then we can call the cops. But if you pay him off with a load of lead, then you're just buying yourself a one-way ticket to Sing Sing.
Oh, Packy, don't do anything that'll make you go to jail. I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. And besides, you promised me that you'd show me how to shoot dice and shuffle cards and...
Well, all right. Get out that typewriter, Regan. There's a nightingale here that wants to wobble.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Vincent?
Yeah, she's fine. Huh? Oh, that's great. Well, I can't do it right now, but... Oh, sure. That'll be okay. In about 2 hours? Oh, you better make it 3. I got a little business to take care of. Yeah, okay. Now what? Alpha.
Yes?
Vincent's coming to get you in about 3 hours. The quarantine's been lifted.
Oh.
You ready, Regan? Yeah, shoot. Okay, Moran. Start singing.
I'll talk, Blackie. I'll talk. All right.
The apartment's slightly untidy, Professor Vincent, but they've been entertaining some unexpected guests here.
Why, this place is a shambles.
Professor, we caught a gangster, and the cops came, and now Patsy won't have to go to jail, and...
Regan, what is this child talking about?
You'll find the whole story in the morning transcript, exclusive with pictures. Lefty Moran confesses murder. Cops rush down. Packaroos goes free. And I get the hardest break in 6 months. You should have been here.
You unprincipled man. Is this the care with which you watched over Alpha? Gangsters, criminals. Why, you know better than one yourself.
Don't you dare talk that way to Mike.
I hope it gives you some satisfaction, Mr. Regan, to realize that you've probably ruined years of work. But believe me, you haven't heard the last of this.
Oh, yes, I have. The very last. Get out of here.
Alpha, dear, they're all waiting for us downstairs, all the professors. We can go home now.
But I can't leave, Mike.
I think you'll have to, Alpha.
But I can't.
Look, Professor. You came to me so I'd show you magic, didn't you? Well, I showed you lots of magic, didn't I? Now you've got to go back. The professors are your friends. You've always liked the Institute.
But I never got to go outside it.
But you will. Just as soon as you're old enough. And there'll be more magic. And more people to like.
But, Mike, it's different when you love people. It's not the same as liking them.
But you don't have to be with people to love them.
Oh, Mike, yes, you do.
Regan.
Yeah?
If I spoke harshly, I'm sorry. Perhaps I was...
Will you please get out of here?
But, Mike, yes, you do. Tell him, Katie.
Come, Alpha. Come, my dear.
Mike.
So long, Professor.
You going to let her go, Mike? Just like that?
What else could I do?
I didn't hear you tell the kid you'd be by to see her or anything.
I thought it'd be easier if I didn't.
Easier for whom? For whom, Mike? For you or Alpha?
All right, easier for me. Katie, you know I'm crazy about that kid. But a punk like that, she's a responsibility.
Yes, I know.
Katie, let's get married. Let's go someplace where it's nice and quiet. Let's just...
Oh, I've been wanting you to ask me that for so long. Now, well, the answer's no, Mike. You see, I think I'd be a responsibility, too. I'd complicate your life, too, darling.
You know I love you.
Sure. But I don't like the way you love people, Mike. You run out on them.
Katie, when my boss was here, he offered me a job in Washington. A job I'd been after for years. I told him no, I wouldn't leave you. Does that sound like running out?
Mike, when you love people, you owe them something more than just turning down a job. You've got to give something. A little of your freedom, maybe. Your time. Yourself, maybe. I don't know. But whatever it is, you're not willing to give it. I saw that when Alpha walked out that door. Just as I'm doing now. So long, Mike.
Alpha, Miss Mallory has come to visit with you. Now, if something hurts you, if you don't feel well, won't you tell us what it is?
But I'm not sick, Doctor.
Measles. Do you suppose she caught Mrs. Caddy's measles?
Oh, if it were only that simple. No, Alpha's been back with us now for nearly a month. It's something else. I don't just know what.
I have an idea, Alpha. Let's show Miss Marlowe how you do problems. You just put those blocks into their proper spaces as fast as you can. Now, I'll time you. Ready?
I'd rather not.
Oh. Would you like to have me read to you?
No.
We could go out, Alpha. Take a nice walk, you and I.
No.
Darling, would you like to see Mike?
Yes, but he doesn't want to see me.
Alpha, just what was the nature of the magic Mr. Regan showed you?
Oh, there were lots of things. There was a fine carpet, and there was a man whose shirt lighted up, and there was a leprechaun, Oh, but that wasn't the real magic. That was just the little kind.
Well, what was the real magic, darling?
Loving people.
The way you love Mike?
Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Vincent.
Yes, Mrs. Katie?
There's a person here asking for Alpha. A Mr. Roos. Packy Roos.
Oh, Miss Marlowe and I will see him right away.
Just a minute, Vincent. Yes? This child is really ill, Vincent. If this goes on much longer, I can't be responsible.
Yes, I know.
Packy.
Hey, is this where the little babe lives, in this joint?
How do you do? Katie, what are you doing here?
Oh, she's sick, Packy. She's awfully sick.
Oh, ain't anybody going to do something about it?
We are doing everything we can.
Oh, I was just in the neighborhood. I brought her a couple little presents.
Hey, Jake, back up the truck.
Packy, have you seen Mike?
Yeah, I just left him.
We've got to get him here right away.
I don't think he can make it.
He must make it. The child won't eat. She won't sleep.
She misses him so, Packy.
Well, I left him at Grand Central, Katie. He was getting on a train for Washington.
Oh, no.
Well, it had no good heel. Running out on her, trying to tell me she wasn't his kid.
Washington.
Now, wait a minute. You got a phone here, Jack?
Certainly. Come in my office.
Packy, what are you going to do?
I sent a telegram. Or call a railroad station. Stop the train. I don't know. But we got to do something and fast.
Mike, you did come back. Oh, I knew you would.
My dear fellow, I'm so delighted to see you.
Huh? What goes?
You got my wire, huh?
What wire?
What'd they do, page you on a train? What, they stop the train or what?
Hey, what's the matter with you? What are you all looking so funny for? Look here, Vincent. I want to talk to you about the professor.
Mike, you came back here all on your own.
Of course I came back on my own.
Yeah, but the train, I seen you taking the train.
I did a little thinking on that train. By the time we got to Trenton, I was through thinking. I got off and took the next train back.
And you don't know what's happened?
What do you mean? Hey, what is this? What's wrong? Has something happened to Alpha?
Well, she's been rather ill. We've been...
What's the matter with her? Don't you know how to take care of a kid? Can't I go out of town without something happening to her?
Oh, Mike.
Hey, where is she? I want to see her.
Come with me.
Hey, Professor.
Yeah?
It's me, Professor. Mike.
Oh, Mike. I'm so glad to see you.
Hey, what kind of monkey business are you up to? What's this I hear about you not eating or sleeping, huh?
Oh, Mike.
A fine thing. A fine reputation you're giving me. You stay with me a couple of days and you come back here and you're no good to anyone.
Handkerchief, Packy?
No, it's just hay fever. You getting in Dutch with the professors and Katie's sore at me. I just walked out on a new job.
You can have me if you'd like, Mike.
Me too, Alpha, if you'll have us.
You bet I will. Well, Packy, what do you say?
It's a lovely day, ain't it?
Of tonight's stars, only James Craig has visited us before. And now Margaret O'Brien, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn join him in a curtain call.
It's well being here, Mr. DeMille. Say, Marcia, did you know that Keenan Wynn has a wonderful name?
Well, both he and his father have made it famous, Margaret.
Tell me your whole name, Mr. Wynn.
No, I don't think we have time. This is only an hour program.
We'll start on it anyway.
Well, Francis Xavier Aloysius James Jeremiah Keenan Wynn.
Gee, I always wondered, if your name's that big, how long is your daddy?
Ed.
We have a couple of fine athletes here tonight, too, Margaret. Did you know that James Craig used to be a prize fighter?
Was he as good as Joe Lewis, Mr. Craig?
Well, I don't know, Margaret. I never fought him. He might have a slight edge.
And then Keenan Wynn is a champion speedboat racer. I believe he holds the record for circumnavigating Manhattan Island in 39 minutes.
I guess that's even faster than Columbus did it.
By a slight edge.
Why aren't you in the history book?
Well, there are lots of things that aren't in the history books, Margaret. Good things. There's Lux Toilet Soap, for instance, the product behind this program.
Oh, I know all about Lux soap. My mother makes me wash with it.
Well, I knew you had a wise mother.
I agree with Margaret's mother, too, Mr. DeMille. Lux soap is a grand way to take care of your complexion.
Well, after seeing you two, who could doubt it?
What have you planned for next week, Mr. DeMille?
A delightful comedy, Marcia. The Paramount screenplay, Christmas in July. And our stars will be Dick Powell and Linda Darnell. Christmas in July is the story of a boy and a girl in love. And that's not likely to go out of style soon. But this particular drama has a gaiety and charm that make it a perfect way to welcome the coming of summer.
I remember the picture had a lot of surprises, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That was a four-star performance, if ever I heard one. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July. This is Cecil B. DeMille from Hollywood.
And now, here's a question from Uncle Sam to housewives everywhere. If you had roast or stew or soup for dinner tonight, did you make sure that every drop of waste fat was poured into the salvage tin? Even the burnt or black drippings from the roasting pan? That fat turned into your butcher tomorrow will be made into war materials and rushed to our fighting men. Perhaps it'll help to make the sulfa drug that eases a wounded soldier's pain, or the tannic acid needed to treat his burns. There are countless other military uses for that waste kitchen fat of yours. It's needed for synthetic rubber, parachute material, and many life-saving medicines. Right now, the heavy fighting in France makes the need more urgent than ever. Before you throw away a single drop of used fats, think of that boy fighting in faraway lands whose very life depends on a constant, unceasing flow of supplies from home. To help shorten the war, to bring more of our men home safe, save all the waste fats you can. Put them in a tin can, rush them to your butcher. Remember, he gives you 2 free red ration points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in. Save meat drippings, table scraps. Every bit counts. Save every precious drop now, while our fighting men need your help so urgently. Heard in tonight's play were Stan Farrar, Griff Barnett, Norman Field, Regina Wallace, Ed Emerson, Lal Chandmira, Charles Seal, Herbert Rawlinson, Ferdinand Mounier, and Catherine Lewis. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan, Margaret O'Brien, and Senior Hassel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On the eve of a great national election, I believe there's one thing on which we all agree. That is, that the hope of the world tomorrow rests on the children of today. It is they, the young people, who will make this tired old world a better place in which to live. Tonight's story, The Pied Piper, a hit picture from 20th Century Fox, tells how a handful of youngsters, trapped by the Nazi invasion of France in 1940, become attached to an amazing old gentleman who is allergic to children. That amazing old gentleman is played by Frank Morgan, who's making a new picture at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Hold High the Torch. And tonight he's supported by Sweden's distinguished actress, Senior Hassel. And one of the children whom he saves for posterity is 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, who has recently completed her Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor picture, Meet Me in St. Louis. Young as she is, Margaret O'Brien is already a veteran of the Lux Radio Theater, having captured all our hearts last season in Lost Angel. I said then, and I repeat now, that I've been watching stars on stage and screen for half a century, and I've never seen a finer emotional actress. And speaking of children, I have in my hand a letter that I wish you could all see. It's written not only in pencil, but also in Braille, the international language of the blind. And it comes from a group of sight-troubled children at a school in Minnesota. These last two lines say, every Monday evening, we listen to your Lux Radio Theater and like it very much. We also use Lux toilet soap and think it is very good. I believe that's the first time that Lux toilet soap has ever been praised in Braille. And to those children, I send our warmest thanks and hope our Lux Radio Theater continues to bring them happiness. And now it's curtain time, and we're ready for the first act of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hassel as Nicole. This is the story of an English gentleman named Mr. Howard, who became the father of 6 children, all in the course of a few days. This sounds a bit incredible, but it's even more incredible when you take into account the fact that Mr. Howard didn't even like children.
No. It's not that I dislike children. I assure you I've never disliked children. It's simply that they make me feel uncomfortable. Children are too bright. It was in the summer of 1940 that I first met little Sheila Kavanaugh and her brother Ronnie. We were staying at the same inn in France, a quiet little place at the foot of the Alps near Switzerland. I'd been fishing there for a few days. Rather fair luck, too. I remember I came back to the inn one evening with my catch. The children were reading in the lounge, and Madame Picard was, as always, standing in back of the little hotel desk.
Ah, Monsieur Howard, you have good luck today, eh?
2 very fine trout, madame. One for me and one for you for supper.
Monsieur, what an accomplishment. 2 of them. Look, children, are they not beautiful? My father caught 5 today.
Oh, did he? Probably fishing with worms.
Oh, no, sir. He was fishing with an artificial fly. Yesterday he caught 10.
Yeah, really, is that so?
Ah, but children, your father is such a young man. Monsieur Howard, you must be tired. Sit down, rest. I will take the fish to Emily in the kitchen.
Well, thank you, madame.
Mr. Howard.
What do you want?
I've just been doing my lessons. Will you help me, Mr. Howard?
Help you? Young woman, is that regarded as ethical?
Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Howard. Everyone helps Sheila.
Oh.
You see, I have to name 5 states in the United States. And the only one I can think of is Texas.
Texas, yeah. Well, now, let's see. Texas, and then there's California.
California.
And Virginia. Virginian cigarettes, you know.
Virginia?
Yes, and Rochester.
Rochester? Rochester's in a state, Mr. Howard.
Really? Then may I ask what it is?
Rochester's a city.
Oh, well, it may very well be a city, madam, but I don't deny that. I only contend that it is also a state. A state somewhat north and a bit to the northeast of the New England colony.
But it's not, Mr. Howard. It's just a city, and that's all. It's a city in the state of New York.
Did anyone ask you?
No, sir.
Then you'll be doing me a great favor by keeping your irresponsible conjectures to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Daddy.
Evening, Mr. Howard.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, son. Anybody tried the wireless this evening? We ought to be able to get some English news if Berlin hasn't jammed it.
Daddy, is Rochester in the United States? A city or a state?
Rochester? Rochester's a city, of course. Why?
Mr. Kavanaugh, have you any corroboration for that reckless statement? Or is that simply your offhand opinion?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Mr. Howard told Sheila that Rochester is a state.
Well, I must admit I'd never heard the question raised before, but...
And what would you say, sir, if I informed you that I myself have visited the state of Rochester?
In that case, naturally, I'd be compelled to admit that you were right, sir.
Listen, Daddy. I hear planes. Listen.
Yes. Quite a few, I imagine.
They're German, Dad. They're Heinkel. You can tell by the motors. Ronald, those planes again.
Yes, dear.
They're German, Mother. I can tell.
I heard them going over this afternoon. Where could they have been, Ronald?
I don't know. I can't understand it.
The fighting is all up north in Belgium.
Yes. Unless things are worse than we've heard.
Is the wireless working? Is there any news, monsieur?
There ought to be. It's just about time.
Twice they passed today. Where are they going? Where?
Here we are. I've got it.
This is the
the overseas service of the British Broadcasting Company, London calling. It would be idle to deny that Britain today faces a dark hour. More Channel ports, French as well as Belgian, are now under German occupation. We must prepare to face any eventuality, even invasion. In this hour of darkness, let Englishmen, wherever they may be, in whatever lands beyond the sea, hear again, by transcription, the words of the Prime Minister before the House of Commons this morning. And be of good heart.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches, on the landing grounds, in the fields, in the streets, and on the hills. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for one moment believe, this island or a large part of it were subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, will carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, sets forth to the liberation and rescue of the old.
One moment, please.
Ronald, turn it off. Ronald.
It is worse than we thought.
Yes, but we are well out of it here, eh, Monsieur Howard? They will never fight this far south. We could hide out here for years, and for you and me at our age, Monsieur Howard. That is a very comforting thought.
Have you finished?
Yes, Monsieur.
Then allow me to inform you, sir, that if ever again you address one word to me, I shall take the greatest of pleasure in thrashing you within an inch of your life, regardless of your age.
Monsieur.
Madame Picard, there's a train for Paris at 9 o'clock, isn't there?
Why, yes, monsieur.
I shall be taking it. Please arrange with the station master for my reservation to London by way of Paris and Saint-Malo.
But, monsieur, you have only been here 3 days.
3 days of which I am heartily ashamed. I'll pack my things at once.
Mr. Howard.
Yes?
I hope you're not being hasty because of anything this man has said. I can assure you that no one here believes for 1 second that you're here for any but the best of reasons.
No. I'm here because I'm a selfish and pig-headed old man. I offered my services to every department of the government in London. I'm not without experience, you understand, but I was not needed. I was too old. In all of London, I was taken seriously by but one man, my vicar. He suggested to me that I knit for the soldiers. I'm afraid that I took some exception to his well-meant suggestion, but to run away like a sulky child was wrong, and I'm deeply ashamed of myself.
That's not my point, sir. As you say yourself, you're not young.
There is no other point. Young or old, an Englishman's place at a time like this is in England. And if the trains are running, I shall be there in 18 hours to knit. An hour later, I was in my room, still packing, when Mrs. Cavanaugh asked to see me. She seemed quite strained, nervous.
Mr. Howard, do you know what my husband does?
No, I can't say I do.
He is an official of the League of Nations at Geneva. And in Geneva, they think that Switzerland is very likely to be invaded next.
Do they really?
That's where we're going, tonight. Back to Geneva.
But is that very wise if there's danger there?
It happens to be his post of duty.
I see.
But if Hitler does come, there won't be much food. There never is under him. I'm thinking of the children.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Howard, would you take them with you back to England?
Do what? Would I do what?
It would only be to Plymouth. My sister would meet you there, and I know it's asking an awful lot, but
Well, you mean that girl, too?
Oh, please, she didn't mean to be rude. Sheila's really a very good child, and she'll behave, I promise you.
Mrs. Cavanaugh, No, it's impossible. I'm sorry, but it's out of the question. Really, I couldn't. I simply couldn't. That night, I left for Paris with Sheila Cavanaugh and her brother Ronnie.
Are we taking the train, Mr. Howard? Of course we are.
Yes, we are.
And will we sleep on the train? Will we?
I expect so, yes.
He won't.
What's that?
He won't sleep on the train.
What do you mean? Why won't he?
Because he always gets sick on the train. Sick right on the floor. I don't either. You do. I don't. No, Ronnie, of course you do. I do not.
Now, please, let's not dispute the fact. Time will tell us who is correct, I'm afraid. The argument was settled an hour after we boarded the train. Ronnie was quite sick. With the kind aid of a French lady on the train, I took care of Ronnie as best I could. The French lady had a child of her own. She seemed to understand these things.
Are you comfortable, mon fils? Oui, madame. Oh, he speaks French, yes?
Madame, what seems to be the trouble with him?
He is sick, monsieur.
Yes, that I understand.
I told you he'd be sick.
Quiet, you, quiet.
It is strange sickness, monsieur. But besides, he has fever.
Fever?
Maybe he has eaten something. Maybe he has been too hot in a draught. That is the way it is with children.
Well, but does he need a doctor?
Oh, no. If he can rest a little while and keep warm, he will be all right soon.
I see. Well, Sheila, how are you?
Oh, very sick, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Where is little Rose? Rose, viens ici.
Oui, ma soeur.
Récitez pour le petit garçon. Monsieur, Rose will recite for your sick little boy. He'll enjoy it.
Well, thank you. How do you do, Rose?
Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Alors, Rose, récitez.
Ma grande-tante demeure ici, dans une maison avec une serviette, avec une petite souris. Mr. Howard, why are we stopping here?
I don't know, but I shall certainly find out. Don't move. I'll be right back. Just a moment, my good man. I want to know when the next train leaves for Paris.
To Paris? There is no more trains to Paris, monsieur. No trains to the north at all.
But I hold tickets. I shall report you to the management.
Monsieur, do you not understand? The Germans have crossed the Marne. Maybe the trains will never run again.
Never? But I have 2 small children.
At your age, monsieur, that is undoubtedly magnificent. But if this is a contest, I have 9.
Now, look here.
Mr. Howard, what is it?
Sheila, I told you to stay on the train.
Listen, there's a bus outside to shop.
Shot? Why shot?
There's a train there to San Mello. The chef de gare just told me.
Well, then let's catch it. By all means, come along. Well, this was a bit of luck, all right. I must say, Sheila, this bus idea was very clever of you. Very clever indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I expect that if you could break yourself of a certain insufferable pig-headedness, you'd be almost bearable. Are you comfortable, Ronnie?
Yes, sir. Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Well, little Rose. So you caught the bus, too, eh? Fine. And where's your mother, little Rose?
That wasn't her mother. That was her aunt.
Well, where's her aunt? Good heavens, did we leave her behind?
Well, yes, Mr. Howard.
What is this?
Donnie Louis the papier.
What are you muttering to her?
I'm asking her for a piece of paper her aunt gave her. Voila. Here it is, Mr. Howard. There's something written on it.
Henri Tenoir, Dickens Hotel, Russell Square, London. I don't understand. Who is this Henri Tenoir?
That's Rose's father. He's a waiter.
But of what possible interest could his address be? Oh, so that's it. I'm to burden myself with another female child.
But, Mr. Howard, they haven't any house. The Germans burned it down, and they haven't anywhere to go at all. Don't you see?
Yeah. Come one, come all, eh, woman?
But you wouldn't want them caught by the Germans, would you?
That is not the point.
Oh, don't cry, Rose. No goody, Pa. Mr. Howard, I rather like you. Don't you see? Rose can take care of Ronnie, and I can take care of her, so you'll have no bother.
Yeah, that's all very neatly arranged, eh? Well, perhaps I have something to say on the subject. I do not propose to become the Mecca of every unfortunate child in France.
No, sir.
When we get to shop, I shall turn her over to the authorities and leave it to them to get her back to her aunt.
Yes, sir.
It's the only intelligent way to deal with such situations.
Yes, sir. Ronnie, would you tell Rose what Mr. Howard is going to do? All right. Rose. Rose.
There it is, just a moment.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of that hotel?
The Dickens Hotel, sir.
I never heard of it in my life, but I imagine we'll be able to find it.
Oh, Mr. Howard. Oh, thank you, sir.
We were about 40 miles from Chartres when the bus stopped to repair a tire. It was a lovely day. There was a stream just off the road where we sat down to have our lunch under the trees. And then the planes came. German planes. They dropped out of the sky, swarmed down toward the road and the bus. It didn't seem possible that they were trying to kill us. Are we all right? Sheila, Rose?
Yes, sir.
I'm going back to the bus to see if I can get our bags. And children, while I'm gone, I want you to promise me, don't look up that way. You won't now, will you? Stay right here now.
Ronnie, I'm going to look. No, Ronnie, don't. Sheila, look. There's dead people there. Dead people.
We were still there on the road when night came, and I herded the 3 children into a deserted old barn to sleep. But then I noticed that there were no longer 3 children, there were 4. The 4th was a boy with a pale, thin face and the dull, glazed eyes of a child in terror. He couldn't seem to talk. He only repeated one phrase, over and over. This child, is he with us now?
Yes, sir. We brought him in, sir. He can't talk, Mr. Howard. That's all he says. The German.
Who is he?
His name is Pierre.
How did you learn that?
He told us.
But he can't talk.
No, sir. May we speak to you privately, sir?
Well, yes, of course.
He was in the bus. Didn't you see him? The dead people, sir. They were his father and mother.
I see.
He can't speak, and I don't think he can hear either.
I see. Here, lad. Let me see you. Look up here. Yes, my boy. We'll take care of you now. There's nothing to fear now, my boy.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, Sheila?
I can't go to sleep.
Oh, but you must try.
Yes. Mr. Howard, I'm sorry I was rude the other night about Rochester.
Oh, it's quite all right now. Doesn't matter in the least.
I was wrong, you know.
No, not at all. I may very well have been wrong myself. There's so many of those American states. Kansas, what's that Indian state?
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, that's it. Seemed very likely there might be another named Rochester. No reason why not, you know.
Oh, yes, sir. I remember it very well.
You do?
Oh, yes, indeed. A very important industrial state.
Well, now, I'm not such an old fuddy-duddy after all, eh?
I should say not.
My memory may have gone a bit ragged here and there, but when it comes to geography, you'll generally find I'm pretty good.
Oh, I can see that, sir.
Well, that's very decent of you to acknowledge it, too.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good night, my girl.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Rochester.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars will bring us Act 2 of The Pied Piper. And now, there's quite a crowd outside of Grauman's Chinese Theater here in Hollywood. A preview of an important new picture has just ended. People are watching their favorite stars coming out of the theater.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Oh, just look at that white dress with a sequin. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, there goes Barbara Stanwyck. And there's Claudette Colbert, and oh, my goodness, if that isn't Sonia Henney.
And later, on their way home...
Oh, aren't they the glamorous people, though? They must have to spend simply hours every day on beauty care. Oh, they don't, though. Why, they're such busy people, they don't have time to fuss for hours. Why, Janie, just imagine. They use the same quick, easy care I do. Why, what do you mean, Sue? Why, Lux toilet soap. Active lather facial, the same kind screen stars take. The stars use Lux soap in their studio dressing rooms. And they use it at home, too.
And that's a fact. 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap regularly. Lux soap beauty care is the Hollywood way to a lovelier complexion. Recent tests proved that actually 3 out of 4 complexions became smoother and softer with this daily active lather care. It's true that screen stars haven't the time for elaborate daily complexion care, yet they can't take chances with complexion beauty, not for a minute. Here's what lovely young Teresa Wright says about it.
A Lux girl? Indeed I am. These beauty facials do wonders for my skin. Here's all I do. Cover my face generously with a rich Lux soap lather, work it in thoroughly. Then I rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat with a towel to dry. Makes my skin feel so soft and smooth.
Why not try this famous Hollywood complexion care? Get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Use it every day for the next few weeks. Then see if you're not delighted with the way the smooth, luxurious lather cares for your skin. Lux soap facials every day help skin to be fresher, lovelier, more appealing. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hassel as Nicole. As the Pied Piper of old led his children to a happy land beyond the mountains, so our Piper, Mr. Howard, tried to lead his children beyond the sea, to security, to safety, to England.
It took us 3 days to reach Chartres. I remembered then that I had a friend there, a young lady named Nicole Rougeron, whom I'd met on a vacation in Saint Moritz. I decided I would appeal to her for help, but I had to warn the children to be careful. Yes. No excitement, please. We're in a very unpleasant situation. First, no more English, understand? If any of us is heard speaking English, well, it would be really in for it. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sheila?
Monsieur.
That's it. Speak French.
Monsieur.
Well, not to me.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, I suggest we play a little game. I shall be, or rather, I shall pretend to be, very old and stone deaf. Can't hear a blasted word spoken to me, eh?
Oh, good. And a little crazy, too?
Crazy?
Just a little, please.
Well, that might not be bad at that. Mouth open sort of thing, you mean. Might be very good indeed. I might babble a bit, too, you know.
Oh, no, Mr. Howard.
Oh, no?
I think that might be a little too much.
Oh, overdoing it, eh? I thought it was rather good. Stop that now. This is a serious business. Very serious business. Come along now. We'll try to find my friend, Mademoiselle Nicole.
Monsieur Howard. Oh, monsieur.
You remember me, mademoiselle?
But naturally, monsieur. Come in, please. Quick.
Well, I'm not alone.
Come in. And the little ones, too.
Oh, well, come in, children.
Yes, sir. Nicole.
Mamma, you remember Monsieur Howard? Monsieur Howard.
Madame, I am happy to...
If you speak English, close the door. Come inside. To speak English today is not safe. Not safe for any of us.
I know, madame, and I have no wish
No, please. We must be careful. That is all. Our friends are still our friends, regardless.
Well, that's very kind of you, madame.
But, monsieur, the children, you did not have them last year.
Madame, some of them I did not have 24 hours ago. We're on our way to England. Allow me to introduce them. Madame Rougeron, Mademoiselle Nicole Rougeron. This is Sheila. It's a very fine girl. And this is her brother, Ronnie. This is Rose. This is Pierre. And this is... Who is this?
Mark Lamb, Ralph.
What? Where did you come from? I've never seen this one in my life. Sheila.
Yes, sir.
When did he join us?
Well, he's been with us off and on since yesterday.
I see.
You mean, monsieur, you don't know who he is?
No, but on this trip that doesn't seem to be necessary. Boy, where did you spring from? Come on, speak up.
It's Bracado, Monsieur.
That is Dutch.
His name is Villain, not William. Villain.
Yes? How do you know that, Sheila?
He told us.
Listen to this, mademoiselle. Sheila, do you speak Dutch?
Oh, no, sir.
Do you understand Dutch?
No, sir.
But he told you.
Yes, sir.
Then in what language did he tell you?
In no language. He just told us.
Well, I suppose there must be some normal explanation for this system of communication. Very well, Willem. We'll do what we can for you.
Of course. The poor little ones. I wonder if they would like something to eat.
Oh, yes. Oh, of course they...
Yes, they understand that all right, too. I am occasionally seized with the conviction that I am convoying guinea pigs.
Monsieur Howard, you do understand that you are in great danger here?
Yes, I do. And I promise in just a few minutes, when I rested a bit, we'll be on our way. But I was hoping to see Colonel Rougeron also.
We have not heard from my father for several months. At that time, he was with his regiment before Metz.
Oh. You have my sympathy, mademoiselle. I understand. You see, I too have suffered a loss. You remember my son, John?
John? Yes, but...
Well, I regret to inform you that he was killed. He was in the RAF, you know, shot down 2 months ago. Gave a very decent account of himself, I understand, before they got him.
Then he is dead? Excuse me, please.
Mademoiselle Nicole was very kind. She helped us arrange for tickets on the train, and when we left Chartres, she even came along with us. May I ask now where we are bound?
To the Channel, monsieur. The Brittany coast. There is someone there I know might help.
But was this necessary for you, this long, not very safe trip?
Even if someone else could have done it, Monsieur Howard, I would not permit it. It is a thing that I must do myself. Myself alone.
Mademoiselle, I appreciate this, even if I do not understand it.
It would be just a year ago, wouldn't it? That month in Samoritz. But a long, long year. And a sad one.
Yes. It's all quite hard to realize. Every now and then I feel it's all a dream. And presently we'll all wake up. And perhaps John will walk in and we'll sit down and talk together again.
I know.
It took 3 to bring him down, you know. You remember him kindly, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. His letters and our lovers, our only visit together in Paris.
You saw him in Paris?
Once. Just once for 3 days. It was just before the invasion. Oh, we had a beautiful 3 days together.
But I had no idea of that.
No. We told nobody. In time we would have, I suppose. We planned to anyway. Then he went back. And I waited to hear from him. You know, it's funny. You wait and wait. Day after day. You wait for a letter. And then it comes. But it isn't from him. It's from the squadron. So for a long time you don't open it. You just sit there and hold it, wishing you need never open it. Because you know that a letter from a squadron, from a friend, can have that one thing to tell. And then at last you do open it.
My dear child.
And after that, your whole world is darker than it was before.
Nicole's loss had been as great as mine, and I understood then why she had come with us. We went to a little town near the Channel to the home of Nicole's uncle. With the children off to bed, he listened to our story, smoking his pipe, nodding quietly.
And what do you propose now, Nicole?
You have fishing boats, Uncle. You know young men who are not afraid. Can't you find one who will take Monsieur Hard and the children across the Channel?
I'm quite prepared to pay, you understand.
And what is the price of a man's life, monsieur?
But, Uncle, they are little children. They must not be left here. Our country is no longer a place for children.
Our country? Our country is no longer our country. You do not know, Nicole. You have not begun to learn what it is to live under the Boche. How do I know I can trust this man?
But I know him, Uncle. I know him very, very well.
How do I know I can trust you?
Oh, but, Uncle.
How do you know you can trust me?
I refuse even to think such a thing.
Under the Boche, child, that is what happens.
As I have said before, I have no wish to involve anyone else in my own personal problems. I shall, of course, leave the house.
No, please. Let me think about it, monsieur. But, listen. Do you hear? That's a raid on Brest. It's the harbor. They're after the ships.
Why, those filthy...
No, monsieur. That's a British raid. Those are British planes.
British?
That's it. They're after Hitler. That was the report in Brest today, that he was there inspecting the invasion fleet.
Well, after Mr. Schickelgruber, eh? Well...
What is it? Is it a raid?
I should say it is. Those are British planes, Sheila, the RAF.
Our planes?
I've got to get a look at this, by George. Yes, there they are. See? Bang! That's it, boys. Bang! Hit them again. Bang! Bang!
By George, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Bang!
It was late that night when Nicole's uncle came to my room.
I found the man and made all the arrangements. His name is Roquet, and his boat is at a fishing village just 10 kilometers from here. You and Nicole will meet him tomorrow in a cafe near the docks. Nicole knows the...
Roquet. Monsieur Roquet.
Nicole, que diable faites-vous ici?
Mon grand-père, Monsieur Howard. Monsieur Howard ne comprend pas le français.
Oh, yes. All right. You have the boat. The boat. It is by the bottom of the lighthouse. You understand? Yes. From the outside of the cafe, you will see the lighthouse. To the right. You understand?
Yes. When do we start?
Now, tonight. The sooner the better. Bonsoir. Bonsoir, Nicole. Bonsoir, grand-père.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Roquet. That is the lighthouse, Monsieur. And that is the boat.
Sheila, quiet.
Stop here. Roquet.
Here. This way.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye.
Bon voyage, Monsieur.
My child, won't you come with us to England?
No, Monsieur. I'm not English. I'm French. And you have told me yourself that in times of trouble, you should be in your own country and do what you can to help. This is where I belong. Right here.
But afterward.
Yes. Afterward I shall come.
Goodbye, my child.
Goodbye, Monsieur.
Up there! Up! Zeigen Sie das Boot. Sprechen Sie den Mann. Ja, Leutnant.
They're Germans, soldiers.
So, you were leaving us, eh? You were English, yes? Well?
I am English. This young lady is not. She is French.
You will come with me. All of you.
But I tell you that
You will come with me. Hey, Italy. Here's the under, Herr Lieutenant. The boatman. You are English also? I am French. Boom, papa, pour cette boss. Sergeant! Now, monsieur, you will come this way. Please.
Howard, it's pretty good, hasn't it?
But it rather looks that way, Sheila. Oh, Pierre. Pierre.
Les amants. Les amants. Les amants. Les amants.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars will return in Act 3 of The Pied Piper. And now, a tired businessman, a really tired businessman, is being reminded of a promise.
I'm so glad you got home a little early, dear. We promised the Sloanes we'd go with them to that political meeting tonight.
Oh, say, Mary, do we have to go to that? It's been an awful day. I'm fagged out.
Oh, wait and see how you feel after dinner. It's time for a shower if you want one, Jim. I just put fresh towels and soap in the bathroom.
On the road to Mandalay. Oh, boy, this soap sure knows how to lather. Where the flying fishes play. And the dogs.
Why, Jim, you're all dressed up. That's a new tie.
Well, we're going out, aren't we? Say, Mary, when do we eat? You know, that shower kind of pepped me up.
I thought it would. A Lux soap bath always does the trick for me.
There's nothing like a refreshing Lux toilet soap bath to cure that all-in, end-of-the-day feeling. And you're sure to make a hit with the men folks in your family if you put fine white Lux toilet soap in the shower or tub. A man likes the rich, creamy lather, the way it carries away dust and grime in a jiffy. Even in hard water, Lux soap gives quick, abundant lather. Lux, you see, is a quality soap made only of the finest ingredients. But the whole family can enjoy it as a luxurious bath soap because it's thrifty to use. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled. It doesn't get mushy or soft. Each smooth white cake can be used to the last thin sliver. Why not put Lux toilet soap on your shopping list tomorrow? And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll have an answer to the burning question of the evening, as propounded to Frank Morgan by one of his leading ladies, Margaret O'Brien. It's a little personal, but I think you'll be allowed to listen in. And now, here's the third act of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. The land of hope lay just across the channel, a few miles of water between refuge and despair. But Mr. Howard and the children were on the wrong side.
They brought us to a house in the town, the headquarters of the Gestapo. The children and Nicole and Roquet and I. They took us before a major who sat smiling at us from behind his desk.
Very touching, yes. A lovely group of children, mein Herr. Well, I suppose you know that Charlton has been arrested?
I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about.
Nor have you ever heard of Major Cochrane, I suppose, of Army Intelligence War Office in London?
No.
Your memory obviously needs freshening. An English gentleman traveling across France with 5 children anxious only to get home. A pretty and most disarming device.
It happens to be the truth.
Who are these children? Where did you get them?
The 2 English children belong to friends of mine. The others...
You insist on that absurd story.
You asked for the truth, didn't you?
Yes, I should get it. You see, we know who sent the information to the English of the Führer's visit to the fleet at Brest. We know who caused that raid. You and Charlton. What we do not know is how that message was passed through to England. That is what you are going to tell us, Mr. Englishman. And as soon as it is told, the pain will stop, not before. Take them away.
This way. I say, one question, please. Did they get him?
Get whom?
Hitler.
Of course not.
Oh, that's too bad. They took us out of the room, and then they brought me alone to another room down the hall and left me. There was a man sitting there.
Asseyez-vous. Soyez comme chez vous.
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir.
No, I'm English, too. Half at any rate.
English? What are you doing here?
Waiting to be shot.
Oh, you're Challenger.
You've heard of me.
I'm supposed to be mixed up with you in some way. That raid on the ship.
Too bad we didn't get the little beggar.
You mean you were responsible for that, really?
Why, help. There's no point in denying it now. Only I wish they'd stop throwing innocent people in this room with me on the theory that they're going to convict themselves. Really, I look for better things from you, Major Deason. More ingenious.
I say, are you feeling all right?
Quite. I'm assuming, of course, there's a microphone in this room somewhere.
Oh.
They're listening to us right now. You're wasting your time, Major. This man knows nothing about my affairs. But I will tell you this. The English will be back here, and I warn you, they'll not be as gentle as they were after the last war. They'll deal with you this time as they would with vermin. And if you kill this old man, I assure you, you'll be hanged publicly, and your body left to rot on the scaffold as a warning to your other murderers. That ought to hold him.
You're a very rash young man.
Oh, I'm in for it anyway. At least I can get a bit of satisfaction out of it.
The Major had evidently heard enough. A few minutes later, he sent for me.
You're going a little bored with your friend Challenger.
Really? If I were in your place, I would not dismiss what he says too lightly.
Look out of the window there. A very pleasant garden, isn't it?
Very.
That is where your friend, Mr. Charlton, is going to die in just a few minutes, unless you decide to help him.
I know nothing whatever of his work or how he went about it. Nor if I knew would I tell you.
Look, they're bringing him out. You see? The very little thing that I ask. Tell me how he got the information out of France, and I will stop his execution.
I've told you truthfully, I do not know.
You haven't much time. Nobody will ever know. I promise you.
Can't you understand? I know nothing.
As you wish. Just a few seconds now. Are you going to tell me? Well? Too late, I'm afraid. Pippi, come to the window. Would you like to see what you've done?
Swine. Foul. Filthy swine.
Sit down. You puzzle me, really. If you are a spy, you're at least a very clever one. What did you intend to do with those children?
What?
The children. What did you plan to do with them?
I don't know. I hadn't thought. Send them to America, I suppose.
America? Why America?
But I have a married daughter who lives in a district called Long Island. She would have made a home for them until the war was over.
Are you seriously asking me to believe that a woman in America would make a home for 5 dirty little children that you've picked up?
I'm no longer interested in what you believe. Listen, I'll confess anything you wish if you'll only let them go. And Mademoiselle, too. If you'll do that, I'll confess to anything you say.
It is impossible. I simply do not know what to make of you. I can only say that you must be a very brave man to make such an offer.
No, not brave. Just old. The Major was not finished with me yet. The next day I saw him again.
I do not
alone.
believe one word of your story about these children. particularly about your plan to send them to America.
I'll say anything you wish if you'll only let them go.
What about the Jewish child?
Jewish? Which Jewish child?
The dark one.
Is he Jewish? It didn't occur to me to ask.
But in America, would they accept a Jewish child?
I don't believe that they'd turn down any child. Even a German.
Even a German? Are you positive of that?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, how would you like to continue your trip to England?
Not without the children.
And Mademoiselle?
No, she wants to stay here in France.
But if I were to let you go to England with the children, would you be grateful enough to do me a small service?
That would depend on what it was.
There's a certain person to be taken to America. I do not want to advertise her journey, but...
If you think for 1 second that I would introduce a German agent into America, you're even a greater fool than I thought you were.
He can hardly act as an agent. He's only 5 years old.
5?
Yeah. Now, listen carefully. This little girl is my niece. Her father, my younger brother, is dead. Her mother, we learned later, is not wholly Aryan. So we were compelled to dispose of her. But the unfortunate body of the child remains. Half Aryan, half Jewish. She happens to be a sweet child, and I would feel better if she were with my older brother in the United States. He is an American citizen.
She would be safer, you mean?
As you wish. His name is Rupert Deason. He now has a business, a grocery, in a city named Rochester, in New York State.
City?
The city of Rochester, New York.
Are you positive?
Of course I'm positive. What are you talking about? Have you not ever heard of it?
Oh, yes, certainly I've heard of it.
His address is 600 North 3rd Street, and that is where I want her to go. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle may return to her home in shop.
And no harm will come to her.
Not unless you are foolish enough to tell anyone of this arrangement.
Very well. I should be very glad to take the child and see that she's delivered to her uncle.
What is your address in London? I shall send for you when we arrive there.
42 Curzon Street. Yours, I assume, will be a cell in the Tower of London. We were released that night, all of us. Roque had the boat ready, and we stood lined up on the deck waiting for the little girl we were to take with us. She arrived with the Major, a tiny child, carrying a doll in her arms.
Oh, this must be Anna. How do you do, Anna?
How do you do, Anna?
Heil Hitler.
Children, stop it. Stop it immediately. Major Disney, hadn't you better explain to Anna that from now on that salute will be out of place?
Very well. Anna, von nun an brauchst du nicht mehr Heil Hitler zu sagen. Du kommst ins Menschen, die das nicht verstehen.
Nicht mehr? Oh, gut.
Get aboard. I want to see you get away. All of you, get aboard.
Goodbye, Nicole.
Goodbye.
All of this I know you have done for my boy. And for him, I thank you.
Some for him. Some for you, too. You know, once I thought I could never be another man as fine and as brave as your son. But I was wrong. And it wasn't all for you either. It was for the children. Somehow they represent hope. Hope for the future. You are the past. I'm the present. And they are the future. So we must take very, very good care of them.
I have not all night, please.
Au revoir, my dear. You'll come to see me when it's all over, and we'll talk about John.
Oh, yes.
One more thing. The Englishman.
Yeah.
There must be no trickery. If one word of this appears, it will be the concentration camp for your young lady. Remember that.
And if anything happens to my young lady and I hear of it, this whole story will be in the papers and on the shortwave radio mentioning you by name. And you remember that.
You dare threaten me?
You dared threaten me, didn't you?
Oh, that's so.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Good luck and happiness.
Au revoir, Nicole.
Bye. Goodbye.
Well, we're on our way, children. I think you'd all better go below and see if you can't get some sleep.
Do we have to take off our clothes tonight?
No, you may sleep with them on tonight.
Good night.
Good night, my dear. Good night, little Anna. We're all friends now.
Knock there, Howard.
Yeah. Oh, Sheila,
Yes, sir?
There's a little matter I think I ought to clear up with you. You remember our little discussion regarding Rochester?
But yes, Mr. Howard, but I told you.
I know, but it seems that we were both wrong.
Really?
Yes, I happened to be talking it over with a fellow the other night. A fellow knew all about it. It's not a state at all. It's a city. A city in New York State.
Well, now, isn't that peculiar that we both made that mistake?
You're really a very extraordinary girl, Sheila. And I'm very fond of you. And I apologize to you. We reached the English coast the next morning, and in 2 weeks I'd seen them all off to America. That was 4 years ago. I've been in government work since then. I knit. I hear from the children quite often. Just yesterday I had 6 birthday cards. 6 cards in round, childish hand wishing me joy for the coming year. I wish them joy, too. Joy for the coming year and for all the years that they shall know and I shall not. For this is what we are fighting for, and this is our prayer, that there shall be a future full of years for children of every land and of every creed, that they shall know joy and laughter and a bright new world. Sheila must have gone to considerable trouble in sending me her card. It was postmarked Rochester, New York. Really, an amazing child.
And now our stars, Frank Morgan, Margaret O'Brien, and Senior Hasso, come to the footlights to receive our thanks and to help answer a question that I'm sure has been on all our minds. Tell me, Frank, are you preparing to lose an election bet?
Election bet? Certainly not. Not honestly. I mean, honestly not.
I might report that Mr. Morgan brings to our footlights the most luxurious chin foliage ever seen on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, thank you, C.B. I didn't think you'd notice it.
What's the beard for, Mr. Morgan?
What?
What's the beard for, Mr. Morgan?
Well, it's for a picture I'm growing. I'm making.
I'm surprised you can talk through it.
Talk through it? Why, down on his ranch, Mr. Morgan is one of the best hog callers in the county.
Well, thank you, C.B.
Can you really call hogs, Mr. Morgan?
Miss Hasso and I call hogs. They come running with apples in their mouths, all set for roasting. Would you like to hear me?
Yes. Look at his weakest skirts we go.
What? Quiet, please. You'll miss the delicate inflections. Now. Suey, 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 suey. There, I was so convincing I almost thought I heard the patter of their tiny feet. Do you think you could do it, Margaret?
Well, I'll try.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Margaret. Do it.
All right. Suey, suey, suey.
My word, they're coming. Look out, everybody.
You see, Frank, Margaret's quite a versatile actress. She can even go you one better on hog calling.
Can you call hogs, Miss Hasso?
No, Margaret. Not in English. Only in Swedish.
But Miss Hasso is a very distinguished actress, Margaret. She's won every award for acting that Sweden offers. And she's appearing now in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Seventh Cross.
You know, C.B., George G. Nathan calls Miss Hasso the most attractive new foreign actress in America.
Well, you only have to see the story of Dr. Wassel to know that. You know, one of the reasons for that attractiveness, Frank?
Yeah, I know. Lux soap.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You're very kind. But it is true that I've used Lux toilet soap ever since I came to America.
Same here.
You used it ever since you came to America, Margaret?
Yes, ever since I forgot to wash.
Well, I'm sure, Margaret, that can't be often, judging from the memory you've shown here tonight.
Can you plumb up your memory and tell us what's on Lux next Monday night, C.B.?
And for next Monday night, Frank, we have one of the most dramatic stories of modern times. The universal screen hit, Magnificent Obsession. And our stars will be Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. It's a gripping love story in which a man sacrifices himself for a woman and loses her, but in devoting his life to helping others, achieves a final and dramatic happiness.
Sounds like November 13th is the lucky number, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Your hug calling certainly brought home the bacon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Claudette Colbert in Magnificent Obsession. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's an important reminder from your local post office. Christmas mailing this year is expected to top the 1943 holiday volume by 25%. So if you want to be sure that your gifts reach their destination on time, mail them during this coming month, no later than December 1st. The Pied Piper was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Magnificent Obsession with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici.
Fry.
Grand for cake and pie.
Fry.
Every time you fry.
Fry.
It's the shortening by.
Yes, ma'am. New Spry cakes are lighter, better tasting. Spry pastry is so tender and flaky. Spry fried foods are crispier, so digestible. So be a better cook. Bake and fry with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Magnificent Obsession with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the extraordinary child actress, Miss Margaret O'Brien, co-starring with the incomparable Dame May Whitty.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you a remarkable tale of suspense.
And with the strange tale called Cricket, and with the performances of Margaret O'Brien as Little Florence, and of Dame May Whitty as her grandmother, Mrs. Edney, Roma Wines hope indeed to keep you in suspense.
Grandma says we have to move from this house, Cricket. We have to go away. I guess it's the noises and the things she hears at night. She's good, and I love her, but she doesn't understand. There's nothing in this house to frighten anyone, nothing that is bad. Listen, Cricket, there'll be no one here but Anna tonight. And tonight you said you'd come. But I won't be here, Cricket. Grandma's taking me to Golders Green to stay with Aunt Collar until we find another house. Couldn't you come there too, Cricket? It wouldn't be hard to find. No, I guess you couldn't. I guess this is the only house that you can come to. Is that because you died here, Cricket?
Florence?
Yes, Grandma.
Are you ready?
Yes, Grandma. I was just saying goodbye.
Please, Florence.
Couldn't we stay here tonight? Just tonight?
No, dear. Come now. We mustn't keep the cab waiting.
All right, then. You go on ahead. I'll be right down. Goodbye, Cricket. I hope you'll understand.
Hello? No, this is the maid. Mrs. Edney isn't here. No, she's staying overnight in Golders Green with her granddaughter. You're welcome. Goodbye. Who is it?
It's me, Anna.
You shouldn't come in without knocking like that.
I heard Mrs. Edney was gone. Have you finished with the cleaning?
Not quite. You're early.
I was worried.
Has there been another robot raid?
No, not that. I didn't like you being here in the house alone. Anna, I want you to tell Mrs. Edney you're not coming back after today.
But, Charles, I can't do it.
If Mrs. Edney chooses to live in this house, that's her affair, but...
Have you heard it tonight?
Have I heard what?
You know what I mean.
I've heard nothing.
The neighbors have.
Oh, if they minded their own business, they wouldn't hear so much.
They said it was bad.
I'm not interested in what they said.
Well, you should be.
Why should I be?
Because of all the things that goes on in this house. What was that?
Who is it?
Anna?
Oh, Mrs. Edney.
I thought you'd gone. Oh, good evening, Charles.
Good evening.
I thought you were staying the night in Golders Green, Mrs. Edney.
I am. I left Florence there. But I have to meet the real estate man here, Mr. Peters.
Then you are going to move?
Yes, Anna.
Oh, I hope you're not moving because of the stories that have got around.
Oh, don't you worry about me. You'd better go now, Anna. Take your umbrella. It's raining.
If you need me, you'll drop me a line, won't you?
I will. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Edney.
I suppose you don't hear it now, Anna.
Charles. The neighbour's dog's at it again, Mrs. Edney.
The neighbour's dog. You know, there isn't a dog within miles of here.
That must be Mr. Peters now.
It ain't no dog anyone's ever seen, and you know it.
Well, good night, Mrs. Edney.
Oh, hello there. Oh, Mr. Peters. Good night, Anna. Charles. Come in, Mr. Peters.
Oh, I'm so sorry to be so late, but I've been to Brighton.
Have you good news for us?
Well, I saw the house. It's going to take a lot of work before you'll be able to move into it.
Oh, no. I'd planned on being out of this house.
Oh, couldn't you stay here until...
I can't stay in this house another night.
But, Mrs. Edney, after you went through all the trouble of remodeling it after the bombing last year, it seems a pity that you'd be leaving it for something so far less attractive.
My granddaughter isn't well. She hasn't been since her parents were killed at Coventry.
Yeah, I know that, but I should think she'd be more comfortable here than that. Let's see, what's that noise upstairs?
Well, I hear it too.
It's someone up there.
Mr. Peters, would you do me a favor?
Certainly.
Would you come upstairs with me?
Of course. What is it?
Follow me. Do you see anyone in the hallway here?
No, I don't.
This is the guest room. Do you see anything unusual?
No.
I'm sorry to have to do this.
Well, not at all, but...
This is my bedroom. There's no one here, is there?
No, there isn't.
Let's go downstairs again. I could show you through this whole house, and you'd see nothing. No one.
Yes, but Florence...
She isn't here. I took her to her aunt's this afternoon.
Well, I distinctly heard noises. Oh, but perhaps they came from a neighbor's.
Mr. Peters, the noises you heard a while ago, did they sound as though they might have come from a neighbor's?
No. They were in this house, all right. I wish I could help you, Mrs. Edney.
I must ask you to say nothing about our moving to Florence. She's against leaving this house, but I know it isn't good for her to stay here.
I understand that. I smell something burning.
Yes, it's always like that. First the noises, then something burning.
But there is something burning.
You can search the house, you'll see no one. Nor will you find anything burning. I know.
Are you certain there's no one upstairs?
You saw a while ago.
Yeah, but I heard it so clearly. And that smell.
Would you like to go upstairs again?
Yes. I'll go alone this time.
Who is it?
Florence.
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Peters, remember me?
Yes, you're the man who wants us to move out of this house, don't you?
Well, I looked for another house for you because your grandmother asked me to.
Don't look anymore.
Well, if you say so. I thought you were at your aunt's.
No.
Yeah, Florence, that burning smell. Have you been playing with matches?
No.
Well, don't you smell something burning?
Yes.
What is it?
It's him.
Him? What do you mean?
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
Now, you must tell me. You wouldn't want the house to burn down, would you?
The house won't burn down. Mr. Peters, would you please go away?
Very well. Good night, Florence.
Did it hurt much, Cricket?
Your granddaughter's upstairs.
She couldn't be.
Are you sure she wasn't up there a while ago when we both went up?
But you saw. I showed you.
Yeah, you didn't show me your granddaughter's room.
I'm going upstairs. Please wait.
Certainly.
What are you doing here?
I couldn't stay at Aunt Collars any longer.
How did you get in?
I came in the back door from the kitchen.
Why?
I was afraid you'd send me back again.
How did you get here?
I was given a ride. It was raining.
Oh, you're soaking wet. What have you done with your shoes and stockings?
I left them by the oven to dry.
Well, put on your pajamas and go to bed. I suppose we'll have to stay here tonight. I'll say good night to Mr. Peters, and I'll be up later.
I've come back, Cricket. I knew you couldn't go to Aunt Collars, so I've come back here. You don't have to worry anymore.
Mr. Peters?
I'm out in the kitchen. Would you come here for a moment? I found these shoes by the oven. They're scorched.
Well, Florence must have put them to dry.
Yes, I know you've been through a great deal lately, but I'd suggest that you take yourself in hand.
But, Mr. Peters...
Well, I think you've been imagining things. You insisted there was no one upstairs.
But there have been other times.
And are you sure that if you'd investigated them, you wouldn't have found an explanation like tonight?
Oh, I know what you're thinking.
I'm only trying to help you. This burning smell which you thought was so mysterious.
You've been very kind and patient. I'm sorry to have kept you so late, Mr. Peters.
Oh, not at all, but I do wish you'd reconsider your decision to move.
Yes, I'll reconsider. Thank you.
Call me in a few days, and if you still want to move, well, I'll see that...
Very well, Mr. Peters. Good night.
Good night. Why don't you complain to the neighbors about that dog? They've no right to...
But you see, there isn't any... Thanks again for everything. Good night.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as co-stars Dame May Whitty and Margaret O'Brien. In a moment, we will present the second act of Cricket by Mel Dinelli, which is Roma Wine's presentation tonight of Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Elsa Maxwell is recognized internationally as an authority on gracious living. You will be interested in something she said the other day about wine and wartime food rationing. Listen.
I find that people who know one simple secret of serving delicious meals aren't bothered much by food rationing. That secret is to enjoy good Roma wine with food.
That's a grand suggestion from Elsa Maxwell. So remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
I'm letting you stay, Florence, but just for tonight. Now, you must promise me to go to sleep.
But I'm afraid I'll miss him if he comes.
Oh, you must stop talking like that.
Do you know why he might come tonight, Grandma?
He's not coming, dear.
Oh, yes, he is. It's just a year that he's been gone. A year's an awfully long time for someone that you love to be gone, isn't it?
Try not to think about it, dear.
Please, Grandma, tell me about it.
Oh, no, dear. I want you to go to sleep.
Please, Grandma, tell me just once, and then I'll go to sleep. Tell me how brave he was. Please.
Oh, Florence. Well, then will you promise to go to sleep?
Yes, I promise.
Very well. Very well. Once upon a time, there was a little girl, a lonely little girl, and a dog.
A very brave dog.
Yes, a very brave dog. It was during one of those awful raids when we sometimes thought none of London would be left standing. I put you to bed in this very room, and I'd gone downstairs to lock up the house for the night. And the awful bombs seemed to be coming closer and closer. I was standing to one of the windows looking out when I heard the screechy whistle very close. Then there was a splitting crash. And the next thing I knew, I was out in the street. In crowds and confusion. I'd been hurt. It seemed closed. But I knew you were still in there, trying to get up. But they kept telling me not to. That I'd hurt myself. The house was blazing by now. And then I remembered that Cricket was in there too. And I prayed that somehow, some way he'd do something. And then we saw you. You were dazed, and Cricket was tugging at you, pulling you towards the doorway. He was leading you straight to safety. You were almost out, both of you. Suddenly, the flaming doorway crashed. It looked as though you'd been buried under the doorway. And for a moment I thought... But then we saw you coming towards me. It was Cricket who had been trapped inside the house, and we could hear him. The poor, brave dog. There was nothing we could do, for the whole house seemed to fall in after that. And so, the little girl was saved, and her best friend gave his life for her. Well, you make me tell you about it, Florence. It only makes you feel worse.
Oh, no, Grandma. It makes me see how brave and wonderful he was. Grandma, do you hear?
Shh. You're imagining things. It isn't good for you.
Listen, Grandma. Charles hears it, too. I heard him telling Anna about it.
Please, Florence.
And that burning smell. Mr. Peters says it was my shoe.
But it was, dear.
Then what was it all the other time?
Oh, Lawrence, you're feverish. Being out in the rain. You've taken cold. Let me feel your head.
He can't come to any other house. I know.
Now, Florence, I want you to lie quietly and not talk any more. I mean it this time. I'm going downstairs, and you're to be asleep when I get back. Do you understand?
Yes, Grandma. Did it hurt much, Cricket?
Anna. I know it's late, Mrs. Edney, but I thought as long as Charles said things to make you nervous, and you being alone here and all, well, I thought it was the least I could do.
What is it, Anna?
It's about the howling, Mrs. Edney. Charles said there was no dog in the neighborhood, but it seems there is. He belongs to the Hitchfords up the street a ways. They're renting the place, and the lease doesn't allow them to keep pets, so they've been hiding the poor animal out in the barn all tied up. He's what we've been hearing. We found out on the way home.
Oh, thank you for coming back. Florence is ill again. This might help to straighten things out.
Is she bad, Mrs. Edney?
I'm afraid so. I've called the doctor.
Could I help?
Oh, if you could stay here tonight.
I've made plans to, Mrs. Edney.
It's foolish, I suppose, but somehow I am relieved to know that there's another dog in the neighborhood after all.
I know what you mean. I wouldn't for the world have let Charles know. But I was a bit jumpy myself.
If we could only convince Florence now.
Have you taken a temperature?
No, I was going to. Listen.
Yes, it's a robot raid. They've been expecting one.
The lights.
It's probably got the powerhouse.
What do we do?
Don't be nervous. Have you candles?
They're upstairs. Why, it's so dark.
Here, take hold of the banister. Just follow me. Careful of the landing now.
Do you smell something burning?
Yes. Probably has something to do with the lights going out.
Look, Anna. That light. Do you see it?
Yes. It's Florence's room.
But all the other lights are out.
Oh, don't get excited. We'll go out and see. Come on.
Florence.
Yes, Grandma?
What you doing with that lighted candle?
It's for Cricket.
I told you to stay in bed.
I put it in the window for him. It'll help him find the house.
Florence, you're ill.
Here, dear. Let me tuck you in bed.
Listen, he's lost.
Child, that's a neighbor's dog, Mr. Hitchfoot. That's not Cricket.
Oh, yes, Anna. I know his voice anywhere.
Please keep covered until the doctor gets here.
But I'm so warm. My head's burning.
I'll take her temperature.
I'm on fire like he was. Why doesn't he come?
Florence, please. You'll feel better when the doctor gets here.
Oh, this in your mouth, dear.
Is my hair burning, Grandma?
It's the fever. Keep the covers on, dear.
Are the covers to smother the fire, Grandma?
Yes, dear. Keep them on.
Why doesn't he come? I'm burning.
Oh, what's keeping the doctor?
The robot raid. He's probably got his hands full someplace. Here, let's look at the thermometer. Let me have it, dear.
Shh. I think she's asleep.
Poor child. Mrs. Edney. It's almost 103.
Good heavens. Listen. They're getting closer. What do we do? We can't move Florence with a fever like this. It may be pneumonia.
Don't get excited.
He's crying because I'm burning like he did.
Shouldn't I close the window? There's a wind coming up.
Oh, no, Anna. I want to listen for him. I want him to see the candle so he can come home.
All right. Try to sleep, dear.
Is he coming? Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he?
Got to get that fever down. I'll go and get some aspirin.
I'll go with you and get another blanket.
Oh, if the doctor would only come.
Cricket, is that you, Cricket? Oh, if they could only see you now, they'd believe me. Why have you come back, Cricket? Don't run away, Cricket. Here, Cricket. Oh, why? Why can I see you this time? I've never been able to see you before. Oh, don't run away. I'll help you. Oh, now I'll have to follow you. And Grandma told me to stay in bed. Oh, wait for me, Cricket. I'm coming. Wait for me.
Hurry, Anna. Look at the smoke. That's never happened before.
It's coming from upstairs.
Quick. Florence.
It's Florence's bedroom. Oh, the curtains are burning. The candle she put in the window.
Florence.
Look in the bathroom. I can beat these flames out with a rug.
Florence. Florence.
Look. Oh, there's a handkerchief on the windowsill.
Must have climbed down the trellis.
Oh, dear. I can't see her out there. She couldn't be out in this cold.
She must be. Come on. We'll go out the front way. We've got to find her.
We will. Let's tie the knoll back of the house where she used to walk in.
Florence! Florence! We've got to find her, Anna. Listen.
Don't worry. As long as you can hear them robot motors, we don't have to worry. It's only when they stop. Look! Just coming over the knoll.
It's Florence. Oh, thank heaven. Oh, Florence. Florence. Oh, darling, you shouldn't have come out like this.
I had to. I saved him. He might have burned to death.
Would you like me to carry her?
No, thank you. It's not far.
I put the flames out with my blanket, like he did, and now I don't burn anymore either.
Florence.
Mrs. Edney, feel her head.
What do you mean?
The fever's gone.
How?
I don't know.
Ah! Ah! The bomb! It stopped. It's overhead.
Fall to the ground, Mrs. Edney. alive? No. He's all right. I can't see him. Has he? Was he? It must have hit directly on top of it. There's nothing left of your house.
Are you all right over there?
Yes.
That was a bad one.
Oh, Mr. Hitchwood.
Oh, it's you, Anna. Thank heavens. I thought maybe you were in the Edney place.
This is Mrs. Edney. Mr. Hitchwood.
Oh, I'm sorry about your home, Mrs. Edney.
Oh, thank you.
You got our place, too.
Oh, was anyone hurt?
Oh, no. Our dog disappeared just before the attack, and we were out hunting for him. I guess if it hadn't been for him, we'd have all been killed. Was there anyone hurt at your place, Mrs. Edney?
No, we were hunting the dog, too. Was your dog an Irish setter, Mr. Hitchwood?
Yes, he was. But how did you know? We've been keeping him hidden.
And I knew his name, too.
Did you now? Well, what was it?
Cricket.
What? Why, that's remarkable. Remarkable, Florence.
I just can't. What you say, Mr. Hitchwood? Was that really your dog's name?
It was indeed. That's very remarkable of you to know, Florence. I thought there was only one dog in the world named Cricket.
There is. I mean, there was.
And so closes Cricket, in which Roma Wines have brought you Miss Margaret O'Brien and Dame May Whitty as co-stars of tonight's study in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stand by, Americans. Here's Mail Call. One big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear. In answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. You know, friends, lots of Hollywood stars become so famous that they're referred to not by their name, but, well, you know, like Frank Sinatra's called The Voice, Marlene Dietrich is known as Legs, Betty Grable is known as The Body. Well, tonight we bring you the man who is known as the Bob Hope.
He's an old wolf, isn't he?
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Mail Call Hope, telling all you servicemen that because of you each day, total victory becomes surer and surer, and if the Japs don't think so, let them watch how the dictators are getting fewer and fewer. Well, here we are in Hollywood. You know, the opera season's with us again. I've been spending a lot of time at the opera. Everybody likes to hear good singing. Of course, a lot of people listen to Crosby, too. Naturally, everybody who came to the opera was very ritzy. What's swank? Swank. That's French for slink and slunk and mink and skunk. One beautiful society girl was there, and she was really covered with furs. She had a sable coat over her shoulders and an eager beaver on each arm. Frank Sinatra came to the opera, too. He started walking there wearing a big black opera cape. Suddenly a wind came up, and the next thing he knew, he was a dark cloud over San Diego. And those opera tickets were really inexpensive. Expensive, I mean. I take it back. I walked up to the window and took out a $1 bill. George Washington took one look at the price and said, I think we better get Abe in on this deal. When I finally got to my seat, I had a little trouble. There was a soldier sitting in it, but I wasn't afraid. I said, listen, you get out of my seat. And she was a lieutenant, too. It turned out to be a lovely seat, though, right between Rita Hayworth and Ann Sheridan. Every few minutes, they had to turn the cooling system on and turn me off. Lana Turner was there. She was wearing a strapless evening gown, so the following night I went back to see the opera. I just got that. Of course, I hate publicity of any kind, so I tried to remain inconspicuous, but someone noticed me. I don't know why. I was just minding my own business, walking along the balcony railing. opera, though, and it was the first time in history that the soprano ever hit C above high C. She owed it all to years of training, the finest teachers in Europe, and to a kid in the second balcony with a bean shooter. And now for some entertainment. Every once in a while, a band comes along that turns the musical world upside down. The guys who are responsible for the latest upheaval are a group of only 6 hep characters who can really beat it out. Seated at the mail call piano as the leader of this combo, it's Eddie Haywood and the greatest little band in the land. Very much, Eddie Haywood, and now Mail Call takes a great deal of pride in welcoming its next contributor. He's one of Hollywood's truly great stars, a wonderful guy and a favorite with every single one of you, Clark Gable. Well, welcome to Mail Call, Clark.
Thank you, Bob. The pleasure's all mine.
Gee, isn't this wonderful? You know, a thing like this happens once in a lifetime.
What do you mean?
Well, after all, the 2 handsomest men in Hollywood at the same microphone. You know, now that we're standing right next to each other, I've noticed quite a resemblance between us.
A resemblance?
Sure, you're pretty tall, and I'm pretty tall. You've got brown eyes, I've got brown eyes. You've got a nice profile, and I can always get my nose fixed.
Bob, I'm sorry to introduce a serious note here, but there's something I wanted to discuss with you.
Well, gee, you really sound serious.
Well, I am. Is there any place around here where 2 men could talk in private?
Yeah, but I haven't got a key. What is it you want to know, Clark?
Well, I'd just like to ask you one question.
Yes?
How can I become a wolf?
You know what I thought you just said? I thought that you, Clark Devil May Care Gable, asked me, Bob, who cares Hope? I thought you asked me to teach you to become a wolf.
That's exactly what I asked you.
This is the biggest upset in Hollywood since Crosby got that Oscar. So you really want me to show you how to become a wolf, huh?
That's right.
I don't know where to begin. I've never had this much material to work with before. But tell me, Clark, how did you happen to hear I was so popular with the girls?
Well, don't try to act shy. It's all over town.
Oh, really?
Sure. Everyone says you're the number one ladies' man.
Oh, well, please, I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, all right.
Oh, I'm willing to listen.
Come on, quit stalling, Bob. Let me in on some of your secrets. How did you ever learn so much about women?
Well, I used to be rosin boy with Phil Spitali and his all-girl orchestra. But I'll be glad to give you any tips I can, Clark.
Well, I'd appreciate it, Bob.
Well, in the first place, there's a new trend. Women don't go so much for that rough, tough approach now.
They don't?
No, now they go for the Frank Sinatra type. It used to be love 'em and leave 'em. Now it's kiss 'em and collapse 'em.
Well, I guess I could become a little gentler.
And another thing, you might try being a little more sophisticated.
Well, but, Bob, I thought I was sophisticated. I just finished reading 3 chapters of Forever Ember.
I started reading that, but, gee, no pictures.
Bob, I was looking forward to a little more concrete aid, in the form, perhaps, of a telephone number.
A telephone number?
Sure, you know lots of girls.
Well, yes, but I make a practice of never giving away a phone number unless I get one in return.
Well, that's fair enough. Here's a phone number right here. You'll like her, too, Bob. She's a big movie star.
Oh, swell. Now I'll open my address book. Don't get around much anymore. Now let me see what names I've got here. Say, here's one under the letter L. Lana
Turner?
No, Lana Crowdfinder, smaller firm. But I don't think you like her anyway. Oh, here's one. This is really swell.
Is she beautiful?
She's lovely, and here's her number.
Great. I'll go call her right now. And why don't we get together later?
Oh, good idea. I'll get in touch with the girl you gave me, and we'll be seeing you.
I'd like to get a little gal up there whose popularity with our troops overseas has flooded the Armed Forces radio service with letters each and every week. Here she is, that tuneful GI armful, giving out with I'm Gonna See My Baby, Connie Haynes.
I'm gonna see my baby. I'm gonna see my baby. I'm gonna see my baby when he gets home. Victory Day. I'm gonna see my baby, 'cause I really miss my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby and live and love the U.S. way. Emails the right way. You just got something to say, but emails not like way. Your arms and your honey and he's home today. I'm gonna see my baby. I really miss my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby when he gets home. Victory Day. Gonna get back to the double track. See my friends down on Main Stage. Go by the joint and say hello to the boys. Then grab my boy and say, let's get lost. 'Cause I'm gonna see my baby. I really miss my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby when he gets home on Victory Day.
Gee, imagine going out with a girl from Clark Gable's address book. Well, this is the right house here. I wonder what she looks like. Her voice sounded so romantic on the phone. Well, my tire's on straight. Here goes. Oh, hello. I have a date with a girl named May.
That's me. Dame May Whitty. Are you the Robert that called on the phone before?
Well, yeah, I'm the Robert.
But you said your last name was Taylor.
Yes, I know. But as a matter of fact, there's quite a resemblance between Robert Taylor and me.
Oh, really?
Sure, he's pretty tall. I'm pretty tall. He's got brown eyes. I've got brown eyes. He's got a nice profile.
And you can always get your nose fixed.
You got a bigger laugh than I did. Anyway, I'm sorry about this whole mix-up.
Oh, that's all right. In fact, I've been most anxious to go out with a man of my own age.
Well, I'll admit I'm not a kid, but as I think that a little maturity is what gives me my charm. As Shakespeare once said, how many things by seasoned are?
What else did he tell you that day?
I don't remember, but I can check with Crosby.
By the way, where did you get my phone number?
Oh, from a very good friend of mine, Clark Gable.
Clark Gable? I wonder how he has an address book with my name in it.
I understand his grandfather left him everything.
Bob, what's that you're carrying under your arm?
Oh, I forgot. I brought these flowers along for my date.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Why, they're absolutely beautiful. Paper roses. Heavens, these must have cost a fortune.
No, only 5 cents. I made them out of the Examiner. You can smell them and read Dick Tracy at the same time.
Well, I'm just about ready to go. Oh, I just thought of something.
What's that?
Do you think I'd look more youthful if I went upstairs and put on wedges?
Aren't you swinging after the ball went by?
My, you're really dressed up for this occasion.
Well, after all, we're going to the theater.
Yes, but don't you think you're overdoing it a little? Wearing a coat with tails to the theater?
This coat hasn't got tails.
Well, there's something hanging down the back.
Yes, when I'm tired, I drag a little. But we better move along. We have to meet another couple at the theater.
Oh, really?
Yes, I gave Clark Gable a phone number, and he's probably picking up his girl right now.
Well, this is the address she gave me. I wonder what she looks like. Her voice sounded so romantic on the phone. Well, my tie's on straight. Here goes. Good evening. I'm Clark Gable.
Hello, I'm Margaret O'Brien.
I can't understand this. Hope told me if I came over here, I'd have a date with a tall, stately, beautiful girl.
You have, and thank you. Don't you remember me, Mr. Gable? I talked to you when you called before.
Well, yes, but you sounded much older on the phone.
I know. I was just using my adorable call voice. If you want anything, just whistle.
Well, I'm still a little mixed up about this, Margaret. How did you ever get acquainted with Bob Hope?
Well, you see, when my mother and Auntie go out at night, he gets 50 cents an hour for sitting with me. Just a second, Mr. Gable. I'll go get my coat.
Well, now, wait a minute. I'm a little concerned about this date. Maybe we ought to take along a chaperone.
Well, all right. But I promise you'll be safe. You know, Mr. Gable, you haven't said a word about my gown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret. It's really beautiful.
Do you think it's too daring?
Daring?
It's my formal. Strapless rompers.
Come to think of it, it might be considered pretty risque.
Well, I run around with a pretty adult crowd.
No fooling.
I don't want this to get around, but when my boyfriend takes me out riding, he steers with one hand.
Why, that's dangerous.
It certainly is. Yesterday we almost fell off the scooter.
Well, we have to meet another couple, so we better get started. And I hope you have a good time with me, Margaret.
Oh, I know I shall. Do you want to make everything just perfect?
Certainly. I'll do anything I can.
Anything?
Sure.
Then for the rest of the evening, would you just call me Scarlet?
Let's face it, folks, one helping of Eddie Haywood and Company is never enough. So here's Eddie again, and this time it's The Sunny Side of the Street.
Well, Dame May, here we are at the theater. You see, it wasn't such a long walk for you after all, just 40 blocks.
Yes, but at times I had to run pretty fast to keep up with you in that bus.
Well, I kept leaning out of the window to point the way.
I thought we were supposed to meet another couple in front of the theater.
Well, they'll be along. Here they are now.
Hello, Bob. Sorry to be a little late.
Oh, that's all right. Dame May, I think you know Clark Gable.
Oh, yes. But Clark, I thought you were supposed to bring a girl with you.
Look down here.
Well, there's no use standing out here on the sidewalk. Let's go in the theater.
Why, Mr. Gable, you forgot to park our scooter.
Oh, that's right. I'll be back in a minute.
Gee, that was cute, Margaret. The two of you came down on the scooter, huh?
Yes, and I like Mr. Gable because he's a strong, silent type.
He really is?
Oh, yes. He just sat there quietly while I pushed him up the hill.
Well, here I am, back again.
Oh, well, before we go in the theater, what's playing here, Bob?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, you picked out the theater. Don't you even know what picture they have?
No, of course not. One picture is just as good as another.
Oh, then let's go to the theater across the street.
We will not. They're not showing The Princess and the Pirate there.
Mr. Hope, what's the Princess and the Pirate about?
Well, Margaret, it's a fairy tale. I play the part of the hero, and I marry the princess.
Gee, I thought all the fairy tales had a happy ending.
Well, I'll go buy the tickets. You wait right here.
Oh, no, you don't have to buy tickets for any picture I'm in. I'll just go to the manager and get some passes. Oh, there he is now. I'll be back in a second. Oh, manager!
Well, look who's here.
Yes, I'd like to go in and see my picture.
Again?
Now, look, I've only...
No lunch pail today?
Now, look, you, there's nothing wrong with me coming to see my own picture.
812 times?
811, once I sat in the balcony with a girl. Now, do I or don't I get in free?
I'm sorry. The theater operator's code says quite clearly in Clause B, excommunicatus contempora ad dictorum con moto valedictum fini.
What does that mean?
We gives no pass to one meatball.
Report you, and not only for that either. The Princess of the Pirate is playing here. You got pictures of Bing Crosby all over the lobby.
Well, he's in the picture, too.
He only has a small part. I'm the star of that picture. Give me one good reason why you got Crosby's picture all over the lobby.
Because we're trying to make some money.
Oh, is that so? Well,
please, Bob, there's no need to make all this fuss. Come on, I'll buy the tickets.
Oh, no, you don't. Why should you buy the tickets?
But I insist.
Nothing doing. Margaret and Dame May have been working steady.
I wish you fellows would get this settled.
Okay, it's settled. I'll pay.
Oh, no, I'll pay.
No, I'll pay.
I'll pay.
All right, you pay.
Who, me?
Oh, goodness, look at the time.
What's the matter?
It's 7:30. I have to go home now.
Why do you have to be home so early?
I have to get my beauty sleep. You know us actresses. If we're not careful, somebody younger will step right into our shoes. Goodbye.
Well, that leaves just the three of us.
Well, then, the three of us. Oh, my gracious. Isn't this Wednesday night?
Well, yes. What about it?
Well, every Wednesday night there's a symphony concert at the Philharmonic.
A concert?
Yes, and tonight I live.
You mean?
Yes, if no one stops me, I'm dancing with Toscanini.
Well, there they go.
Yep. It's just the two of us now. Got any more numbers?
Nope. You got any more numbers?
Nope.
Well, what'll we do?
What can we do? Let's go up on the balcony and hold hands. It was swell having you on mail call, Clark. Before we write for Nia, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, Bob. If you let me get serious for a few minutes, I'd like to read you something a very great man wrote. I loved the infantry, he said, because they were the underdogs. They were the mud, rain, frost, and wind boys. And in the end, they were the guys without whom the battle could not have been won. I remember sitting in the darkness of an invasion barge. Even the dizziest of us knew that before long, many of us stood an excellent chance of being in this world no more. I don't believe any of us was afraid of the physical part of dying. That isn't the way it is. The emotion is rather one of almost desperate reluctance to give up the future. That includes so many things. Things like seeing the old lady again, going to college, of holding your kid on your knee, of again becoming champion salesman of your territory. And yes, even of just sitting in the sun once more on the south side of a house in New Mexico. I never heard anybody say anything patriotic, the way the storybooks have people talking. I think it was just the application of plain, unspoken, even unrecognized patriotism.
Clark, I knew the man who wrote those words. You're right, he was a great man.
One of America's greatest, Bob. His name was Ernie Pyle.
That's it, fellas. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Bob Hope, Clark Gable, Dame May Whitty, Margaret O'Brien, Connie Haynes, Eddie Haywood and his orchestra, Frank Nelson, the Armed Forces Radio Service Orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. This program is arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Hal Wallace.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you've heard that story of two ghosts indulging in a bit of phantom conversation. One turned to the other and asked that question that has troubled ghosts since time began. Do you believe in people? We bring you tonight the story of a ghost who cherished very little confidence in people and even less faith in himself, though legend dubs him one of England's most spectacular phantoms. Charles Lawton plays a title role in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's comic fantasy, The Canterville Ghost. Co-starred with Mr. Lawton is an actress still young on the vine, and shortly to be starred in MGM's Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, winner of this year's Academy Award. Also in our cast is Tom Drake, who, as Cuffy Williams, finds himself billeted with American expeditionary troops in the ancient castle of the Cantervilles, where what transpires may sometimes challenge your belief at the same time that it sparks your risibility. While the setting of our play is wartime England, America has had its share of ghosts, too. In fact, there was a time when it was considered a safe precaution to dunk all suspicious characters in water. If they stayed under, they were innocent of harboring antisocial spirits. Well, we'd hardly tolerate such laundering in our present-day society, unless, of course, we added Lux Flakes to the process. Give Lux Flakes a ghost of a chance, and you'll never work yourself into a skeleton with old-fashioned methods. We lower our lights for the first act of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica de Canterville, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Authorities on the subject of phantoms declare that the most fearsome ghost in all the British Isles is that of a somewhat overweight nobleman named Sir Simon de Canterville. Haunting Canterville Castle for 300 years, this portly apparition has been unique for its keen sense of showmanship and its spectacular variety of tricks, shapes, and sound effects. The ghost originated in 1634, when Sir Simon was scheduled to fight a duel. He took one look at his fierce and towering opponent and ran away from the field of honor in a startling display of speed and cowardice. He was chased to his father's castle by his frustrated opponent, Sir Valentine.
Where is he? Where is the cowardly poltroon? Sir, what means this violation of my hall? Lord Canterville? Aye? I am Sir Valentine of Bolton Manor. Your son, Sir Simon, having accepted my challenge, fled before my sword. Fled? You lie, Sir Valentine. I demand that the fat coward faces me.
You're new to these parts, Sir Valentine, or you would know that cowardice in a Canterville is like snow in July. Every Canterville bears on his neck the Canterville birthmark. It is the badge of valor. So call off your hounds and leave these halls.
Fine words, my lord, but it seems the hounds have found their quarry. That room there. Why is the door closed? And why do my hounds leap upon it?
No son of mine cowers behind the door.
No? Then my lord can have no objection to sealing up the door with stone and mortar?
I certainly can. I have too great a regard for my house.
For your house, my lord, or for your son?
Giles, Thomas, fetch the stonemasons. Tell them to bring their brick and mortar. One more stone, Sir Valentine, and the room is sealed. Are you satisfied?
Aye.
And you still think my son is in that room? If he's a coward, why is he not called?
He is a coward. Father! Ah! He finds his tongue at last.
I heard
Mason,
nothing.
Stop.
I heard nothing. Continue, Masons. Seal up the wall.
Father! It is Simon, my son. My lord.
There is no one in that room. Put in the last stone, I say. Put it in.
Father! But, my lord, 'twas only meant in jest.
Leave my house.
Aye, but 'tis thy son thou hast entombed there.
And you, Masons, get you hence. Simon de Canterville, full well I know it is thou behind this masonry. But because thou hast dishonored thy proud blood, that room shall be thy tomb. When thou art dead, may thy craven spirit walk the halls of Canterville Castle until a kinsman shall wear thy signet ring and perform for thee the brave deed thou didst fail to do.
So did Sir Simon die, and so was born the Canterville Ghost. Now it's 1942. Canterville Castle stands silent and deserted, inhabited only by a slightly tired but still fearsome phantom. The only remaining Canterville is Lady Jessica. She and her aunt find living less disturbing in a modest cottage on the castle grounds. Lady Jessica is 7 years old.
Auntie, I just saw him. I just saw the ghost.
The ghost, dear? Where?
On the roof of the castle.
Oh, that was the tinsmith, darling. He's mending the water spout. We're turning the castle over to some American soldiers.
American soldiers?
Rangers, I believe they're called. Like our commandos.
But good gracious, Auntie, can they live in the castle when it is haunted?
Your family did, darling, until 20 years ago.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Potter?
Everything's ready at the castle.
We were wondering about tea, ma'am. Of course. I'll be there shortly. Yes, ma'am.
You're going, Auntie?
Certainly, dear. They'll be our guests. Noblesse oblige.
But, Auntie, you're not well. Remember what the doctor said?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't.
Auntie, what does it mean? Noblesse oblige?
Oh, it's just an expression, darling.
But what does it mean?
Well, noblesse oblige is French.
Those of us who are nobly born must prove ourselves worthy by being kind and thoughtful of others. So when guests arrive, we must see that they enjoy their stay.
Auntie, these Americans, will they be cowboys and Indians?
Mm-hmm. Some of them, I dare say.
What does one do to make Indians welcomed?
Jessica, you're not going to the castle.
Well, someone should greet our soldiers.
But aren't you afraid of the ghost?
Oh, yes, Auntie.
And you still want to go?
I really should. It's my castle, and noblesse oblige. It starts when you're born, doesn't it?
Run along then, darling. The Americans should be there now.
Thank you, Auntie. And don't worry. The ghosts almost never come out in the daytime.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but Lady Jessica has just arrived. She'd like to say good evening to you, soldiers.
Well, tell her we'd be honored.
Very good, sir.
What do you say to a dame that's a lady?
Do you have to kiss her hand? Now, watch it. Lady Jessica de Canterville.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Holy smoke. It's a midget.
No, it's a half pint.
How do you do? I want you to all know I'm glad you're here. And I do so hope you'll enjoy your stay in my castle.
Well, lady, may I say on behalf of my fellow Americans that we're very grateful for your hospitality.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You'll excuse the fellas, I hope. Yes, we thought Lady Jessica was...
Yeah, you see, I thought that a girl had to be married before she was a lady.
Oh, dear no. A lady is a lady when she behaves like one, my auntie says. Which one of you are Indians?
Oh, that tall fellow, Trigger, he's an Indian.
Oh, to which tribe do you belong?
He's a Hoboken Indian.
I don't believe I've ever read about that tribe.
Please serve, gentlemen.
Of course. Will you pour, my lady?
I'd like to, Mr.
Williams, Private Cuffy Williams.
I shall be happy to, Private Williams.
This way, gents.
Like some more tea?
Who did that? Come on now, who did it?
Who did what, Sergeant?
Who made that spot on the rug? Who spilled the tea? Speak up.
Oh, that's not tea, sir.
It ain't?
No, sir. It's blood.
Quite so. The blood of Lady Barbara Modish. She stabbed herself in the throat when she saw him.
Him? Who was him?
It's Simon, our ghost.
Your ghost, did you say?
Yes, he's quite the most famous ghost in England. And he lives here in this castle.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you about...
Oh, but we do. Now, give the lady a chance, fellas. If she says her ghost is haunted, well, who are we to quibble?
It may sound irregular to you, but I have seen the ghost myself.
No fooling.
And that's the door to his bedchamber behind that tapestry. Isn't it, Mrs. Potter?
Aye, he was walled up in there centuries ago.
Holy catfish.
Well, that's awful.
Yes. Every night now on the stroke of 12, his spirit walks the halls.
Searching for a kinsman with the mark at the Canterville.
Oh, gentlemen, beware.
I shouldn't tell you this before bedtime, but the Dowager Duchess of Stutfield was found one night on her balcony, stark, staring mad. There's the loveliest picture of her gibbering like an idiot.
You don't say.
That's awful.
And Lady Margaret Bilton, she drowned herself in the fish pond. Because do you know why? Because there he was again, with long green fingers, twitching with palsy, and his eyes burning like coal. The bloodsucker of Bexlingore.
Bloodsucker? Didn't I tell you, fellas? Who are we to quibble?
What is your name, please?
Cuffy Williams.
Well, Cuffy Williams, I know right well that you've been laughing at me.
Oh, no, my lady, no.
But just you wait until midnight.
12. Hey, Cuffy, it's 12 o'clock.
Oh, so what?
Hey, Cuffy, do you think there's anything in this ghost business?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Pipe down, you guys. I said pipe down. That ain't us, Sarge.
Sounds like somebody dragging ash cans around.
No, it's James. Hey, look. There's a light in the stairs. Hey, fellas, look, it's taking shape.
It's him. It's Sir Simon.
I am the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville. Did you ever see a man slice off his own head? Observe. It's off. A head without a body without a head. Now it's on. Now it's off. Now it's on again.
Yeah, it's on, but you have it on backwards.
Have I? Excuse me. Is that better?
That's grand, little boy.
Take care, take care. Take care.
Fellas, I'm going to let him have it.
Stop that hideous noise. Stop it.
These fellas, the bullets went right through them.
So what? They scared him off, didn't they? Well, let's face it, Sarge. That was a real ghost.
Yeah, I don't believe it, but I saw it. Hey, what if he comes back?
Well, we've got to scare him again.
Scare a ghost?
Sure, and this time scare him good. Now listen, you guys, I've got an idea. We put on our gas masks, take the sheets and wrap them around us, and then when he comes back...
Attention!
Good morning, men.
Morning.
Well, from now on, we're officially attached to the British Commandos. We're going to celebrate with a 10-hour endurance hike. What's the matter with the men, Sergeant?
Sir, I'm afraid they didn't sleep so good last night.
Oh, why not?
Well, maybe it was, well, you know how it is, a strange place.
Jordan, is that what kept you up, a strange place?
Oh, no, sir. What kept me up was seeing the ghost. Wasn't it, Ed? Oh, yes, sir, that's right.
You saw a ghost?
Oh, you should have seen him, sir. He cut off his own head. We shot at him. Then he put on sheets and gas masks, and we scared him away for good. I hope.
All right, Sergeant. What really kept him up last night? Well?
It was the ghost, sir.
Ghost, huh? Phone the platoon. I guarantee the men will sleep tonight.
Yes, sir. Paul.
Williams, where'd you get that limp?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. I was running up the stairs.
Chased by the ghost?
Oh, no, sir. I was chasing him.
Well, you can chase yourself right back into that castle and spend the next 10 hours sweeping the floors.
Yes, sir. Well. Hello there, lady.
Oh, it's you.
Who did you think it was?
No one. I was just bringing these onions into the pantry.
Really? Then why did you take that great circle route?
Auntie thought the mess sergeant might like some onions. I'm a brownie, and brownies raise onions.
Oh, come now. You were afraid I was a ghost.
Well, what if I was?
Well, he's nothing to be afraid of.
Didn't he come last night?
Sure, and we chased him right up the chimney.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, you think I'm kidding, huh? Well, we'll ask the old foxy grandpa himself.
Who?
The ghost.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Let's see. This is the door to the room that's walled up, isn't it? Pretty solid. Hey, Grandpa, open up. Well, what do you know? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no, please. Auntie's expecting me home.
Come over here. Come on. That's right. Now, look. You just pretend you're not afraid and you won't be. That's all there is to it.
Are you sure?
I'll prove it to you. Come on. Hey, Ghost, where are you hiding?
That must be where he was walled up.
Those bricks look loose. Maybe I could find a... Well, what do you know? Look.
What?
Over there on top of the mantel. Sir Simon, he's sitting on the mantel.
Must you invade even my tomb? Will there be no place I can call sanctuary?
What are you doing up there?
Trying to keep out of drafts. I have a slight head cold.
Well, drift down here. There's someone I want you to meet.
I have already met your colonial ruffians. They pursued me through the hall like ghosts, humans.
Now, nobody's going to hurt you, Grandpa. I want you to meet Lady Jessica. Sir Simon the Ghost.
Milady.
How do you do?
Not at all well, thank you.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you. Atta girl. Oh, she's been scared stiff of you. And I just wanted to show her that you wouldn't hurt a flea.
Sir, my record speaks for itself. An unbroken reign of terror for 3 centuries.
Well, record or no record, as long as her ladyship's around, you've got to behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself. Quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes. I must gibber from the oriel window on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays of every month. It is my solemn duty to haunt these halls.
Oh, that's a lot of ectoplasm.
But, Cuffy, he's the family ghost.
Americans, child. What can a people without ancestors know about ghosts?
Now, wait a minute. You never heard of the Headless Horseman? Or, Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost? Or Mrs. Pruneface?
Provincial stuff. Spirits with neither crest nor title.
Titles? Or what about Count Basie? Duke Ellington, the King of Swat?
Nobility and a democracy, balderdash.
But, Sir Simon, we've had democracy here in England ever since the Magna Carta.
Madam, I have never chosen to recognize it.
But you should, Sir Simon. That's what we're fighting this war about.
That's the stuff, my lady. You see, you're not afraid of bid.
Oh.
Well, now that you two Cantervilles are acquainted, you must have a lot of family matters to gab about. So, well, I'll get on with my cleaning. You sure you're all right, my lady?
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you later.
Unless you'd rather be alone.
Oh, no, please, pray sit down. I'd forgotten my manners.
Well, if I may say so, you could have been a little more polite to Cuffy just now.
After what he and his band of hooligans did to me, I may have very little else, but I still have my pride.
But you frightened them.
I must frighten people. I have a reputation to uphold. The most fearsome phantom in all England.
Cuffy told me that they chased you up the chimney last night.
That's because they wore those ghastly masks and shrouds. Lady Jessica, I can pretend no longer. Since last night, it is I who am frightened. I who tremble at the slightest noise.
Oh, you poor ghost.
Do you know what it means to be a ghost? To live in emptiness between heaven and earth, with nothing for company but bitter memories.
But you have to keep on being a ghost?
I am condemned to be a ghost until a kinsman perform a brave deed in my behalf. Oh, if I could only rest, if I could only die. Oh, to be buried in the soft brown earth in the garden beyond the pine woods. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow.
Oh, dear, I wish I could do a brave deed for you.
How's it go, lady?
Oh, fine.
Sorry to bust up this reunion, but the Louie will be back in a minute.
Goodbye, Sir Simon. And I'm very happy to have met you.
Milady.
Cuffy, I think you ought to tell your friends not to chase him up the chimney anymore.
Well, that depends on him.
But he's so old and tired. Oh.
Hey, take it easy.
I stumbled on my shoelace. It's untied.
Well, stand still. I'll tie it for you.
Cuffy.
Huh?
What's that on your neck? That mark.
Oh, that's just a birthmark. Hey, where are you going?
There's something I have to tell Sir Simon. It's very important. I've got to tell him. Sir Simon.
Are you back so soon, milady?
Cuffy has the Canterville birthmark on his neck.
What, that American ruffian?
Exactly like my father had. He must be a Canterville. Isn't that wonderful?
Gad, and what if he be a Canterville? Shall I prance around joyously like a saucy antelope?
But, Sir Simon, if Cuffy is a Canterville, and if he does a brave deed for you, he can't save you, can't he?
Can it be that they have concealed from thee why I am still here? Just fancy it is merely because I cannot find the kinsman.
Well, I've overheard Mr. Potter say that all the Cantervilles always turn out to be cowards. But that isn't true, is it?
Cowards? Gross flattery. Had they twice the courage, 'twould only give them half the name.
Sir Simon.
Thy grandfather, would he mount a horse? Thy father, so fearful of water that he trembled in his bath. or thyself swooning at the mere sight of my shadow?
Really now, it's your family too, Sir Simon.
Only too well do I know it.
But Tuppy can save you. I know it. It isn't true that all Cantervilles have to be cowards. I was a coward, wasn't I? I was frightened to death of you. And now look at me. I'm not afraid of you in the least. Don't you see, Sir Simon?
Nay, it is in the Canterville blood and bones.
It isn't in my blood and bones, and it isn't in Cuffy's. Oh, Sir Simon, I'll arrange for you to meet him again tonight in the garden beyond the pine woods. And if it turns out that he is a Canterville, my goodness, then you'll be able to go to sleep at last.
Very well, my child. At 7, I gibber in the portrait gallery, following which I practice horrible hallucinations. If these go well, I'll meet thee in the garden shortly before 8.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, will continue in a moment. Now, let's listen in on a conversation in one of Hollywood's popular restaurants.
No dessert for me, just coffee. Oh, dear, this new diet. Oh, Betty, what are you staring at? That girl at the table in the corner. She has on a rayon print dress just like yours. Where? Oh, she must have bought it last year, too. What do you mean? Yours looks brand new. Oh, heavens, no. I got it at the beginning of last summer. You'd never know it. Hers looks much older than that. Sort of faded and washed. Meow. She probably did wash it out the wrong way. Better not wash yours then if that's what happened. Really? I've done it lots of times already. No. But they look so different. You must have a knack. No knack. Just Lux Flakes. I always use them, and I never had a dress look like that in my life. Not so loud. She's coming this way. It'd do her good to listen.
Yes, it would help that girl to know about Lux Flakes. Actual washing tests prove that gentle Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. So don't risk wash day methods that are hard on fabrics. Strong soap, hot water, rough handling can make colors look drab far too soon. Let Lux keep your washables lovely longer. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Nightfall envelops the massive turrets of Canterville Castle. In a garden beyond the pine woods, Lady Jessica and Cuffy Williams patiently await the ghost of Sir Simon. Suddenly, Jessica sees a faint, phosphorescent glow. Her face brightens in response.
Here's Sir Simon. See, I brought him.
Hiya, Sir Simon. Well, what's cooking?
Cooking?
Yes, I mean, what's all the mystery?
Go on, Sir Simon. Ask him.
Tell me, prithee, dost thou by any miracle remember aught of thine ancestors?
Ancestors? Well, my old man would never look his up. Said he was afraid one might turn up that ended in a hot seat.
Hot seat? Nowadays, England and America have everything in common, except, of course, the language.
Think back, Cuffy, and try to remember.
Well, I had an Aunt Martha. She was a little wacky on the subject. Traced my mother's family tree back to some guy that landed in Massachusetts way, way back. Name was, Marmalade. No, Montmorency? No, Marmaduke.
That same Marmaduke who fled to Salem after Cromwell scattered the chivalry of England to the four winds?
Oh, Sir Simon.
You knew him?
The son of my brother Anthony.
Now, take it easy. How do you know it's the same Marmaduke?
By the birthmark of the Cantervilles observed beneath the ruffle of my collar.
Holy cats. A birthmark same as mine.
Now show me thine, please. Holy cats, indeed.
What did I tell you?
Well, I'll be... Well, that makes me your,
nephew. Great great nephew.
Aye, thou art a kinsman who can free me from these earthly bonds.
Huh?
By performing a brave deed in his name.
You mean that's all I have to do?
Thou art a Canterville, the bluest blood in all broad England. Wilt wear my signet ring and carry it into battle in my behalf?
You must save him, Cuffy. He's so old and sleepy.
Okay, it's a deal. The first time they turn me loose on those Nazis.
I shall be everlastingly grateful, nephew.
I, too.
Thumbs up, Uncle. It's in the bag.
Good night to Simon.
Good night, Godspeed. Oh, Father, grant that he be not like the others.
Hey, fellas, get a load of this. Get a load of what? A bulletin from the lieutenant.
Well, will you listen to this? Because of inefficiency of platoon billeted at Canterville Castle, cause of which has not yet been satisfactorily explained, all leaves to London are hereby canceled.
I could tell him the cause. Nobody around here can get me sleep.
How can we sleep with a ghost in the joint?
What gets me, the Louis still thinks we stayed up all night shooting crap. If he'd only seen the ghost.
Oh, listen, you guys, why don't you lay off that poor old ghost? He's perfectly harmless.
Harmless. He just ruined our weekend.
Well, he's just doing his job. A ghost has to groan through keyholes and rattle chains.
Why the sudden sympathy?
Well, I've got a sort of personal interest in him. Gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that I am the long-lost Duke of Canterville, the bluest blood in all England.
Oh. The Duke of Canterville yet, huh?
Seems to me I seen you in the induction center, buddy.
If I were you, I'd be careful what I said and did, see?
Like what?
Well, like loafing on my lawn and talking before you're talked to.
So this is your private lawn, huh, Dookie?
Yeah.
Only you can lie on it?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Grace.
Then lie! Sit on him, Eddie, and leave us remove his royal breeches.
It's an all English costume.
Yeah, the pants and the Duke. Hey, put it on!
I got him. Here's his pants.
Okay, Dookie, you can get up now.
Hey, fellas, look, carriage is coming.
It's Lady Jessica and the Dame.
Hey, give me my pants.
Get behind us, Cuffy. Gather round him, gents. The Dame's coming.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is my aunt, Mrs. Pulverdine.
How do you do?
Cuffy, won't you come and meet my aunt?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd better meet her from back here. How do you do?
Why are you hiding behind the others?
Oh, it's just sort of a military procedure, Lady Jessica.
Oh, Cuffy, I mean all of you. Auntie said I might invite you to the party in the village this afternoon. It's only a Saturday at home dance, but there'll be refreshments.
James, too? I mean, Scoits? I mean, Doyles?
Oh, yes, and you'll all come. 4 o'clock at the service center. Don't forget.
Oh, there's the mail. Mail call.
Auntie, look at Cuffy.
Well, what sort of a uniform is that?
Why, Cuffy's wearing kilt. It's very nice of you to dance with me, Cuffy.
Oh, not at all, my lady.
But I'm afraid I'll never learn this kind of dancing.
Why, you're cutting the rug to ribbons.
Cutting a rug?
Well, what I mean is, you give with a jive. How's it feel to be a slick chick?
Oh, fine. But does it always make you so dizzy?
Okay. What would you say to a glass of
Hey, Cuffy! Cuffy, come here!
What do you want? Oh, hiya, Sarge.
I want you should settle an argument.
Well, let's see what this is all about, Jessica. What kind of an argument?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Cawthorn.
Good afternoon, milady. Cuffy, I was telling Mr. Cawthorn the lieutenant thinks it's applesauce about the ghost.
Oh?
As a native of Canterville, gentlemen, I believe you saw the ghost right enough. But the day will never dawn when he'll run from a human being.
Okay, Dookie, you tell him.
Dookie?
Yeah, Cuffy here. He's the Duke of Canterville. Ain't you, Cuff?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I'm... Oh, what's a joke?
My dear boy, if you wanted to impersonate a British nobleman, you'd never choose a Canterville... Lady Jessica, my profound apologies.
And just what's wrong with being at Canterville?
Well, since you're so well acquainted with the ghost, sir, I suggest that you are...
Yes. Yes, I think I will.
Oh, Cuffy, will you dance with me again?
Oh, sure, lady. Hey, Sir Simon, cut it out, will you?
Who's that?
It's me, Cuffy. I've been looking for you since midnight. Where have you been?
In the North Turret, gibbering. I'm sorry you overheard. I'm in poor voice tonight.
Look, if you're supposed to hang around here until a Canterville does a brave deed for you, how come you're still here after 300 years?
Oh, I've been waiting for you to ask.
In all that time, someone must have tried to help you.
Excuse me, I really must get back to work.
Now, wait a minute. Quit stalling. What's wrong with the Cantervilles? If you're trying to hold out on me,
Nay, kinsman. I was merely trying to spare thee.
Well, spare me what? Go on, spill it.
Mayhap it is better if thine ancestors speak for themselves. Come with me into the portrait gallery. This is the portrait gallery, nephew.
Hey, would you look at those pictures?
Gaze upon them, our noble family. Sir Gerald de Canterville, proud skipper of the frigate Cranston. When she sank, he was the first to leave the ship. Sir Andrew de Canterville, he saw a grenadier lose a finger at Blenheim battle and swooned away. And the blessed twins, Lieutenant Paul, rode the wrong way in the charge of the Light Brigade. Lieutenant Peter was 10 lengths ahead of him.
You mean they were all cowards?
All, aye. Of all the heroic families that for centuries have brightened the glory of England, ours had to be a brood of lily-livered titmice.
So that's why you held out on me. You thought if I found out, I'd be the same way.
Oh, maybe not at all. It never entered my mind.
Well, then what are you making all the fuss about? I don't care what the others did. This is Cuffy Williams, see?
Aye, really?
All right, then. That's all I wanted to find out. Now, I've got to get back to my bunk before the sergeant misses me.
Adieu, kinsman. Would that I could believe that he was different.
All right, men. This is it. Start loading the trucks. Battle equipment. Walker, look after dynamite plunger boxes and fusing the wires. We're going over. Okay, Sarge. William, take off that ring. It'll shine in the dark.
Okay.
And don't stick it in your pocket if it's worth anything.
Well, it's sort of a family heirloom.
You better leave it in the castle. Make it snappy.
This is it, huh, Sarge?
I hadn't ought to tell you this, but you'll know soon enough. We're crossing the channel. We're making a raid on the coast of France. All right, let's go. Start bringing up the trucks.
You're going away.
Looks like it, Lady Jessica.
Then maybe you'll have a chance to do a brave deed for Uncle Simon.
Listen, lady, I know there's a yellow streak down the family back a mile wide. Sir Simon told me.
But you're not going to let it worry you.
How do you think it makes me feel?
Cuffy, you told me yourself. You don't have to be afraid if you think you're not.
Yeah, I know.
Cuffy, I believe in you. And if you have any children of your own, I know they'll believe in you.
Children? I haven't any children. I haven't even got a wife.
Well, maybe someday you'll want to marry somebody.
Well, that's the last thing on my mind. Now lay off. I gotta get going.
Oh, Cuffy.
Off to the wars. Our kinsman hies himself to battle.
Oh, Sir Simon, I'm so worried about Cuffy.
Now, milady. Tears never steeled a noble heart to valor. Upon the craven foe, our heroes furious might. You're worried. How do you think I feel?
Our stars will continue with the Canterville Ghost in just a moment. Who are you phoning, Sally?
I'm getting a weather report. Have some blankets to wash soon.
But what's the weather got to do with it?
5 p.m., temperature 73 degrees, humidity 49%. Tonight clear, lowest temperature about 64. Tomorrow sunny and mild, highest temperature about 75 degrees. Gentle to moderate winds. 5 p.m. Temperature.
Of course, that isn't really how it will be over the country tomorrow, but in lots of cities, you can get an up-to-the-hour weather report over the phone.
Will you please tell me what all this has to do with washing blankets?
Why, obviously, you need a good day for it. Not too hot, not too cold, not too windy.
Do women wash blankets in the middle of June?
That's the best time, before storing them away for the summer. Moths in particular. They don't like clean wool as well as soiled wool. So just whisk your blankets through rich, lukewarm Lux suds.
Hold on, Sally. I can't see a woman whisking a wet, heavy blanket through anything.
Oh, it's easy with Lux. Just make sure you have lots and lots of suds. The suds do the work.
Wouldn't a machine help?
Sure, if you're lucky enough to have one. But don't run the machine too long. That's as bad as rubbing. Too much agitation mats and shrinks the wool. Leaves it harsh and scratchy. 3 to 5 minutes is about right for a machine. And use gentle Lux flakes so your blankets will stay soft and fluffy. Be sure to hang the blankets in the shade over 2 or 3 parallel lines. That way, the air can circulate through it, and the weight of the water won't pull it out of shape.
Thanks for the tip, Sally. You certainly deserve a B.A. for all that advice.
Bachelor of Arts?
No, blanket authority. Now, back to Hal Wallace and our stars.
Act 3 of the Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. In the black of night, a handful of American Rangers have landed somewhere on the coast of France and are creeping stealthily inland. Back in England, the Canterville Ghost rages in the portrait gallery, bolstering his anemic hopes by hurling defiance at his ancestors.
Ye skulking, cringing, misbegotten peafowls, insults painted upon canvas, ye wretched poltroons, not for long now shall I have you leering at me with cynical mockery. Not for long, ye dribble pussies. A kinsman worthy of the name now wears my signet ring in battle.
Meanwhile, in the cottage on the castle grounds, a sleepless Lady Jessica bolsters her hopes in the way most mortals do.
Please take care of Cuffy, Lord. Don't let him get hurt. And Uncle Simon, he's such a poor, funny old ghost. And he's so tired. Won't you please let Cuffy do a brave deed so he can go to sleep? And please take care of Cuffy.
Gallery of lily-livered rabbits, ye shape-kneed milksops, well mayest thou cower in thy gilded frames, shamed by a colonial, by Cuffy Williams. As for thee, fat Algernon, who posed for 2 years as a dowager to escape fighting a duel, I spit in thine eye. Thee, Sir Percival, who fought through the 30 years' war without firing a shot, thee also. From yonder bunk in yonder room has risen a lion-hearted kinsman. Yonder bunk, what gleams there in the moonlight? The ring, the signet ring. Imbecile, don't! He has forgotten I was speeding to him before it's too late. Before it's too late.
Okay, men, you're on enemy territory. Well, remember, we're here for one purpose only, to blow up the oil we find. Okay, Sarge. Find we've got to go at 2350. Now check your watches. Now 2307. Jordan, Baker, William. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get off the road and set up a machine gun in the ditch. If you see any Jerry's, it's up to you to hold them off till the rest of us get back. Check? Check. Jordan, you'll find telephone wires down the road. Now cut them and get back to Cuffy and Trigger. Get going.
Okay, Sarge. See you later, kid.
Rest of us will go up this side road. Now, after the explosion, wait till the last man has reached the shore, then join us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good luck. Cuffy.
Yeah?
There's a hill right in back of us. Get up there and keep watch.
What about you?
I'll set up the machine gun. You see anything, get back here on the double.
Okay.
that? Who's there? Hold her, I'll fire.
Say your words, Kinsman. It is only I.
Oh, what the devil are you doing here?
You forgot the ring. You left it in the castle. Here, nephew.
Oh, get away from me.
Put it in thy pocket. Only have it on thy person when the test comes.
All right, give it here.
Oh, thank you, nephew. Thinkest thou the enemy will come this way? Take it, man, with but half an eye one can see that thou hast the courage of St. George.
Horse feathers, get out of here, will you?
Oh, I merely thought I could bolster you up in case you were a bit squeamish.
I want to be squeamish.
Hey, Tuffy.
Yeah.
You all right?
Sure. What time is it?
2350. Who dost thou converse with?
Look, Sir Simon, I thought I told you.
Sounds. What mighty blast is that?
The refinery. They've blown it up.
Nephew, look down yonder road.
Motorcycles. Jerry's.
Keep a cool head.
Trigger! Motorcycles are patrol!
Get out here and hold the ammunition club. Keep a cool head.
Oh, get out of here. Beat it.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Look, Trigger. Jerry's. Lots of them. What are you waiting for?
Nothing.
Trigger, what's the matter? What's the matter, Trigger?
Looks like you've got to take over, Cuffy.
Trigger.
Cuffy. Get him, Cuffy. Get him. The machine gun. Jordan be back somewhere.
Yeah, Jordan.
Fire, nephew. Fire. Nephew.
Blood. Trigger's blood.
Nephew. They're drawing closer. Fire!
Blood.
Cuffy, what's the matter with you?
He's dead, Jordan. Trigger's dead.
Give me that machine gun. Give it to me, you fool.
At ease, men. Well, men, the Colonel's compliments. After last night's raid, he wants me to tell you were the best so-and-so platoon in the whole outfit. But I'm not satisfied. So we're going to take a little jaunt into these woods and iron out the mistakes we made right now. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Here a minute.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Williams, I've discussed your case with the Colonel. We both considered what happened last night. And he feels we have no alternative but to transfer you back to your old outfit.
Line up there.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Williams, there are men who may be psychologically unfit for combat who can still perform useful roles in service. Now, pack up your things. I'll arrange for your transfer when we get back from maneuvers.
Front.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, Williams.
Sir, platoon is formed.
All right, Sergeant.
Left face. Right shoulder. Arm. Forward. Hard.
Oh, Cuffy, I've been expecting you all morning. What happened?
Oh, you better run along home, lady. I've got to go in and pack.
You're going away?
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffy.
That's right. Look at me. I'm a Canterville, all right. Just as cowardly as the rest of them.
No, Cuffy, no. Don't say that. You're not a coward. You're brave. I know it.
All right, lady. Have it your own way.
Cuffy.
I'm sorry it turned out like this. Goodbye, lady.
Cuffy.
Wretched me that I should have pinned my faith again upon a Canterville.
Oh, pipe down, Sir Simon, will you? And get down off that chandelier. It makes me nervous.
Nervous? Aye, that I can well believe.
Oh, shut up. Get out. I've got to pack.
Pack then and leave me to my fate. Thou who hast raised my hopes, only to dash them like a robin on a rock of granite.
Cuffy.
Oh, my lady, you can't come in here. I know it's your castle, but, well, this is barracks.
There's a parachute. I saw it coming down.
Parachute?
Maybe a Nazi came down in it. Oh, Cuffy, what'll we do?
Where did you see it?
It came down this side of the stone bridge.
Where is the stone bridge?
Do you know the old side road?
No.
Then I'll take you there. I know a shortcut.
All right, come on. We'll grab a jeep. Hurry.
Nephew, wait for me.
There it is, Cuffy.
Yeah, caught in a tree. I don't see anybody, but you better stay here. I'm going to take a look around. Duck down in the Jeep now. Duck down.
Cuffy, look over there.
Huh?
All through our woods. Those men. Who are they?
Don't worry about them. They're rangers. Maneuvers. Yeah, that's where I'd be if I hadn't...
Cuffy, what is it?
In the bushes. A parachute mine. A bomb, a blockbuster. Oh, let's get out of here, lady. If that thing goes off, it'll kill every living thing within a half a mile. We gotta get... Oh, the rangers. They're scattered all through the woods. They'll be killed. Get back to the castle. Run, quick.
Aren't you coming?
No, I've got to drag it away with the Jeep. Dump it over the cliff. Get going now. Run, quick. Hide in the tower. Run! Lady Jessica?
Oh, Uncle Simon.
Where's Cuffy? Has he encountered the enemy?
Oh, no, Uncle Simon. Cuffy's moving a blockbuster. He's doing the bravest deed there ever was.
Egad. Darest I believe again? Where?
This way. Down through here. There.
Oh, save thy breath, child. Look to his quaking knees, his eyes that tremble with the ague, his hand that shrinks from contact with yon lethal instrument.
No, Uncle, no. Cuffy. Cuffy, you can do it. You were doing the brave deed.
I can't touch it. There's a timer on it. The least little jar would set a ticking.
Cuffy, you were doing a brave deed. Don't you see? You can do it. You don't have to be afraid because you're a Canterville. Look, Cuffy, I'm not afraid of the bomb. Look, Cuffy, I'm kicking it. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything because...
That sounds it's ticking. You started it ticking.
Okay, lady. Thanks for the lesson. I'm all right now. You run for it. Go on, get out of here. This thing goes off in 60 seconds.
Oh, Cuffy.
Hurry, I'm dragging this thing out of here. Go on, get out of my way, my lady. Run for it.
Careful, Neville. Careful.
Hop on, Uncle. Keep your eye on that tow chain. Let me know if it slips. Well, we're out of the underbrush. Hold on now.
Yeah. Nephew, look out, the Rangers.
Hey, you Rangers, run for your life. I've got a blockbuster on here. A time bomb. Run, blockbuster.
What? Where are we going, nephew?
To the cliff. We'll dump it over the ravine if we get that far.
How many more seconds?
I don't know, maybe 20.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
There's the ravine. We better jump. Let the Jeep take it over. There she goes. Oh, we just made it.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35.
Say, what's all this hooey about ticking? Oh, it's a dud. We never were in any danger. All that work...
Auntie.
Oh, Jessica, dear, thank goodness you're all right. It must have been an air raid.
No, it was Cuffy.
Cuffy?
Near the stone bridge, a bomb from his parachute. Cuffy blew it up. Cuffy saved everyone. And if Cuffy blew it up, then Cuffy's blown up too.
Roll out the barrel, we'll have a barrel of fun. Roll out the barrels, we've got the blues on the run.
Cuffy!
Bring out the song of good cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrel, for the gang's all here.
Cuffy, you're alive! Cuffy, you're alive! What happened?
I just dumped that cockeyed thing right into the ravine.
Like St. George slaying the cockeyed dragon.
Oh, Uncle Simon.
What, child?
If Cuffy is a Canterville, and if he's done a brave deed for you, then why are you still here?
Yeah. Why aren't you in the garden beyond the pine woods?
Yea, verily. Why not?
Well, if you're going, you better hurry. Here come the Rangers.
Father, why am I still in mortal coils?
Look at Uncle Simon. He's glowing.
Hey, Thank you, niece. Farewell. Farewell.
He's gone.
Did you see that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to... Hey, Lieutenant! Hey, guys, the Louie has fainted.
Here it is. Uncle Simon's grave.
The garden beyond the pine woods. Looks like a mighty restful place.
Isn't it nice that he can have a little plot to call his own? And a headstone of his own, too.
Well, that was the ranger's idea. We had it inscribed, see? Sir Simon de Canterville, 1603, 1943. Gee, that certainly is a long time to go without sleep.
Yes, but you nearly always have to wait for something that you want very much, Cuffy.
Huh?
How old are you?
How old? Why?
I shall be 8 in May.
Our stars, Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Meanwhile, here are Patty and Kay planning their vacation.
Oh, I don't think you'd like that place, Patty, even if it is so nearby. I was there last summer, and it was awfully noisy. But it sounds good. Beach, tennis, dancing every night. Well, that's just the trouble. It's right near a Coast Guard station, and the boys come over to the dances. Sometimes everybody ends up singing. Oh, it's impossible to get any sleep. Hi, Kay, you sound like an old fuss budget. I thought you liked dancing. Well, there were more girls than fellows. Oh, a little thing like that shouldn't stop a cute gal like you. Unless, what? Skip it. I forgot what I was going to say. Have you seen the new movie at Parker's?
Patty didn't forget what she had in mind, but how could she tell Kay what she was really thinking?
Kay's cute enough to get any man she wants. If only she were as sweet and fresh as she looks. But you just can't tell even your best friend that she's careless about daintiness. If I could only give her a hint about luxing underthings after every wearing, luxing her dresses and blouses often. If I could tell her how fresh and sweet it leaves them, then she wouldn't risk offending. She'd have all the fun she deserves.
Gentle Lux Care does protect daintiness. And it's kind to fabrics, too. Keeps lovely underthings new-looking 3 times as long. Don't use hot water, strong soap, or handle nice things roughly. That kind of treatment makes them look faded and drab far too soon. Lux Care is thrifty care. Here's Hal Wallace and our stars.
Back to our footlights come Margaret O'Brien and Tom Drake, along with the ex-phantom of our cast, Charles Lawton, now very much in the flesh.
Must you put it quite that way, Hal? Very much in the flesh. I don't like it.
Well, actually, Charles, you look as if you'd lost a little weight.
No, it's around here somewhere.
Well, Mr. Lawton, you carried plenty of weight as a ghost, didn't he, Margaret?
Mr. Lawton's my favorite ghost.
Have you ever met a real ghost, Margaret?
No, but I'd like to.
I really believe you would, Margaret. You know, there's no reason why ghosts shouldn't be highly useful citizens.
Well, rather expendable in war times, wouldn't you say, Mr. Lawton?
No. There might be lots of useful things a ghost could do in wartime. They could contribute clanking chains and creaking armor to the scrap drive.
Maybe they could sell war bonds.
That's right, Margaret. By haunting the conscience of individuals so chicken-hearted as not to buy their fullest share.
Do you buy war bonds, Margaret?
Oh, yes. That's where all my money goes.
Well, you couldn't find a better way to spend it. And if you go to see Tom Drake and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's This Man's Navy, you'll get an idea of where your money's going in building the greatest Navy in the world, about to meet its greatest test in history.
Well, I don't think any of us need too much persuading to buy war bonds, Mr. Wallace.
Tell us, Hal, what are you having in this theater next week?
Next Monday night, we bring you one of the most talked-of dramas of the year, The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. If you have never felt sympathy for a murderer, you will in this gripping story of a man who is trapped to kill in self-defense and teams with a woman to conceal their crime from the police.
Well, Hal, for sheer suspense, I don't think I know any more exciting play.
We'll be listening, Mr. Wallace. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Margaret. All our thanks. producers, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. This is Hal Wallace saying good night from Hollywood.
The Canterville Ghost was presented through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh. The next Hal Wallace production for Paramount is You Came Along, starring Robert Cummings, Elizabeth Scott, and Don DeFore. Charles Lawton will soon be seen in the Benedict Boges picture, Captain Kidd. Heard in tonight's cast were Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Claire Verdera, Ed Emerson, Gerald Moore, Gloria Gordon, Eddie Marr, Clifton Young, Robert Cole, Charles Seal, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea.
Stop. Hold that measuring cup, lady. Be sure your precious hard-to-get sugar is invested, not wasted. Do all your baking the sure way, the spry way. For dependably light, velvety-rich cakes, tender, flaky pastry, for all your cooking, be sure of success. Get pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien and Lionel Barrymore in Captain January. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 8-year-old Margaret O'Brien. Margaret has hurried home to co-star with one of the screen's most beloved actors, Lionel Barrymore. They appear in Captain January from 20th Century Fox, the story of a bluff, warm-hearted lighthouse keeper to whom the sea delivers a devoted partner for his lonely life, a little girl named Star. We're off to Cape Tempest on the lonely coast of Maine, and the first act of our play, featuring two Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer favorites, Margaret O'Brien as Star and Lionel Barrymore as Captain January. From the northeast roars a biting winter gale, lashing the rocky coast of Maine, whipping the dull green Atlantic into a white frenzy of foam. Somewhere in a mad mountainous sea, a sailing vessel rolls and pitches, her decks awash beneath a heavy wave. In a last desperate plea for mercy, she lifts her spars to the black sky, and then with a shudder, the gallant craft slips downward to her grave.
Cape Tempest! Come down with all hands! Let me through here. Where's the minister? Where's the minister? Here, Bob. What is it? Mr. Winthrop, Captain January wants you. He found a small boat just off Great Rock. He dragged it up on the beach. Boat from the Huntress? Yes, sir. And there was someone in it. I'll take you there. Never mind. I'll find you myself. Captain January. January. Over here. Take care of them rocks, sir. What evidence did you want it?
I did, sir. But it's too late. She's gone.
She? Who?
A passenger off the Huntress. Been adrift for half a day in an open boat. Come over this way, sir. There she is, Mr. Winthrop.
This woman has been dead for hours.
Yes. Died saving the little one. Her arms around her, keeping
The little one?
Look here, sir. Under the tarpaulin.
Why?
It's a baby. Smiling like a little angel. That's the way she was when I took her from her mother's arms.
Captain, we'll have to bring this child up to the village at once.
Oh, please, now. If it's all the same to you, I'll just bring her along to my place.
Your place? The lighthouse?
Oh, why not, sir? I'm cozy up there, and you see... Well, sir, it's like she was delivered into my hands. Like the Lord might have asked me to take care of her for a while.
You're a good man, Captain. All right, take her along to the lighthouse. If anyone inquires after her, I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. Up you go, child.
Wait. Did you find anything that might give us a clue as to who this child is?
No, sir, no. Only this locket. It was held tight in the woman's hand. She'll have to have a name, though, won't she? What kind of a name is there for a baby girl washed up on the beach? With the stars just coming out when... Hi, that's it. Star. That's your name, child. We're going to call you Star. Star, did you hear that? 6:30.
Here I am, Cap. Well, what would you like for breakfast?
What'll I have for breakfast? 6:30. Almost time for lunch.
Won't you sit down?
No breakfast and half the day gone.
Oh, you're not really angry. When I was a child, you could fool me, but not anymore. I know when you're just pretending.
Ain't you forgetting something?
I don't think so. Let me see. I made my bed. I brushed my teeth. Oh, it's my birthday.
Yes, ma'am. And I suppose you're just waiting for me to hand over a present.
Oh, Cat, present? Where is it? Oh, please let me see it.
No breakfast yet, and she wants her present. Besides, I didn't say I had one, you know. I only said that...
Oh, you always have a present. You never once forgot.
Oh, I always give you a spank, too. One for every year when we have that.
Not now after breakfast. I feel tougher after breakfast.
Yeah, and don't go slipping any shingles in the seat of your breeches like you did the last time. That spanking hurt me more than it did you.
Honest, I didn't know that there was a nail in it. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Cap?
Long time?
I mean, since you and me shipped together.
Yeah, 8 years today, Stop. That's why you're having your birthday.
But I must be more than 8 years old.
You may be 10 or so. I don't know exactly.
For all we know, maybe I'm 30, huh?
Maybe. But I think it's highly improbable.
Cap, what did I look like when you fished me out of the water?
I had to wring you out and hang you up to dry.
Tell me all about the storm again.
You've heard about that storm every birthday.
But it gets to be a bigger storm every time you tell it. How many miles did you swim? Towing the lifeboat with me in your teeth.
I had the tow rope in my teeth, not you.
The last time you told me it was me.
Well, you're a year older now. Star, you ever get lonely here?
Lonely?
Well, it ain't much of a life. Living in a lighthouse. No company except me.
Who else would I want?
Well, I was thinking maybe this ain't the right kind of life for a youngster. Maybe you ought to go away somewhere else. Would you like to, Star?
No, I wouldn't. But if you keep saying that, I will go away. And I'll never come back either. Oh, don't you know by now I'm never going to leave here?
Well, you just like to make sure once in a while I'm doing right. That you really want to stay, right? That's all.
Well, I do. And that's the end of it.
All right, honey. All right. Here now. I'll let you have your birthday present.
Oh, Cap, what is it?
Yeah. You like it?
Why, it's a locket. Oh, it's beautiful. Where did you get it?
It was in your mother's hand the night I found you. There's a picture inside of it. There. I'll open it.
Is that my mother?
I reckon it is. Your mother and you. It must have been taken soon after you was born.
She was very beautiful, wasn't she?
Aye. And you're a lot like her. I've saved it all these years till I thought you was big enough to know what it was.
I'm going to keep this forever and ever. Thanks, Cap. My mother was very beautiful, and Cap says I look a lot like her. That's funny, isn't it, Emma Jean? I mean, me being beautiful. But you never can tell, can you, Emma Jean? I may grow up to be beautiful. After all, I bet you weren't so much to look at when you were my age. But you're beautiful now, Emma Jean, and I love you very much. Well, what do you say? That's better.
Stop! You finished that milking yet?
In a minute. Hurry up, Emma Jean.
If you hurry, I'll let you go in the village.
The village?
Yeah, there's a few things we need from the store. Would you like to go?
Sure I would. Emma Jean, would you please cooperate a little? I thought it was the village.
Home, Star.
Morning, Captain Jerry.
Ah, hello.
Captain Nasro.
Happy birthday.
Thanks. Are you coming over to the lighthouse tonight, Captain Nasro?
Well, January ain't invited me yet.
Well, I'm inviting you right now. Cap and I are having a surprise party all by ourselves.
Well, you better warn him I'm a-coming. There's times I get the idea that January ain't exactly partial to me.
Oh, don't worry. I'll tell him to behave. Goodbye, Captain Nasro. See you tonight. Good morning, Mr. Carp.
Morning, Star. What can I do for you?
We need another case of brass polish. Better send it over right away. And don't forget what we get off for being government.
It'll be there tomorrow, Star.
Tomorrow? We need it today.
Well, I'll try, but there's a lot of summer folks up here already keeping me hopping. I'll do the best I can.
All right. Oh, how much are these lollipops?
3 cents apiece.
3 cents? What about the government discount?
Oh, sorry. 2 cents for you, Star.
Thanks. So long, Mr. Carp.
So long.
Oh, Mr. Carp.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morgan.
Who is the little girl?
Star? Why, she's Captain January's girl. He's the lighthouse keeper.
I wonder why I haven't seen her in school.
Well, I guess the teacher who was here before wasn't very strict about things like that.
That's why she isn't here now. I think I'll have a talk with that child.
And then she tried to make me go to school, and I said I wouldn't. I was very polite, Cap, honest. But I said I had to go home.
Good for you. Then go on. What happened then?
Well, the next thing you know, she had me by the ear, dragging me along the street.
Oh, she did, huh? What'd you do?
Well, one thing led to another thing, and before you know it, she sat down.
On a chair?
No, on the street.
Well, how'd that happen?
I don't know. I can't figure it out.
She tripped, huh? Well, what'd she say then?
I didn't wait to hear. I just ran.
It's a good idea. Well, forget about it.
She can't do anything mean to us, can she?
Ah, of course not. Remember, I work for the government. I am the government here.
Yes, but I think she's government, too.
Don't worry about it. This is your birthday. Oh, yeah.
Open up and find out.
Oh, it's Captain Nasro. Come in, Captain.
Evening. Blind my eyes. Can't I even give a birthday party without you barging in?
Oh, pipe down, you old cat of office. Here, honey, here's your present.
Thank you. Look, Captain, that's a present.
Present.
It ain't much, honey.
No better than.
It's a doll.
A doll, huh? Well.
Well, what of it?
Oh, it's beautiful, Captain Nasro. Thank you very much. Cap, aren't you going to invite Captain Nasro to our surprise party?
Well, I wasn't counting on it. I sent you here. Sit down, Nasro.
Good. I'll fix a place for it.
Whether you was counting on it or not, I'm going to stay for a while.
Oh, you are, are you?
Yes, I are. Time I was doing a little inspecting around this here lighthouse.
Must be daft in Washington appointing you an inspector. You don't know the difference between a telescope and a tar barrel.
The way you handle them, I guess there ain't any. Look at that brass work.
That brass was clean till you rubbed your dirty glove on it.
Why, you foul-bound old derelict, if you wasn't my host, I'd fire you right now.
If you wasn't my guest, I'd quit.
Come and get it, sailor. You know, it's nice to see you two getting on for a change.
Yeah.
Here, Captain Nasro, you sit here.
Thank you, Star. Say, what's that thing there?
What do you think it is?
It's a cake.
Right pretty.
Cat made it all himself.
No, he did. I guess I'll just eat the candles.
Listen here, you no good dick swabbing.
Stop it. Now you sit right down and behave yourself. Come in, the door's open.
Good evening.
My goodness, it's the school teacher.
Oh, which one of you is Captain January, please?
I'm Captain January.
Well, I'm Mrs. Morgan, the new teacher.
Oh, sit down, ma'am.
Captain January, why isn't this child in school?
Well, I was aiming to send her next year.
We have a compulsory education law, and this child is old enough.
How does she know how old I am? We don't even know ourselves.
Don't be impudent.
I'm not being impudent.
From what I observe, this child is being brought up entirely without control. She's rude, disrespectful.
Now, hold on.
What's more, this child is adopted. It's well within the power of the authorities to send her to an institution if you fail to raise her properly.
Taken from me?
Just a minute, Mrs. Morgan. You're talking through your crow's nest when you say Star's been brought up ignorant. She reads writing and she writes down reading better than any 8-year-old on this coast.
What do you mean, 8-year-old? There ain't a 10, 11-year-old from here in Newfoundland that knows as much as Star.
No, any 12-year-old as far as that goes.
Or 13 or 14.
Say, maybe I am 30.
I've been learning her from the best two books there is, the Bible and Bowditch.
And just what is Bowditch, please?
You've never heard of Bowditch? Why, that's one of the greatest books ever written. American Practical Navigation by Nathaniel Bowditch.
Fine reading for a girl of her age.
Any objections to the Bible?
Let me tell you...
And let me tell you, ma'am, there ain't better reading in the world than the Bible and Bowditch. They both learn you to steer a straight course.
I didn't come here to discuss reading matter. Please have a report to the schoolhouse next Tuesday. And since you seem to think she has the intelligence of a child of 10, we'll call her 10 and give her the test for that age.
Wait, maybe I'm only 7 or so.
Well, stand by 10.
Tuesday morning, please. Good night.
Cap, what was she talking about? An institution?
Oh, don't you worry head about that. Nazaro, I'd like to speak to you for a minute.
It's a party.
Hey, something about the light, Star. Come on up the light, Nazaro.
Well, you certainly are a lover, January. What was the idea of insisting that Star was as smart as a girl of 10?
Well, she is, ain't she?
Sure, but why make it tough for yourself?
Ooh. I reckon I did put my foot into it.
After all, Star doesn't even belong to you, you know.
Doesn't belong to me.
That's what I said. You've got no legal right to her. You've never even adopted her.
She's more than adopted. She's part of me.
That's all right, but that ain't the law. When you fished her out of the water, you should have tried to find if she had any folks.
I did try.
Yes, you did.
Well, I tried for a while. I couldn't keep trying forever, could I? Anyway, she has no folks. They're all dead.
Are they? How do you know?
Oh, they never come for her. No one's even asked for her.
And you're just hoping they never will.
What business is that of yours? She's mine. Nobody's ever going to take her from me.
Lobsters, teacher, lobsters, lobster here.
Lobsters,
right from the water. Lobsters.
Fresh from the water, 16 cents.
Hello.
Well, lobsters, baby lobsters, fresh from the water.
What you got there? Lobsters?
No, they're shrimp, but don't tell anybody. Lobsters.
You can't fool me. They're lobsters.
All right, they're lobsters. Now go away, will you? Get your lobsters.
You live in this place?
Lobsters, fresh from the water.
I said you live in this place.
Get your lobsters, 15 cents.
I come from New York.
Oh, tourists. Lobsters, fresh from the water.
Do these things bite?
Certainly they bite.
I don't believe it.
Look, little boy, go away, will you?
Well, I want to see if they bite.
Well, if you have to, you have to. Go ahead.
Ow!
See, they bite. Lobsters, fresh from the water. How about a nice lobster, lady? 15 cents.
No, thank you.
Best you've ever tasted. Just take one home and try.
I'm sorry, but I'm living at the hotel,
You see, I'm a tourist, too.
Oh, I really didn't mean that. He was just getting fresh.
I know. I was standing over there watching you. I wonder if you'd tell me something.
Sure, what?
Where you got that locket you're wearing.
Oh, that? Cat gave it to me. He's my father, Captain January.
Your father? I see.
Dolores? Hey, where have you been?
Oh, come here, Bruce. Have you some change? I want to buy some lobsters.
Lobsters? What for?
Oh, it's all right, lady. I don't want you to buy them if you can't use them.
Oh, real little native, aren't you?
No, sir. I wasn't born here, if that's what you mean.
You weren't? Where were you born?
I don't know. That sounds funny, doesn't it?
Oh, but you said your father,
Oh, Cap? Oh, he's not really my father. You see, he found me and... Well, what are you looking at me that way for?
Go on, dear. What were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything. I have to go home now. I'm late. Excuse me.
Oh, wait. Your lobsters.
Oh, they'll be all right. Goodbye.
Bruce.
Laura, what is it? You look as if... Are you ill, Laura?
Bruce, listen to me. That child. I must know who she is. Find out for me. I must know her name.
Act 2 of Captain January, starring Margaret O'Brien and Lionel Barrymore, will come to you in a moment.
Born in Ireland, reared in Germany. Yet Victor Herbert was easily the crown prince of American operetta. Much of his work, in fact, is set in the Bavaria he had known as a boy. And the spirit of Irish and Bavarian folk songs is obvious in his music. But Herbert took this foreign flavor and distilled it into something typically American. The operetta, the musical extravaganza, Naughty Marietta, and the standard Sweet Mystery of Life. Babes in Toyland, a continual delight to the young of all ages. These and many other musical contributions of The Minstrel for the Million will never die or grow old. And neither will another of Victor Herbert's contributions to the world and the world of music. His formation with 8 others of ASCAP, American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, an association that all but ended musical piracy in the United States. There are thousands of people who owe a debt of gratitude to Victor Herbert for that single act. There are millions who are ever grateful for his music.
The curtain rises on our second act, presenting Margaret O'Brien as star and Lionel Barrymore as Captain January. A few days have passed, and Tuesday has rolled around. Fateful Tuesday, when the star is to appear before the school board for her examination. She has told Captain January nothing of her meeting with the lady on the mainland. But the captain's only worry is how to help Star pass. Alone in the lighthouse, he studies a book of grammar. His brow is furrowed with deep lines as he struggles with the conjugation of the verb to be.
I was, you were, he was, we were, you were, they was. Worms. Ah, that can't be right. Something's all mixed up here. Oh. Why didn't I go to school instead of running off to sea?
Morning, Cap.
Oh, hello.
What you doing?
Oh, nothing.
I thought you were going to help me with my examination.
Oh, I am. Let's see.
How about starting off with a little grammar?
Grammar? Oh, no. They won't ask you anything about grammar. We'll begin with arithmetic. Recite the multiplication by 5 table.
Cap, that's kid stuff.
Huh?
We've got to make it tougher than that.
Well, all right. We'll do the 6 table. Go ahead.
Oh, but that's for babies, 7 years old.
7 years old and they know the multiplication by 6 table?
Sure they do.
I never even heard of it till I was 23. All right. Let's get on to geography.
Geography, I like that.
Oh, you do? Well, here we go now. If you were sailing from Boston Harbor to China, to what point of the compass would you turn the nose on the second day out?
Cap, I don't think that's the way they'd ask it.
No? Why not?
Well, Captain Nazaro says
Nazaro. Always Nazaro.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
What do you want?
Nothing with you, you desiccated old crawfish. But I thought I'd come and help Star get ready for the examination. You being so illiterate.
Illiterate? Well, I can spell you down, read you down, and figure you down. I can do it with my hands tied behind my back.
Oh, no, you couldn't. You'd need your fingers to count on.
Oh, is that so? You can't count over 10 without taking your shoes off.
Look, gentlemen, this isn't going to help me pass that examination.
She's right, but this might help.
What is it?
Well, you see, Star, I figured it might help things along if we knew the questions they was going to ask. This here is the examination paper. I borrowed it from the schoolroom.
Captain Nazaro, that's cheating.
It is.
Of course it is, isn't it, Cap?
Well, that's a very delicate point, but we'll talk about that some other time. Let me see that paper, Nazaro.
Here you are.
Now, Star, the first question. If a field is 87.5 rods long and 43.25 rods wide, what is the length of the diagonal drawn from the northeast corner to the southwest corner? Prove it.
Well, what's the answer?
What's the answer, Nazaro?
Well, how much is a rod? How many fathoms?
Would it do you any good to know?
No.
Well, then keep quiet. Prove that heat expands.
Wait a minute, what's that?
That's the second question.
But we didn't get the answer to the first one.
Well, we're skipping the first one. Prove that heat expands.
Prove that heat expands. What does it mean?
That means prove that heat makes things bigger.
Well, let's see. Sure it does. Look. It's hot in the summertime, isn't it? Well, the days are longer in the summer than they are in winter. Well,
Nazaro?
Well, that sounds logical to me.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Gee, this isn't so hard. What's the number 3?
Number 3. Write down from memory the quality of mercy speech from the Merchant of Venice.
The quality of mercy is not strained.
Is that all?
I think it goes on from there.
But that's all I know.
This is a put-up job. That hatchet-faced school teacher is just trying to frame us.
Let me see that paper.
There's no child at 10 could answer this stuff. I can't even answer it myself.
No, wait. I think I made a mistake.
What?
Well, this here's a high school examination.
High school? So you can't even steal proper.
Well, it said examination, didn't it? How was I to know there's different tests for different ages?
That's right. How was you to know? You never passed a 10-year-old test, did you?
Well, I could have passed once.
Yeah, maybe when you was full grown.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I have to leave for school soon.
Yeah, but say, now, with me telling that Morgan woman I was teaching stuff in the Bible, Pretty apt to be some questions about the Bible.
Well, there ain't many children as up in the book as she is.
I know. Star, what are the 4 Gospels?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Fine. You remember that story I read you last week about the prodigal son?
Uh-huh. The father said, bring out the fattest calf and kill it and let us eat and be merry.
Correct. But everybody wasn't married, Star. There was a brother, and there was neighbors. Now, who was sorry that the prodigal son come back?
The fattest calf.
Oh, no.
Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, I think you know why we are here today. This child, Star January, is to take the 10-year-old test. Sit over there, please.
Thank you.
We also have another student here, a little gentleman from New York. Gerald is going to summer school this year.
Do I have to sit next to her?
Please, dear.
Oh.
Judge Hargrove.
Yes?
Judge, I've invited you here for a very special reason. I don't believe this little girl is being booked up properly, but I'll let you determine that for yourself.
Begin the examination, Mrs. Morgan.
Now, children, on the blackboard is a drawing of 8 fishing schooners.
Excuse me, but they aren't schooners, Mrs. Morgan. They're catchers.
What's that?
You said schooners, but they're really catchers.
I don't believe that makes any difference.
Oh, but it does. You see, a schooner carries its mizmast, a midship, and a catch is more like a yawl. You see
that will be enough, please.
Yes, ma'am.
On the blackboard, we have 8 catchers. If 4 could carry a load of 100 tons of fish, and 4 could carry twice as much, how many tons could they all carry half-filled? Well, Star?
Well, in the first place, I don't think you can get 100 tons of fish on a catch.
That's not the question.
But the boat would sink.
Be quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
Gerald, do you know the answer?
Half-filled, the 8 boats could carry 600 tons of fish.
Not on top of the water.
No muttering, please. Thank you, Gerald. Now, Star, will you please define a relative pronoun?
A relative pronoun?
A relative pronoun. Surely you know that.
No,
a relative pronoun is a pronoun that connects 2 clauses and has its antecedents in the other clause.
Very good, Gerald.
Wow.
And now we'll discuss literature. Gerald, will you please tell us in your own words the story of one of William Shakespeare's plays?
Well, once there was a man named Romeo, and there was a girl, Juliet.
Go on, dear.
Well, her family was called,
Capulet.
Capulet. And his family were named,
Montague.
Star, will you please stop annoying Gerald?
But I'm not annoying him, Mrs. Morgan. I'm just trying to help him.
Who are you? And just what do you know of the story of Romeo and Juliet?
Oh, we have it over at the lighthouse. I've read it twice.
And you understood it, of course.
Oh, yes. You see, these Montagues and Capulets, they hated each other like poison.
Never mind.
So Romeo and Juliet, they couldn't meet. So they met in the garden, sat on the fly.
I beg your pardon.
They couldn't get married on account of old folks who weren't on speaking terms. So this Juliet, she takes a drug and knocks herself cold. And sticks her in a box and ship her out to a vault. She's as cold as a herring in there, and Romeo thinks she's a gunner. Just then a fellow named Paris walks in, and they get into a scrap.
Just a moment.
What a battle. Romeo stabs Paris. Paris stabs Romeo.
Will you please?
Romeo stabs Paris. It's a fight to the finish. And the next thing you know, Paris is on the ground, stabbed through the kiddos.
What was that?
And then Romeo.
Stop it at once. Let's go. You see what I mean.
Yes, I see.
You see the kind of bringing up she's had. What are we going to do with her?
Put her in the 8th grade. She's wonderful. Grade, he says. Put her in the 8th grade. Here, Nazzo, have some more cider.
Thanks.
Pretty good for a fellow that never had much book learning.
What's book learning got to do with cider?
I'm talking about educating Star so good that she jumps right into the 8th grade.
You educating her. It's the things I learned her that put her through.
Ah, you. Who is it?
It's Winthrop, Captain. The minister.
Oh, come in, sir. Come in.
Morning, Captain.
Good morning, sir.
Ezra.
Morning, Mr. Winthrop. If it's Star you come to see, she's in school. 8th grade.
I came to see you, January.
Huh?
About her.
Well, what is it? Bad news?
Depends on the way you look at it. Captain, a lady came to my house yesterday. A lady and a gentleman. Their name is Easton. They're visitors here.
Well?
They asked me a lot about Star, about where she came from and how long ago. I told them about the night you found her on the beach.
Oh, you told them.
We talked for a long time, Captain. I told them I would bring them out here tonight. You see, they want to take Star. They want to bring her to Boston to give her a home there.
Why? Why?
Because from what they told me, I have no doubt that Star is Mrs. Easton's niece.
We were traveling most of the time, Captain January, and all we heard was that my sister had been lost in a shipwreck. When we came back to America, we tried to learn more about it, but they told us that everyone had been lost. Then we came up here. When I saw the child, I almost knew then she looked so much like my sister. And then the locket. I know she's my niece, Captain January. She's my sister's child.
What if she is, Captain? What if she is, I say? What have you done for her? Did you ever take her out of the sea? Did you swear to the Lord that to help save her you'd do as should be done by her? Have you worked and sweated for her and lived in fear that someday she might be taken away from you? Huh? Have you?
Captain January.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Please believe me. I know what this means to you. And if it weren't for the child's own good, I wouldn't ask you to let me take her.
We can give her everything she wants, Captain. A home, schooling, and more important, I think we can make her happy.
For the child's own good, huh? Well, there's a thought there, isn't it? There's something to hold on to. You say you can prove that she's your niece?
We have the passenger list from the Huntress. The mother and child were both registered.
And then there's the locket. There was a picture in it. My sister and her baby taken when she was a year old. My sister was wearing a white dress, smiling and looking down at the child. Is that picture still there?
Yes, it's there.
I don't think there's any question that Mrs. Easton is Star's aunt, Captain.
No, there's no question.
Then you'll let us take her.
The Lord give us, and the Lord take us away. Well, I'll ask you to do it easy. It'll be sudden-like for the girls, you know, and then she ain't used to being took sudden. My way's being slow.
We'll be very careful,
Captain, where are you? Oh, well.
Come in, Star. Come in. This lady is Mrs. Easton, and this is Mr. Easton.
Hello, Star.
Hello.
You remember me, don't you?
Yes, I met you on the docks one day. We were going to buy some lobsters.
That's right.
Well, I guess you want to talk. I better go upstairs.
Oh, please don't go. You see, we want to talk to you. Star, do you remember my asking about that locket you were wearing? May I see it now?
I haven't got it.
Where is it, Star?
I haven't got it.
I see.
Star, you keep that locket in the box over there, don't you? I think you better get it for us, darling.
Why does she look at me? Why does she want it? Why does she look at me that way?
Because this lady is your aunt, Star.
My aunt?
Yeah, your own kin, darling.
I haven't any kin, you know that. I haven't anybody but you. Tell her to go away. I don't like anybody looking at me the way she does. I don't belong to her. I belong to you.
Easy, darling, now, easy. Held steady now.
Star, your aunt wants to take you to live with her. Through the providence of God, she's been led here to you, and she feels it's her duty to claim you in the name of your parents.
I won't go with her. I've lived here ever since I can remember. I won't go. Cap, why don't you say something? Don't you hear they're trying to take me away?
They have a right to you, child.
A right to me? Do you want me to go away? Do you? Are you tired of me?
Well, honey, I'm an old man now, and And an old man likes quiet, you see, and, well, I'd be quieter by myself. So, well, maybe it's all for the best.
No, Captain, no. You've never ever said anything like that to me before. All you thought about was me. I told you I'd never go away, and then you'd be happy. And now...
Yeah. I tell you that I'm needing rest and quiet as suiting to an old man. I kept you here for 8 whole years. What thanks do I get? Hanging on to me and hanging on to me. If you want me to say it right out, child, I will. I want you to go off with these folks and leave me alone.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it...
Yes.
All right, I'll go. I'll go and never come back. I'll go, do you hear? Never, never.
May God forgive me for the things I said to the child. May God forgive me.
I know he didn't mean it, Lord. He was only making believe. So please let me stay here, Lord. Please let me stay with Cat. They can't take me away if he won't let them. And hiding that locket really wasn't dishonest, was it? And if it was, please forgive me. Because if they have that locket, then they know I belong to them. And I don't. I belong to Cat. I belong here. Oh, please, Lord, please let me stay. Please.
After a brief intermission, Lionel Barrymore and Margaret O'Brien will return in Act 3 of Captain January.
We return you now to Mr. Keeley.
After the play, we'll bring Margaret O'Brien and Lionel Barrymore back to the Footlights for a brief chat. Here they are in the final act of Captain January. It's dawn of the next day. On the rocky beach near the lighthouse, Captain January stands looking out at the angry sea. All night long, he's walked the path between the rocks and the lighthouse gate. His hair is rumpled by the wind, his eyes bright and feverish. From the road comes Captain Maslow, who stands quietly beside him.
It's fixing up to storm.
Right.
Be blowing a gale by evening.
Evening. They'll be coming for her, then. They'll be coming for Star to take her away.
January, I was wondering if, well, it'll be mighty lonesome here for you for a while. Why don't you come into the village and live with me?
Live with you?
It's comfortable. Food is good.
Who'll be taking care of the light?
Well, the light will take care of itself. See, they're going to install automatic equipment.
What's that?
Look here. This telegram came last night. Read it, January.
30th this month, automatic equipment will be installed in lighthouses 8, 9, and 10. Inform all keepers their services will be no longer required.
I'm sorry, Captain. Of course, there'll be a pension for you.
A pension? There's a fine life for an active man like myself.
Oh, easy, Captain.
Sitting in a soft chair waiting for a check each month. Nothing to do but wait. And think.
Easy, man. Why, you're sick, January. You better come inside.
I'm not sick.
You're feverish. Now, come along.
No. I can look after myself.
All right. I'll be in the village if you need me.
I've been waiting all day for you to come back. What's the matter? Aren't you going to talk to me?
There's nothing left to say.
I only want to hear one thing. You weren't telling the truth last night, were you? You don't want me to go away, do you? Please, Cap, tell me.
I'm trying to do what's best.
I know you didn't mean it. You couldn't. I don't believe you, then any of you believe me. So I said I wanted to go.
Not a question of wanting.
Why isn't it? They can't take me away if I won't go. And the locket thing is the only thing that'll prove anything. And they can't find it. No one will ever find it.
There's more than the locket, Star. For you. The way you come here. And, well, I can't explain it to you. I can't think somehow. It's all dark and misty.
You mean I gotta go with them? Is that what you mean?
Yes, Star.
But not because you want me to go. You don't, do you?
Want you to go? Well, Star, how can you say that?
No, Cap.
There, now. It's a fine life you'll have, darling. I'll be coming to see you as often as they'll let me. Oftener, maybe. They're good people.
Cap, what if they hadn't come? We'd go on living just the same, wouldn't we? You wouldn't be talking of a fine life then. We'd live just like we were, wouldn't we?
Aye, but they did come.
Then why don't we run away?
What's that?
We were always talking about going someplace else. Why, we could take the sailboat and go down the coast where no one would know us.
Oh, Star, don't be saying such things. I can't think, I tell you.
Up at the feeding boat. We could sail for days and days. We could.
They'd find us. They'd bring us back.
No, they wouldn't. Please, Cap, I'll get the boat ready. We'll be gone before dark.
It's the wrong thing, Star. It's wrong. It
isn't wrong. And we're going, do you hear? We're going. Everything aboard?
All set. Get in the boat.
Oh, wait, I forgot about Imogene. I'll turn her loose. I'll be right back.
Hurry back, Star.
January, what are you doing down here?
Out of my way. I'm busy.
You're going to take this boat out in the sea like this?
I can handle any boat in any kind of sea.
Where are you going?
I'm taking Star away.
Oh, don't be a fool. You can't do that. You're sick.
Sick, am I?
You're raging with fever right now. You'd never be thinking of such a thing.
Get out of my way.
I won't. You're not leaving with that child if I have to knock you down and sit on you. Now get off of this boat. Get off.
You know, Nezro, you and me have had a lot of fights. But I always thought that down deep you was my friend.
I am your friend.
You let him come here and take Star away from me and you call yourself my friend?
Oh, it's for the best, January. Come on up to the lighthouse.
Let me go now. Let me alone or I'll brain you.
You crazy man. Stop it.
Let him go. What are you doing to him? Let him go.
Star, you're not leaving here tonight.
We are. We have to.
No one's going to stop us. You or any other.
Star, he's not himself. Can't you see? He's raving mad. He's a sick man, Star.
Sick?
Would he be taking a boat out tonight if he knew what he was doing?
Let me go. Any boat in any sea. We're ready, Star. Come on, we're ready.
Cap, what's the matter? Cap!
Star, go get the doctor. Quick.
Is that all you can tell us, Doctor?
That's all, Mrs. Easton. He's a very sick man. Well, what about the little girl? I mean her staying here. We don't want to take her away. It'll have bad effects. He's barely conscious now. It might be just as well if she weren't here. I've already told her that she's to go with you.
You'll keep us informed, Doctor.
Of course. Laura, where is John? I've allowed her to see him for a moment. She'll be right down.
Goodbye, Cap. I wouldn't be leaving now. Only the doctor says I ought to. But when you wake up, I'm going to try to be back. And don't forget, you're going to come and see me whenever they let you. And maybe oftener. And when you're not there, I'll be thinking of you. I'll be thinking of the cat all the time.
Star? Oh, Star, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Star, I've been looking all over for you. Uncle Bruce will be back from New York soon. He'll want to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Star, what's the matter? Aren't you happy here, dear?
You've been wonderful to me, Aunt Laura. I never had such pretty clothes and things.
But that's not enough, is it?
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I've had everything here. You and Uncle Bruce. Why, you've been wonderful. We've even got the speech house, thinking it may make me feel better. Well, it does, only...
Star, dear, you don't have to explain it to me. I know how you feel.
Have you heard from Cap lately?
Just that he's a lot better. You've been writing to him every day, haven't you?
Yes, he answered too. Only, you know, Cap, he's not so strong on spelling. Aunt Laura, now that he's better, do you think we can go and see him sometime?
Well, we'll have to wait and see it.
Laura?
Oh, there's Uncle Bruce. Come on, darling. He has a surprise for you.
Hello, Laura.
Hello, dear.
Well, Star.
Hello, Uncle Bruce.
Did you bring it, Bruce?
I certainly did. Here, Star. Look out the window, down by the dock.
Why, it's a boat.
You like it?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's almost a yacht, isn't it?
Pretty really. Come on down, take a look at it.
Did you sail it up from New York, Uncle Bruce?
All the way. I started last night.
It's awful big, isn't it?
argue with me, you rattle brain. I've sailed tops in every sea that was ever charted.
Why, it's Cap. Oh, Cap.
Ah, Star, darling.
Oh, Cap, I thought you had forgotten me.
Forgotten you? Would I forget the North and the South? Or would I now?
How did you get here? What you doing?
I'm captain of this craft. That's what I'm doing.
And I'm the first mate.
Captain Nasro.
Yes, sir, he's the second mate.
First mate.
Second.
Well,
Second, I said. Second.
Oh, gee, it's wonderful to see you two in such good terms again.
The majority. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Back to the microphone comes Margaret O'Brien with her seafaring partner, Lionel Barrymore. Margaret, we're glad we got you back in time for tonight's play.
I enjoyed so much playing opposite Mr. Barrymore again. He helped me so much on the picture we just finished making.
Oh, well, thanks, Margaret. Thanks. You know, you've always been my very favorite leading lady.
And, Lionel, I want you to know how much I've personally enjoyed your being with us on this stage. You're the only one of the Barrymore family I haven't had the great good fortune to have played with.
Oh, the feeling's mutual, Bill. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Margaret. Good night, Lionel. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.